What's up? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Busy, 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 busy. I'm telling you, this week is just crazy busy for me. Let's get to the levels here. Got a few tickers up today, honestly. Got a few on the board that are newer. But nothing really has the mob or looks good. I would go with NUWE or IVF. Possibly could get that mob. RDW is not up a lot, but it does have a decent look to it so far for the day. There's just really nothing out there that's catching my eye out there as far as nice looking runners. I'll keep NAM on watch today too. That's gonna be another one. Alright, let's go to these real quickly. Just trying to look at some. Alright, cool. NAM's back on watch again, by the way. Let's go through these. Let's get through the tickers, you guys, and get some levels. Good morning, fam. How are we doing? A little late start for me today. Got a lot going on this week. Very busy week. For myself, get to top gainers for small caps. Honestly, not a lot going on. Haven't missed too much for the day. Some decent looks out there, but nothing too crazy. NUWE, RDW, IVF, not bad. PHGE, which was yesterday's after hours runner, which was really nice. Didn't do anything in pre-market. Got a couple others, but nothing really too crazy today. As far as the last hour and a half, maybe yes earlier on, and that's where a lot of the market, or a lot of the moves in pre-market are at. They're at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Very rarely you're getting good moves the hour before the opening bell. All right, top stock right now, NUWE, at least up on the gainers board, up over 100% this morning. Pretty decent moves, but again, nothing that's built up perfect in my opinion. Now, going to that, we have support right now being built up at $4.35, but down below that we have a bounce earlier at $4, right? On the way up, resistance at $4.85, but then right over it at $5.15. So you're getting these small intermittent levels. Over $5.15, we have $5.50. Over that, we have $5.90. And over $5.90, $6.35. It's like almost every 40 cents or so we have resistance, which isn't too bad. Over $6.35 in pre-market high. Another 52-week low play. Not shocking at all. Watch for a pop-up today. We have past chart history resistance at $6.70. Over $6.70, which is also old support area, $6.50 to $6.70. Watch for a pop-up today. This play could get to rolling, honestly. Yeah, over that $6.65, $6.70 mark, watch for a pop-up to $7.20, and then over that to $7.60. Over $7.60, we'd probably go to $8.75 and possibly $10, and then would probably most likely end up being our runner for the day, NUWE, which was a small after-hour spike, doing more so far this morning in pre-market. I don't really have a, hey, let's go trade here right now on this play. We're already, the bounce plays below the VWAP, but we're already 2 tiers below. We bounced at 560 or 460, and now we're bouncing at around the 430 mark. So are you going to take the bounce at 4? I wouldn't. I'd wait for this to get back above the VWAP and push back above 560. And I like the 560 to 570 resistance area if we can move back up through the sixes. But again, right as of right now, there's just too many of those intermittent levels like I talked about. There's not a flat level to go trade. There's too many in between. Over to the number 2 top gainer on my board would be IVF this morning, up around 60%. Same sort of thing where we have supported at $1.85, then down below at $1.60, $1.65. Now we do have a flat top resistance right there perfectly, right around $2.15. Now, if this thing can squeeze and pop over 215, I'm pretty sure we've seen IVF run here recently. We have just a couple of weeks ago, or a week ago. We have 250 resistance up top. Then over that, we run to 290, over 290 to 325. Over 325, that's where this thing could really take the top off and start to roll, as we did Monday in pre-market of last week, where it ran all the way up into almost $5. So over 325, this has room into 4, if not around 450. Close to 5. Now again, the best play here for IVF would be if this play could possibly pop through up to 250, 260 area, then you take the bounce at around 215, 220. Number 3 top gainer, PHGE. I just would be careful going long on this. I see strong resistance at 740. Could be looking at a great resistance support, or a great, I should say, was support in after hours yesterday right around 780. Well, resistance this morning is at 750. So 750 to 780 is going to be strong resistance. Over that, watch for a pop-up to around 830. Over 830, we run to 875. Over 875, then another reset of really strong resistance comes in at 970 into 10. This is one of those plays you're going to look for shorts up top. Over the number 3 top gainer on the morning, it's GNTA. It was really ugly, choppy charts early on this morning. Over the past 2 hours, she's just crashed all the way back on down. On the way up today, over 180, we have 190 resistance. Now, over 190, this could get a pop up to that magical 220 area for a good short and resistance. That's where I'd be looking for a short up top at 220. If it does somehow get over 220, watch for move up to 250 into 260s for GNTA. Over to another play that came crashing back on down and hasn't done anything over the last couple hours was earlier on pre-market mover CYN. CYN, we've seen this play recently. I've got a line in it that's actually respecting it pretty much on the dot. My line is right around 280, right a hair over. We're failing. We're at the last last hour is failing right at 280. Over 280, watch for a pop into 305. Over 305, we go to 330. Over 330, watch for a pop up to 370 in pre-market high. I doubt she gets higher than that. A lot of these plays we go up and come right back on down, CYN, GNTA, PHGE. These plays, HIND was another one that did it this morning that I won't even alert now. They will, if anything, pop back up into the resistance areas from earlier and have double top fails. These plays will not be able to get up and run for the day. Got to go over to NIMM. NAM is back up on the list. That's right. NAM is back and trying to roll. Now, NAM, if this can somehow get over 575, this is on a higher low pattern from Friday and after hours through this morning. The key to holds 440, 450 area. If we crack that, watch for a move down to around 390, 385. Under that, we go down to around 350. On the way up, strong resistance like I talked about at 570. Over 570 for NAM. This play is going to take and have a lift off. Watch for a move over 570. It's got room up. We've talked about this to 685 to 7. Over that, then she goes to 760. Over that to 875 for NAMM on high watch today over that 565, 570 mark. All right. I think that's about it, really. Right? For me, anyway. How many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's pretty much it. PHE, got NUV, got IVF. Yeah. Cool. All right, large cap time it is. All right, I'm getting to large cap levels, but just so you guys know, if there are a trade to have at the bell, I don't really have a favorite one. The only trade I would be looking for, at least for me in my opinion, would be IVF. IVF in that flat top at 215, squeezes up to 250 area or a little bit higher and holds for a little bit. That's the only play I'm liking right now as far as looking for a trade potentially at the bell a little afterward. Otherwise, it's going to be looking maybe for NAMM to run today. NAM. Which one of these plays gets off its ass and goes? Oh, and your other play, the NBAI. NBAI hangover play. Watch this to bounce at 250. If it doesn't bounce at 250, she's going down to 225. So watch for a play there. The bounce at 250 and definitely the crack of it down to 225 for a hangover play. And if it does crack down through 250, watch for a pop back up to the 320s for a good short. Again, hangover type of mentality. And then also watch for a pop back into yesterday's resistance around 4. All right, sweet. Let's get the large caps. We'll go with NAM, NUWE, IVF, RDW, CYN, BNAI. Top stocks for me today. Forgot about BNAI. I took it off my list. All right, over to BNAI. I forgot about this one today. Watch for another hangover sell-off at the bell. If this cracks back under 3650 area, right around 3650, watch for the crack back down to 3120, then to 2950. Under 2950, back down to 2650 where we bounced yesterday. Now on the way up top, the main support, or the main, I say support, resistance area to get back over and hold, would be support resistance area, is right around 5150. Over 5150 is the key. You can see we failed at it yesterday, it went through it, but I have a line at 5150. Go put a line in there and go to the 5-minute time frame. See how he bounced there throughout pre-market. Failed at it when we came back up after lunch. Then we came back and squeezed over it, bounced on it, and then look what we cracked under it. We've been now the resistance under it. So if we're going to spike and hold, 5150 is the gatekeeper. Hold on one sec. Let me turn my heat off. My heat is blowing. Hold on a sec. Let me turn the heat off. Back. Here we go. Man, the heat. I hate how like it still sticks on. Like you turn it off, but it's still blowing. I'm like, why are you still blowing? It's fucking hot. All right, cool. Let's get the large cap levels here, team. Let's get the large. Nothing, like I said, nothing looks good at the bell. The only thing that looks good at the bell, I'm gonna get rid of PHGE, would be BNAI and the sell off here. So BNAI back under. I know it's hard to see with all these lines, but back under. Actually, I'll go over here with BNAI. There we go. A little bit better. Back under, which we're not quite there yet. We get back under this line right there in 36.50. You saw what happened yesterday. This play is going to get some crack go Rooney under. It's really right around 36.90, 37. If I saw underneath that line right there, if we start getting underneath that, that's going to see some major sell off there for BNAI. It's the only thing I like at the bell besides MBAI selling off some more as well. NUWE will keep this on watch. Not a big fan of it. Not a big fan of really anything at the bell. The only thing I'm like a fan of would be getting this sell-off back on down here, because you saw yesterday when you crack this line right here at 37, 36.50, you come all. That's a $10 move potential. That's a lot of room to run for sure. The only thing I'm worried about is the fact that we're not really holding this line. We were in after hours perfectly, but we're not really so far this morning, so it worries me a little bit that we could get a quick sell-off and back up. Could be a little all over the place, but that is the only one I like, at least as far as at the bell what could be traded. SPY back on up again. Here we go. Like I talked about last week, watch this play come down. Most likely, comes right back on up. We've been doing this over and over and over and over and over throughout this, all the way through the summer. I talked about this all year long. We did it back in August. We did it in August. We did it in September. We did it in October. We did it in November. We did it in our 1st of December. We're doing it again here in January. These quick little hitch pullbacks, and we come right back on up. This is going to be key, in my opinion. Do we hold again? If we do, today, this has written 700 all over it coming up soon with the earnings reports, is my point. We're trying to hold yesterday's high of day right around 694. Under 694, watch for a pullback down to 693.40. Under that, we go down to 692.90. Under 692.90, we go down to 692. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day goes back down to the high from last Thursday and Friday of 691. On the way up today, major resistance at 695. Go back to Thursday before last, 695.50 was high of day. Go back to the Friday before that, 695.30 was high of day. That is my normal high of day. Pretty much pre-market high, 695.35, 695.50. Ultimate high of day then goes up to 696, and over that then to 697.30. 697.30 is all-time high, but it's in pre-market. All-time high in market's right around 696. So I'm going to say 696 to 697, ultimate high of day. And I know that's a big range, but where do we fail at there? So just know if we do get over 696, we'll call it 15, watch the pop to 693.30. Apple moving its way back on up into the channel and ugly overall channel that we are in, where it was 457 bottoms, 461 or 261 tops. So we're seeing 256 bottoms and most likely 261.35 tops. Now on the way up today, watch for a move over pre-market high for a move up to 260.60 and then to 261.40. 261.40 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes up to 262.50. On the way back on down today, watch for a bounce play at 258.50, and under that we crack down, which is better, at 257.50. Normal low of day 257.50. Ultimate low of day goes to yesterday's high at 256.50, and then down to pre-market low of 256. Over to AMD today, watch this back under 250. I like this back under, we'll call it 250. Under 250, watch for a move down to 249. Under 249, we go to last Thursday's low of day of 246.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes back down to 244.25. On the way up today, strong resistance starts to build in somewhere right around 254.30 and a pre-market high of 255. Pre-market high in 255, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes to 256.20, and then over that to 258, ultimate high of day there. I'm going to leave Baba and B alone today. Go over to Google here. Nice good pop on up today, although I'm not a big fan of Google's chart either. Just to where we're coming from yesterday and then working our way back down. Now all of a sudden, big sell-off. I liked this a second ago, and that's why I was going to it. Now it's pulling back on down. Needs to hold yesterday's high of day of 336. If we don't, we probably get choppy in throughout the day before later on maybe just pick in a direction. Under 336, we go to 335.70, and if we crack 335.70, watch for a good rug pull. We're most likely going all the way down to 334. 334, actually one more level down. We'll call 334 to 333.50 normal low of day. Friday's high of day into the great bounce play at 333.50 yesterday at power hour, right at the closing bell, held the VWAP. Ultimate low of day under 333.50 goes down to 332 to around 331.50. On the way up today, back over 338 in pre-market high. Watch for a spike up to 338.75, and over that we raced to 341.20. Now, I was going to say 341.20 normal high of day, but the fact that we're cracking back in a huge sell-off here right before the bell, pre-market high in 338's normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes to 338.75 to 339, ultimately landing back to that 341 mark, which is last Tuesday's high of day. Meta up real tight here. Watch for a Meta to squeeze over 677. Over 677. Watch for the pop. 677 there for Meta. This has high potential to squeeze to 680. Normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes up to 685. On the way down here, watch back under 671.65 for the move down to 668. Under 668, we go down to 666.50. The high from Friday. Normal low of day, 666.50. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 663.40. Then below that to yesterday's low at 661.60. Well, I think you know NVDA, leave this play alone. I'm not a big fan of NVDA. It's just not in the right area to take day trades. I'm just not a big fan of NVDA or PLTR. NVDA and PLTR, leave both of those plays alone for day trades. Not really good setups, and you could get chopped out. Over to the Qs. I know you guys love some futures. Of course, this one's back up into the high 630s, which is huge. Back over 630.35. Watch for a move up. 630.35, watch for move up to 632.50 to 632.75. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day then goes to 634.20, and over that to 635.60. 635.60, ultimate high of day. Now on the way back on down, support's going to be at first right now we're trying to hold pre-market low at 628.50. If that cracks, we're going to yesterday's high of day of 627.60. If 627.60 cracks, we're going down to 626.20. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day goes to the highs and a bounce play from yesterday at the closing bell at the high from Friday, my bad. The high from Friday, bounce play yesterday at the closing bell at 625.30. Ultimate lows there. Yay, Tesla's in there. Tesla, not a big fan of it on the way down today. Would say look for a bounce play at yesterday's low bottom at 634.50. That'll be my normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to the low at, from Thursday at 632.70. And under 632.70, we go down to 631.15. Actually, you know what? Watch for a bounce play right here at 634.50. But if that cracks, watch for a move down to Thursday of last week's low of day of 632.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate lows then go down to 631.30, 40 area, then down to 430. 432.50 Thursday's low, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 430. If we do crack 430, watch for move down to 427.90. On the way up, great resistance there at 438.40. Over 438.40, since we're having a pullback here at the bell, watch for a pop into 440.20 for your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes back up to 441 or 442.20. And over 442.20, we go to the low from a couple of Tuesdays ago and this last Friday at right around 443.70, ultimate high of day there. What to trade at the bell? I do like Meta the most. Meta is the only one I gave a chef kiss today. Meta, if this gets over that 677 mark, which we just came into and touched and failed, that's my favorite play of the day. Why? Because we have so much room to run. Why? Because it's also a flat top for the breakout. This is the trade for me for large caps. Otherwise, sit back and wait. Wait for a play to come to you. Wait for a play to come to you. Apple's getting that nice little spike at the bell and continuation. Not surprised there. Otherwise, I do like Meta for liftoff if and when she can get over that 7. Of course, you know I love some 7s. And if she gets over the 777, 777, watch for the breakout. For small caps at the bell, I don't really like anything as of right now, honestly. I said this, oh wow, well, BNAI came right down to my 37 line on the dot, bounced off of it, and came flying back on up. Today may be a little tighter for BNAI since yesterday wasn't. Traders may stay away from it. But underneath that line that I have in, I say 37, I called it 36.50, watch for the crackback Ionis. The only other play I like here at the bell is IVF. IVF here, if this can make this little red to green move at the bell and go through 215, 220 and get to 250, 260, I absolutely like this play for a bounce play right around the 215 mark. What's up, Max PHE? So yeah, I'm not looking at PH. That's way down, way too far for me. I wouldn't. I'm not tough. I mean, y'all can look at it if you want to. I can't look at those plays. That's just something I'm never gonna do. RDW, I'm not surprised this play is coming back on down. There's not a lot I like on RDW except for the flat top right here. If this could somehow, and again, it's probably not going to at this point, but it would have been a bounce at 12.90 to 13. So we can see this flat top resistance right through here. I like that, but it's come down so far. So I'll keep RDW on like back burner watch over here. PHGE, it is halted up. It's just too far down for me. Now, if you want to take a short right there at 740 area, there's a lot of resistance right there at 740, 100%. Meta getting reverse off of 777 back down to 772s. So that's right off of my level, unfortunately. RDW, I am watching this one. It is starting to pop up a little bit now. Of course, I get rid of it. Here comes RDW with a big red to green move as well. That's what I was saying today. Again, it kind of reminds me of Friday, where we had a lot of tickers on Friday, but no one really seemed to have the mob. Luckily, later in the day, BNAI did take the mob away from everybody and ended up giving us a good move for the day. Right now, I don't see anything I like. There's not a ticker, in my opinion, that I'm like, yep, that's the one. We're going over here. Only thing I would be if you like to short the top. Now, if you like to short the top, this is going to be your day. This is going to be your day if you like to short the tops. See what I'm talking about with PHGE? Oof. 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 Just not it's just not pretty movement out there. That's why I said earlier, nothing with capital letters. Nothing looks pretty at the bell other than BNA sell-off potential, patience, NBA sell-off as well. And NBAI sell-off is working out pretty decently right now. It's coming down to the 240s. All right, let me do my typical. All right, I need it for sure this morning. I've been fucking nonstop talking stocks from trading, just like one-on-one to trade the pool, and that's why I was like, well, there's really nothing moving in pre-market, so I didn't get the live stream up. Let me quickly smoke a bowl. If you want to trade, team, the only trade right now I see is the 740 to 750 resistance on PHGE. That's the only thing that's moving right now. We have CYN coming down, IVF coming down. RDW is trying to pop up, I will say that. So RDW is trying to pop up. NBAI is really the only other play that's working out here at the bell. Could have just, downset hut. Opens up at, what did this open up at? Opened up at 250, where, would be up 20 cents right now. Is it kind of, and that's just kind of a chance play. You're going, okay, well, you may pop up, you may go down. I don't really know. And that's working out pretty decently. NAM's not doing anything that we see as of right now. BNAI, the red to green move, big move. So BNAI definitely with big moves again. So here's RDW. So now let's go. Let's get IVF off. RDW on. So we got RDW right there popping on up. Popping on up right here. So IVF going away. Again, double top potential here. This play right here at 13. This play at 13. I'm not going to short the top. We'll see if they work out. It'd be great if we got into like a trend where we started seeing this, which we got into this trend 23, 22, 24, where we would be done kind of trading a lot of plays already because they've just dumped down and we've gotten shelf cracks or trend line cracks. And this was another great potential. They'd pop up. See, now we're about to halt up. So now PHE possibly halting up here again. Almost getting down to that 535 little bull flag. Nice red to green move. So nice red to green move, and then a little sell off there, BNAI. So this may start, this upper and lower shadow might build the range of the day. 45 tops, 37 bottoms potentially. All right, I'll be right back. I've got to take this quick little break, or I'm going to go crazy if I don't. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Here we go. All right, so hey, REW is the one for the day. It looks like for the most part. I don't see. Get this pulled back up here. I don't see anything else that's that great to trade. RDW team, if I can get put orders in around 13 into 1290. RDW 13 into 1290 would be where you'd want to get filled on RDW for a dip buy. See if we get filled here, team. Put this back into a 3-minute time frame. See if we get filled here on RDW. There we go. Got my orders. I was like finally getting my orders in. I'm like, why are my orders not going in? All right, stop loss for me is going to be right at the VWAP here. Right at the VWAP. There we go. Sorry, I'm like behind as hell today. All right, average down a little bit more on the way down right there, team, because I literally was just getting my trade the pool pulled up. I literally just got it pulled up. So I'm in 1,500 shares right now. 1278 is my cost basis. 1278 is my cost basis at 1,500 shares. So there's my cost basis right there. Well, it's not looking like it's going to bounce for us right here. RDW, my stop loss is going to be right at around, since I got a better feel, I'm going to give it till right around 1255. 1255, and then I'll call it quits from there. Wow, RDW with no bounce at all. What in the world off of this flat plat too as well? I am absolutely stunned right now, team. Absolutely stunned right now. Absolutely stunned. I told you I didn't like today. I was like, man, I just don't like today. And then I was like, okay, I like this one. It's got heat. I came back. It's at 1285. It's up long enough for me. I'll go to a 1-minute time frame, right? We go up. We're holding long enough. I'm in love with this bounce play. Absolutely in love with this bounce play. I literally was in a one-on-one yesterday talking about this, saying, hey, you're going to I've said this so much, and because I have a lot of, after the new year in the sales, I have a lot of first-time one-on-ones, blah, blah, blah. So I bring up this up a lot. Like, you're going to be in trades, so we're really getting into journaling and tracking. I'm like, you're going to have plays you take that you go, why didn't that work? I was just in one, remember a couple of weeks ago, of BDSX. My only loss I've had here in the stretch of a lot of, only true bounce play loss was BDSX. But remember, I got right in BDSX right after that. And then immediately that then went up, made profit, then that eventually halted up. You remember I made all my money back plus some. So it's just one of those things like, what in the world? So right now I'm back in the green. I'm going to start locking some of this up, actually. Boom. So making some money there. It's finally coming back up. All right, I'm out of this trade except for 500 shares here. So made some money back. I'm now up. That's fine with me. Back up $1.50. I'm going to take this at 13, all but 100 shares. All right, down to 100 shares here, team, at 13. I was like, man, there ain't no damn way. I was like, bullshit. There we go. Now we're coming. I called bullshit. So I was going to give it to 1255. Give it a little room to run there. Now we're talking. It's only 100 shares. I'm still completely shocked we didn't bounce somewhere right around 1280 at the lowest. I am still just like, and when I say shocked, it's a stock market after GameStop. I shouldn't be after 2020. Even before GameStop, I shouldn't be shocked about anything after what the fuck I saw in 2020 with the whole market. I saw every stock frozen. Pause, team, halted. When the SPY went down 7% or whatever it is that it goes down, and it gets everything halts. Every ticker in the whole world halts. All right, I'm out of this. I'm taking my 10 cents. I don't know if the 100 shares would count there, but I don't care. I'm out of it. But I shouldn't even be shocked about what I see anymore. Like, well, and that's what I was saying back to what I was saying. Some places just won't work. You're going to go, that is exactly where I've fucking killed it so many times. But that's why nothing's 100%. You got it, Myron. Good job, boss. Good job, boss. I'll take the profit. Wasn't a lot there. I was in love. When I sat down in my seat, I was like, oh, fuck. Let's go. Okay, 13's it. I'm trying to get my trade the pool pulled back up because I shut it down earlier because they wanted me to make posts and stuff. And so I was making posts this morning. One-on-ones. It was just one of those mornings where I was a lot going on. Back to like relaxed. Now I'm like back in the saddle, so to speak. Should have been a better bounce play there. So it's that's all I'm ever doing is trying to identify the best plays for us. I'm like, man, am I gonna be wrong here? Because this one to me was prettier when I was wrong on BDSX. Like when I was wrong on BDSX, of course, then again I got it back on the second one. When I was wrong the first time on BDSX, I was like, I mean, it was a good area. It was a good sandwich. It wasn't strong, but it was good. And how strong the market was, blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, there's no way it doesn't bounce here. It's just going to be the bounce. And it was, but anyway, it wasn't. The one below was. It definitely was. But here or there. Where bounce plays have gotten to, how hot the market's got, how flat this was. If you go to, again, I know I'm in a 1 minute, but if you go to 3 minute time frame, that really identifies an area of, 1280. I would have put orders, if I could add orders in, I would have started probably at 1307, 1297, 1287. And then maybe did one, maybe at 1277, just go, well, maybe that gets clipped somehow. Go a little bit lower, like right here. And just surround this whole area with orders. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. And NAM down. NBA down, but not a lot. IVF down and not doing a damn thing today. Super dead. CYN was down at the bell, like I talked about. That one went straight down at the bell. Maybe BNAI gets that look to it again and goes today. PHGE, not doing it. I thought RDW was going to come back to life after that big shot up, and I was like, oh man, RDW maybe is going to be our runner of the day because it's not up a lot. If you go to RDW, we're not up a lot on the day, and so I was like, well, maybe this can be a runner, and it's all good in the hood that it's not. I think it's one of those. I don't think it's a super low float. Is Y2 as well. In my opinion, I think it's maybe a bigger float. I can't remember because I didn't see it on the top gainer board as far as stocks that were up on the day. I just know the guys were talking about it, and I liked its chart because it just had this flat. I literally, when I came in, saw this ascending triangle, and that we failed and came down. Now here's what Myron remembers this. I know, Max, you remember these days. I know T-Web was around probably for some of these days. What would I be saying back in the day if I saw this in pre-market, especially like 22, 23, 24? Guys, trendline crack. Watch for move down to the VWAP. If the VWAP cracks, we get some more. Boom, candlestick confirmation. Would have gotten a great candlestick confirmation. We're at 12.75. We're immediately up 30 cents. Not bad. Take some profit there. Then we crack. We go down more. Then we boom, right? So, but I would have been alerting that versus on the other end now because we're going long more so. That flat plat looks sexy for a bounce. I'm like, oh, so as soon as I came over this morning, doing one blah blah blah, I'm in the chat. I see you guys alerting. I'm just busy trying to get stuff done and then get into the helping. Anyway, just can't really. It's hard for me to alert when I was doing what I was doing this morning. Yeah, and we have it we pretty much have it covered on the Discord now, and so. There was this beautiful ascending triangle right there. And I was like, man, watch for this to break. And that's why I eventually got to on. And I was like, as soon as I saw this, I was like, oh, if this breaks, this is going to be. And then I wasn't like, this is going to be a bounce play. Well, it cracked. And I was like, well, in my head, I'm going, man, well, there goes a trend line crack. Like, you got to be kidding me. Like, sweet. And it, because I thought it was going to do, like, and even here, I was like, okay, well, that wasn't great. It was okay. Now it's about to come back up. Okay. And I was like, okay, I'm glad I didn't, not that I was going to take it, but yeah, that worked. But, watch it. Watch it come back up and then, like, kind of get a bounce play off this area. And then I thought, okay, well, that was a good bounce play right here, But then I was like, okay, well, now, because I was looking around the board today, too, here in pre-market, I didn't see a lot of good bounce plays. If you go back to it, there weren't a lot, honestly. Plays went up and they came right back down. There weren't a lot of good bounces within them. Now, a couple did at the bottom. PHGE, finally got a bounce, I guess, so to speak, right way down here, but it was just a squeeze. You think about bounce play, where is it bouncing at? I guess off of that, came down, whatever. Same thing here for RDW. It I guess got a bounce technically, and we found the other bounce. We just were in a little too high, but still we are looking good there. It's I like the way that's set up, but. Anyway, I was just going across the board, and I didn't see many bounce plays that were working because even this one, my point being, I saw it. It was right before I knew I could get, because right at the top of the hour, I was going to be out of my one-on-one, blah, blah, blah. I was going to be ready to rock and roll, get the stream up, and start alerting. And so I saw this coming down, and I was like, I just was going to watch it because I'm still talking, yapping. And when it came up and didn't really bounce, came into this area and failed, I was like, well, damn. Bounce plays really aren't working today. And you can see so far, ours is it's working, but it came down a little lower, and it's all good in the hood. We found one that was at least somewhat moving. The only other mover, in my opinion, was PHGE, and now it's getting super tight. Well, I guess BNAI had that great red to green move. Red to green move. Looks green straight up, but it was red at first, straight down, then right on up. Does have a flat plat building here, at least in market, really tight flag. So watch for that squeeze there for BNAI. Bounce play working out even more now. So RDW, nice, good bounce play still there. Again, went out a little bit lower. Like to see it though. CYN completely dead. NAM dead. NUWE is dead. PHGE is really tight in the wedge. This area, this halt area is going to try to hold right here. So you can see we even came down and dipped off of it. It may try to soak up and hold in the sevens, as you can see here. But that 650 area is going to become key. Other than that, RDW, we nailed it, right? This is what I was looking for already out of the gate. Even when it was down here, it's all good, though. This is exactly what we were looking for was RDW. I just really thought then this would become resistance, which I was right out of the gate. Just took the profit. Did not like that as you're down right away. I don't like bounce plays that you go... I mean, that doesn't happen a lot where you go red out of the gate. Working really nicely, though, right now. Other than that, those are the two plays, in my opinion, besides BNAI. Gets 10-minute halt. Go to Gets. Gets. What are we doing, Gets? NUWE. Just nothing there. Look at this even really getting really tight. That's weird. Whoa. Okay, Gets. Just a pump? Yeah, there's no news on this, right? Yeah. Or is this the news from yesterday? Gets acquires master and global distribution rights to the theme song performed by ATZE anyway, and their animated IP, and launches a worldwide promotion. That's the PR, and it came out yesterday. All right. So they acquire the rights to a theme song, babe. All right, so the halt strategy. Do you see how this works out, though, team, where you get a good site? That's why I always ask what the LULD is. I wish, as hot as it got, we would get more of this. The halt strategy working out right here. Second halt up, let's not chase this. But again, what you would have done here is as soon as this flies up into another halt up, you want to get in because you're going to expect another halt up. You get it, so you're in, like, say, what's the high? The close is 390. You're immediately up 30 cents, and then boom, as soon as this pops into new highs, you just take it. Now, Gets here trying to short the top. Have strong resistance here at 490 into 5. Yeah, 490 into 5 right there if you're looking to short the top. Quick into it, so you had to have orders out there already. And RDW, play of the day so far for us. Bounce play did come a little bit lower, but right there, baby. God, I should have left a runner. I knew it. What a beautiful play right there, RDW. Let's see if it forms something else for us to trade. Let's see if RDW forms something else for us to trade. Beautiful bounce play there, though. Now it's a dollar. Dollar bounce play, team. Dollar bounce play. Oh, that hurts, right? This one hurts. This one hurts a lot because it, you know, you don't get the bounce where you want it. You finally get your platform pulled up, and you still get a low entry at 1278. And then you think, okay, well, you're barely getting a bounce play back up in the $12.95 to $12.13 area or whatever, and you take the profit thinking this is going to be resistance now, and then it rips on your ass. So you don't, it just, that's what happens, even like me as a pro, like, oh man, and that's where that, like, you know, just letting the system work out, right? Like, okay, your stop loss is 12.55, well, you're going to let that 1,500 shares run, you know, and then you're going to let it, you know, you're going to scale out accordingly to your targets, but, you know, you don't get, you know, but the system, the AI runs, the bot runs itself, and that's where those bots could become so useful. I'm like, I want to identify the entry, but can the bots then take over for selling? That's something I want to talk to Michael Noss today about. Like, hey, can I enter where I want to enter? Because that may not be something that can be broken down by bots, but then can I have a bot sell for me and say, hey, here's your stop loss, and then here are your targets. Because most platforms, you can't put all those orders in. You can't put like a stop loss in and then put sell orders up top. I have to do the OCO, but I don't know if they have. I don't know what they have on Trade the Pool. And how many orders I could put in. This was awesome though, team. This was a good bounce play. This is why, and I know it didn't work out perfectly, but this is exactly why I liked it. When you squeeze up and build this ascending triangle, and you have this, it was not perfectly flat, but for the most part, it was really close, right? There's a high probability you're going to come back down into this area and bounce. We went a little lower than expected, and we ripped back on up. And it's just, the bounce didn't come to where if it would have stayed on that VWAP and went straight on up. Oh, this hurts so bad. It's when I see this type of movement and then back down so quickly, you usually generally get this next move up. So if you have a quick, fast move, that's why when I came in, I was drooling like, yes, this is awesome. Then it actually starts coming down pretty quickly, which I don't mind. It just went a little lower and gave me obviously the heebie-jeebies. So once I got back into the green here, into the resistance area of 13, I go, man, that is definitely a target for me now, unfortunately, you know, and I got to take some there. And then I end up seeing this kind of, I'm just take it all. I'm just worried this might sell off. I don't see anything really moving or holding today. So, and it ends up being right now, honestly, the more consistent, better mover. If you look at all the plays across the board, right? What's the more consistent mover of the morning? Any questions you guys have? I do have to go to Trade the Pool. Questions, Max, Veda, Myron, any guys that are still around or listening, Ingrid or anyone, Daza good. Anything else, guys, before we go? And if you got this, hopefully you did. If not, I hope you understand why. If you got stopped out, I'm sorry. If you cut too soon like me, it's okay. You know, we had the right game plan. Game plan for me would have been field where I was, right up, back up to 13, take, 500 shares for, about a, 20, 25 cent profit. Then once we worked our way back up 1340 to 1350, 60, somewhere in this area, take profit. And then take a little here at high of day, right into this candle. And then like right now, maybe have like 100 shares left. Gets new high of day. So this is going to, which I'm going to start doing, I'm going to do this right now. Gets over here, PHGE here. Gets just, again, our PHGE, this is way down here in the Chattahoochees while I was leaving this play alone. We are going to try to hold, like I said, somewhere in the 650 area where we halted up at. We are getting gets to get the mob here. This had news yesterday. Right here at 12:26. What time yesterday was this? This was yesterday morning in pre-market. Yesterday morning in pre-market. Yesterday morning in pre-market's when the news came out, bro. And broettes. So it's really, that's what I'm saying, where news means nothing. Oh yeah, this news means something. Announces agreement with whatever for animated future theme song. Anyway. Wacky. Charting on Gits. Let's go to Gits up at a... So we are over this area. I'm going to put this line in because this is going to be huge. We have to hold somewhere right about right here-ish, okay? Right around 5. And now if we go back into time, Do you remember? Ooh, okay, ooh, there's some lines. There's some lineage right through here. So I would say 630 resistance would be coming up next, and over 630 watch for a move to about right here. I see a close of a candle. I'm going to split the difference. I'm going to go a little bit actually higher. There's a close of a candle, blah, blah. So somewhere right around, and I may feel a little bit below that, but I'll say somewhere right around 8 or 685. 685. We're about to halt up. Oh boy, oh boy, oh. We're going to go with that for now for levels. And then we'll go from there. Oh my gosh, O's. Well, anybody got the LULD before I leave? Anyone have the LULD? Anyone have the LULD? Anyone have the LULD? Anyone have the LULD? Well, little pullback there from RDW. Still hurts from RDW. Still hurts from RDW. After everything, 145 for me for the day. Could have gotten a better exits there too. We didn't get the best of exits, but trade counts. I did get my 10 cents, which is awesome. Got 12, 15, 17 cents. Luckily, I didn't get filled till I got filled at 12.78, 12.79, and 12.77. But should have held that play longer. That was my fault. Just didn't like that bounce where it came down to. That what gave me definitely a little bit of the heebie-jeebies. Like, boy, because we were in the 1 minute time frame, we came right down to the, which it doesn't work. It works sometimes. I've noticed in the 1 minute in market too. The 50, it come right down to the 50, and I was like, man. Or no, is that the VWAP? No, that is the it is the right there. Which one is it? It's the 50. Yeah, the 50, the 50, and the VWAP because my VWAP's lower on Thinkorswim. I mean, man, it's got to hold this. I'll give it a little bit below it for a little wiggle room, but I wanted this move. I was hoping where I got filled was going to be about the bottom, and when it kept sinking more, I was like, bro, you don't want to be in. The next thing you know, it's at 12.50, and then it's down here in 12.20. So I had the right idea. Beautiful bounce play right there, team. Again, overall from entry price, you got to talk about $1, $20, $30, $40, and building the bull flag. So if I see this being the all-day runner at like 15 here in a minute on Trade the Pool, etc., I will be kicking myself in the head. But at least in the end, it's a winning trade, and I just got out too soon, and it didn't. Again, which I had the right game plan. It just bounced where I wanted to. Halt up time 7:51, 5:70. Okay, cool. So, guys, just be careful with gets. In the old resistance here, which is so funny, there's where I have the line in at. Bounce play for me would come down here at 425. What is the... Let's go to gets. What is the... Just for fun. Yeah, the 50's all the way back down at the 240 mark in the 5 minute. And the 1 minute, it's only at 289. So, yeah, it's... I'm going to leave gets alone. I like RDW. After that one trade, probably typically maybe get one more trade off of it. And I would come down again. I really want this to come down. I don't want this to squeeze. I was hoping this would actually, and that's fine if it goes up a little, but I'd like for it to come back down. Why? I'm going to put orders in again like we did last time. I'll go a little lower and start like 12.97 and go into 12.67 or something like that. Look for another dip buy off of this area. Now, if it does squeeze and goes for more, 14.50 is looking good. It's building a flat top. But remember last time it came lower, so what I'm seeing is the sandwich area. So if this squeezes and goes for more, my dip buy is going to come right around 13.60, 50, 70 area. Last dip buy came from around 13.70s down to, we'll call it $1. So we want to see this go to 14.75 or so, somewhere right around there. Resumption time, 12:51. So I'll stick around and see what Gets does. I've said this for years and we've looked at it forever. I know this is when I can do the 3-year 1 week and this. Yeah, it's not too bad compared to others, but I've said this. I said, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Because it's a very sketchy play. It may be even Chinese, the Asian base. I don't know. Not that that's anything racial profiling. That's just we know about Chinese plays and they're sketchy as shit. Might not be. But just every time I see Gets run, it's very up and then right back downish. It's just those. Again, this is where a lot of those new traders that want to see a spike come over here and they just push. This is where Ross Camerons of the world just get in. They see momentum and they're just jumping in. They don't care if they take a $10,000, $20,000 loss. You know, they're gonna. That's just what they do. If it comes back down, it comes back down. 580 now. Okay. Let's see if this does like a quick little toe tap and run. Does that little slingshot effect? Does the halt strategy, so to speak, like we did here? But all depends on where that open price is. Could be coming live right now. Yep, right above it. Not much. Doing a little toe tap and yow, wowzers. That's why I'm not touching her. That's ouch. That's ouch material. That is ouch material right there. All right, let me get the TTP stream pulled up for you guys. I think we're all over the place today, if I'm not mistaken. So let me get the TTP live stream pulled up. Yeah, oof, this is sketchy. There you go, new high of day though. All right, 635 area, here it goes. Let's see what we get. Any resistance in this area? Boy, she's a flying right now, eh? This just makes no sense. I mean, good night all night. We're about to halt up again. Nope. Right into that 680 area. 680 area. That's the one that's holding. That's where we saw more of the wicks at, right? That's where we saw more of the wicks at. All right, let's go. Oh, all right. Let's see if we fell into this real quickly. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, we got to go back in time. Do you remember? This is just getting pure mob momentum. Seeing this is one of those ones where if you just want to jump in for fun, you can. I'm trying to slowly build the account and not do anything too stupid here recently. But again, if we had super momentum, I would be, hey, let's take a look at it. But it's getting a little jolty. And it's out of nowhere. That's the other thing too. It's when the out of nowhere plays are fine if we've just been crazy hot, which I know being AI we had that, but it'd be like, oh, there's another one. There's another one. There's another one. Boy, I just don't see a lot. I just don't see a lot. I mean, you can see after this area, I'll just play running into 7 now. Oh man, it makes you get the little FOMO too that you want to trade. Oh, come on. I don't see anything in here. There's 680 coming into play too, right through there. So that's where my line, if we extended it to the left. Let's see if that doesn't hold up, because it is holding up for now. So that is holding up right there on the dot for right now. You can see in the 3-minute time frame, we are confirming underneath that. Ouchie mouchies right there, confirming underneath that line. So the line is working out. So we're going to get rid of this line for now. We know that 6-8 line's working. I'd say your best dip buy opportunity. Well, we know this is going to, I can see that, but this right down here, 420 or 525 to 490. This play is a little scary though. Of course, there's nothing else really getting the mob right now besides RDW, which it'll probably start to slow down for a minute. And the main reason why I think we all know, it's because this play right here is getting crazy moves. Crazy moves. I got to get over to the trade the pull stream though. So I'm going to get over there right now. We'll go, here we go. TTP live stream. Boom, bam, boom. There we go. TTP live stream. All right, guys, I will see you back here when I am done with that. Don't forget, with them for the next couple of hours. It's next hour just yapping it up, and then, well, you know what I mean. So next hour, it's a lot of us talking, and the second hour, it's me and Kevin Avery talking small caps, which right now, at least for the foreseeable future, we will have small caps to talk about. So I will see you guys back when I'm done. Love you guys. Stay safe. I will be alerting over there. You know where to trade. I would be careful with the gets unless, you just really are itching, like this. Look how booming right back on up. When I'm saying down here, we're almost getting there. Your better play would be RDW, slow and steady, but I'll see if I find something else for us over, obviously, so go to the live stream over there. Right now, as far as RDW is concerned, I still would come back down into this area for a bounce play. Come back down low for RDW, for the bounce play. But of course, I'm going to go over there and join them, and I'll start alerting what to trade. And I'll always put that over here for the first. Well, I'm always trading for the next 45 minutes, so I'm always alerting. If I see something to trade, I always copy and paste and put it over here. So keep your eyes open. What's up? How you doing? Never got filled on RDW again. RDW never got filled again. Literally missed by less than 5 cents on last dip down. Definitely great runner for the day. Our other good R play. Running even better. So what we're going to do is put RR up top right here. We'll put gets the fuck out of here. I like how they like my joke. That was awesome on the gets. They all laughed at that when I first joined over there with them. Oh, I need a haircut so bad. It's working though. We can work it. We can work this hair. We can work it. Looks good with hats. The longer hair, you know, you can leave it going through the front, you know, with a little poof coming out. You do this. You get a little poof coming out. You know, your little poof. Right, a little something coming out. You're like, oh yeah, look at my hair. Anyway, y'all guys, any questions? Anything you guys want to go over? I'm gonna take my break, like we're just talking about on the TTP stream. Gonna run my lunch errands real quickly. Yeah, yesterday, if anyone, what's up, Steve? What's funny, yesterday, I'm little working out, right? It's just a normal day. I get busy, and even in my brain, because in my brain, I was like, well, Sunday, or Friday, I should say, Friday, I luckily got out, what time? I don't remember what time it was. I was like, you know what? We might want to go get some more. We might want to get some more alcohol for this storm. And I left. The liquor store right down the road closed at 7, and they closed down early. And so in my head, I'm like, okay, they closed at 7, but no, there was no precipitation. And so in my head last night, I'm on the Peloton getting my workout in because I had a one-on-one with Sterling Detmar from 4 to 5 my time. So it's 5 o'clock my time. It's about to start to get dark, and I'm on the Peloton, and we're doing our workout right before I fed the pack early, which was already, I mean, I'm working out though. It's like 5:30, and it hits me. I'm like, oh fuck! With the weather, it's getting dark out. Roads, they always say, I remember that as like watching like the newscast, the weatherman like, be careful getting out, yada yada yada. You know, as the sun goes down, the roads will get, well, and the streets will get, you know, it'll harden up. You know, all that stuff hardens back up again as it really gets cold. Literally, I'm like, oh no. And so I went and looked to see when places closed. They closed at 4. And I was like, well, maybe the gas station down the road. And I go out there to like maybe even test the gas station. And I go out like on the driveway where the, you know, Thanos is parked in the driveway. What I've been driving around the purple Jeep. And I mean, I don't almost slip, but it's like one of those like, whoa, everything. Cause it's, like I said, it's 3-4 inches in some areas. It's 5-6 inches in other areas. Depends on what's been driven down by vehicles. It doesn't matter. Like where, like you can tell like where I had, you know, backed up and went forward up and down the driveway. You can see the tracks. In snow, it still tracks. You could just kick through it. And, oh, yeah, cool. And this shit, it hardens back up. It's like being on an ice skating rink. I mean, literally. And so I'm like, it's one thing when it's snow and your big tires, your heavy vehicle can kind of crunch through it, obviously. Snow. When it's that shit, it's hard. It's hard as ice. Like yesterday, our dogs in the backyard, before the sun ever went down, they're back there in the backyard walking on top of it all. It's 5 inches. Some places, like I said, 3-4. Some are 5 to 7 inches of just this mixture of ice, sleet, snow. I would say 25-30% snow, 10% ice precipitation, and then 60-50% sleet. So it gets hard as fuck. They're out there walking yesterday. They're not even crunching, mushing down through it like snow. They're literally like it's an ice skating rink, like almost walking on top of it. So I was like, okay, got to run the errands during the day tomorrow. I mean, I'm about to do that right now. So are there any questions you guys have for me before I go get out? And that's the thing too, this will take a minute because of how slow I'm going to have to drive. Yeah. Internet. I am on Direct Connect right now. What is going on? I keep losing internet. Yeah, I keep losing internet. What's my internet speed? Do I have to reset my modem again? Let me go internet speed test. I reset it the other day because it really got low out of nowhere. It was like just crazy weirdness, and then I reset it and we're back to normal. Yeah, we're back to normal. I'm back up to 900 megabits, almost 1,000 per sec. Cool. Nope, 9. Yeah, okay, cool, we're good. I have no idea why. I'm guessing because of the weather, the snow, the ice, bullshit. It's sunny as can be out here. We do get above freezing today. Right now, we're a little bit above freezing, so hopefully the roads are nice and crunchy. I can go at least 30, 40 miles an hour, maybe. The other day, like Saturday and Sunday, I literally couldn't get faster than 30. If I got faster than 30, it's you get a little sketch. Snow, you can get a little faster than that, get up to like 40-ish or so. Of course, when you're in four-wheel drive low, you really can't get faster than 30 anyway, 25, 30. I like to be in four-wheel drive high. That's snow. Four-wheel drive high, I can do that snow all day long. I like it even sometimes two-wheel drive in the Jeep, like Wranglers, and two-wheel drive when it's just snow. It depends on how deep it is. Anywho, so it takes a while to fucking get around when there's all that snow in the ground. I say snow, but when there's all the, like, it's snow and sleet, it's just you have to drive slower. All right, here's our plays for the day right here so far. Watch out, Murdoch. Let me put these in chat. RR, RDW main to watch with BNAI as a back burner. I think will run harder another day. All right. Any questions? You good, Aussie Chick? Anyone else out there listening? I'm going to take the break. I'll put some music up for you guys so you have something to listen to while I'm out. Any questions? Any questions, Aussie Chick? Anyone else? We good? RDW, good bounce play earlier in the day. Wish I would have held this play longer. Again, another bounce play from entry area. And it went a little bit lower, and that's what sucked about this. And it did suck trying to hold that, being it was down a lot lower than I anticipated. And it was super close, in my opinion, to get to crack zone and coming down even more, which would have hurt. Good bounce play, though. Called it out. Loved it. Since then, it really didn't come down to my area. I talked about the 1260 area if you scroll up, and I was all over it. Hit 1267. I had an order there. I don't know why it didn't get filled. That sucks, you know. So I have no idea why I didn't get filled at 1267. Again, it would have been only 500 shares. Wouldn't have been a lot, but it would have been something. And now those orders, actually, before I forget and run and get out of here, watch out, Merlin. Let me go back to RDW and cancel these orders. I don't want to get filled and this play crashes away here. There we go. All right, cancel the orders. All good. Had a good morning of trading. Good entries. Good. See, entries. See how important that is now? Saline. See how important that is to have those entries down? Entries are off. Trades off. Entries down. Trade can be much more manageable. All good. Thanks, mate. Love watching you guys on TTP. You going to put out lessons later? Oh, yeah, for sure. Yes, for sure. 100% Aussie Chick. I'm going to do one later as well. Because they want me to record more. It'll look weird for you guys. Because I'll have to change the depth. Because what I'll have to do is... I may have to restart the stream. I don't think I can redo it here. Settings. Video. Yeah, I'll have to restart the stream to do those lessons. Because they want them done... like this instead of like this. You know, this is good for shorts. You know, like you're watching on your phone, YouTube shorts, you know, TikTok, Instagram shorts. They want it like this. And so I have to then make the video that way. You can't change it after you start the stream. So I'll figure that out later. But definitely we'll throw some on. If you want to, I can put one on right now while I'm gone. It'll be I'll be gone for a while, so I'll put a more elongated one on right now. While these plays are running, what I'm going to do real quickly before I do step out, and put some lines in here for you guys. Yeah, I'm good today. And Aussie Chick, you know, you're with the you know, you with what you have going on today with the family. You know, much love, big love to you guys. Hopefully everything goes well with the fam. Kind of opens up me a little bit too, because I know you had to reschedule the one-on-one. So I'm like, hey, now I get, you know, I was like, oh yay. I kind of forgot about that yesterday at first, and I was like, oh man, I'm booked tomorrow. And I was like, oh man, I'm actually good to go. Thank you, Aussie Chick. That helps me out sometimes when you guys reschedule. It's funny, people are like, is it okay? I'm like, yeah, it's okay to re-fucking schedule. I was like, it helps me out sometimes. I appreciate it. I don't mind it. You do it when you want to. See, now I get a little time here to get some errands run today, which is awesome because I have to. Like, we are literally need to get some stuff. Awesome, thanks, son. Getting ready to leave, but I always have your stream. Oh, okay. She says, I might be running errands, but there's one thing I always have. So it's kind of like, what's he say? I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. I don't always watch YouTube, but when I do, I prefer AK's live stream. Well, I hear Avery out there vacuuming. She says, I'm going to try to be productive today for my honey boo-boo pants. All right, so let's see. I got to go to, because I'm going to be gone for a minute. So I'm going to try to find one that's 50 minutes long. that's a little bit older. So let's find one that you guys maybe haven't seen. That's older. Woo, boy, we got some oldies on here now. Man, there's some old shit up on here. Boy, I have a bad habit like chewing on the inside of my gums. Like when I do that. Oh, this would be. I should put this on for you guys. I should have you guys watch this. Yeah, have a real estate meeting.
Welcome everyone to another episode of Stud and Dud presented by the Dallas School of Music. Thank you for listening. I'm Josh Smith. With me each week, Dr. Bob Lawrence. Doc, what is up?
What is up?
Yeah, tell me. Come on, what's going up?
I'll tell you what's up.
Tell me.
SEC baseball right here on this big screen.
Got some conference going on, conference tournament, SEC tournament.
There's a lot up right now, Josh. A lot up.
A lot going on over at the Lawrence household, I heard.
Oh my gosh, we got it's torn up. I might be coming over and bunking up with you this week.
Really?
We're gonna bring all the kids.
Yeah, right.
All right, yeah, this is like a couple of years old, but that's like a couple years old. This is like 5 years old at this point. This is like 5 years old. This is fun. This is entertaining. You'll like it while I'm gone. I'll promise you that. So here you go. We'll watch this, or you guys can watch this. This is actually the founder and president of the Dallas School of Music, Dr. Bob Lawrence. He's who taught me how to play piano. Very, very good guy. Knows a lot of people. This is just one of we did lots of these, about 50 or 60 of these when we were in Dallas until I finally moved away. Just couldn't do them anymore. I lived here. We tried to come up with a way. Nowadays we could, blah, 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 but I wasn't there streaming yet, so I had to get everything, and we just kind of called it quits, which was sad, but this was fun to do. Do it. I got a big backyard. Add in with the all the dogs we got going on there. It'll be a fiesta.
It will be fun, man. So we may be there.
So good things going on though. Hopefully in the end, hey, you better invite me over to that pool when he gets in.
Hey, pool. That's it.
I'll get Gardner's number eventually, and I'll get in it and I'll start sending him pictures and soaking in it. Hopefully while he's up on the hill here in a couple of years, but that will be, hey man, just getting used to the pool.
Yeah, we got some burgers going.
Yeah, right. And one segment, Avery came up with this, and I thought it would be a good segment. I kind of thought about it, but what's up, Doc? Bugs Bunny, need to come up with a segment with what's up, Doc. Avery even pitched that to me, and I was like, that's a great idea for my wife.
Avery's got it going.
There you go. I saw John Wick 3. Have you seen the previews?
I have not.
You haven't seen the previews though, right? The
yes.
new movie
but I have not. Right.
Yeah. Have you seen any of them? I know they're kind of shoot 'em up, so I don't know if. Dude, they are great movies. A lot of blood going on, but they actually have good storylines. John Wick 3 is 3 times better than Avengers Endgame. It was even me and Avery like at the end because he does have a dog. There is that dog relationship going on.
You're still upset about the Avengers.
I was. I'm just still torn up with the whole time travel, and I'm like, you couldn't have just beat them on your own. You have to revert back to trying, and then go, like I said, do some ode to Marvel and bring up all these characters that aren't in any movies anymore that I don't care about. But everyone else was like, oh yes, it's so good.
I should have never brought that up.
But John Wick 3, literally a killer movie. I mean, literally loved it. Also, Brooks Koepka, I mean, we're not going to get into it today. There's really no reason to, but Brooks Koepka almost kind of ran away with the PGA Championship.
Yeah, it got a little tight there at the end.
At the end, it did, which I had a feeling. I thought that was going to happen. Remember, I said in round 2 he wasn't going to be able to beat that up. Well, he did in round 2. He shut me up in a hurry when he shot like 600 or whatever he shot again, 5-7, whatever it was. And I'm like, wow. I figured it was kind of over, but I figured he wasn't going to be able to put that 5-6-3. He wasn't going to continue that for sure. Like an old school Tiger that would finish at like 19 under,
right.
18 under, and be like, where are y'all at? Oh, y'all are like 10 behind me. I lapped y'all. That's right, 3 times ago. But it's still, Brooks, great win, but still
awesome.
Not much to talk about. Grilling season upon us. I know we could talk about Memorial Day.
Yep.
Huge weekend ahead.
Big time.
food. What are you going to be cooking, Doc?
Listen, man, I'll tell you what. You know what I'm going to be cooking? Whatever is being served at the concession stands.
No.
Because our baseball seasons,
full swing.
our boys,
Yeah.
all three of their select teams that they're playing on, they're kicking off their summer seasons.
Nice.
Man, dude, I'm going to be at the ballparks all.
I can tell. Look, if you can't tell, you watch our YouTube. You look at the tan,
Well,
redness on the forehead
listen,
there.
I
Doc
want-
needs to get some sunscreen, guys.
I got, and not forget my umbrella.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, get the golf umbrella out there.
I totally forgot all my gear last
So
week.
even Monday you got baseball?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know if there was baseball Monday even for the youngins. I didn't know if that. I can't. Like I said, I didn't continue that long into baseball, but yeah, I figured y'all to get at least a day off for some cooking.
what's really funny, man. We always say, in Texas, football rules.
Oh yeah, definitely, and
Right.
it does for them. There's no look. Point being, go by any high school, and it could be a small high school, and you look at the football stadium,
right.
and it looks like a college stadium in Arkansas.
But I tell you what, if you just came like a weekend to our to the games,
Those little
to the boys
little tournaments that they have.
and you would see the thousands of
I'm
people.
sure, and the parents.
The parents.
It's
and the-
family driven, big time.
right? Like we're going to be playing at this tournament out in Melissa or Mansfield. I don't know where the heck it is. But it's like big field. All the ballparks there are modeled after big league stadiums.
Wow,
So the kids are
that's
playing
so cool.
Yeah.
Just smaller versions.
a
but
smaller version, like a
do they
smaller
have the-
version
But
of.
do they have the one I would love to play and to build that massive wall? Do they have Fenway?
Yes, they do.
Do they?
They absolutely.
It's a smaller
and
scale
they got
version
Yankee
of the big
Stadium.
wall.
They got
That's
Fenway,
too cool.
Wrigley Field.
Wrigley, of course.
Right. So if you came out, like I said, I know that football rules.
Yeah.
But man,
Baseball definitely, I'd say, a second runner because you'd think as big as the state is, they'd produce a lot more basketball stars. But that's what me and even my friend Jaron, he's from shout out, hopefully listen, he's from Longview, Texas. We'll definitely, well, not that we argue, we both agree that football definitely you're going to see more studs out of Texas. But as small as Arkansas is, you're going to see almost as many, if not more, basketball studs out of Arkansas than you will out of a huge state of Texas.
Speaking of that, who was down at Jesuit yesterday
Who?
playing on the soccer field and the football field? The Dallas Mavericks.
Oh.
Gardner got a little high five from Luka.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you believe that, man?
Rubbing elbows, there you go.
The Mavs,
Yeah. Hey.
the Mavs are down there just having some fun with the boys.
I mean, that's cool. Yeah, well, what an off season. But then what a day for anyone that saw them.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
I'll have to get the video from Gardner. Maybe we can post
He got
it
some?
on.
He got a
Yeah,
video?
we'll post it on Stud and Dub.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, dude rubbing elbows with Hunter Pence and Joey Gallo. Now he's got. I mean,
He
come
thinks
on.
he's a stud.
Well, he is a stud. He's a minor stud.
We gotta have
He's a minor.
He's got to come on. He's a minor stud.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to have him on the show.
Exactly. Well, duh. Certainly, when he signs that letter of intent to play where, right here, baby.
Well, yeah.
Right there.
We'll have to have all three of my boys. It would be
Oh,
fun.
that would be a funny show. So many great. That would be the greatest chamber of questions
Oh
of
my
all time. That would be the funniest and greatest for sure.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Oh yeah, but by the way, wearing another pair today.
I noticed that.
It's going to continue until I've run out. So I thought I go through every show and I see what I've worn. So I wore something different, and I messed up, but I represent to him. I decked March Rates. I wore his shirt twice, and I was like, oh dang it, I didn't realize. But yeah, I love him so much, and I love the tee. So
It's okay.
Yeah,
It's
repping
all
my
good.
Mentor.
It's all good.
Exactly. We got the new pair of shoes on. Let's get what's on tap today. We had
Yeah.
a little spiel there.
Yeah.
Big things on tap. NBA playoffs. We're talking about this before the show. We know one thing. We got a sweep in one end, and then on the other end, we got a battle.
Correct.
So definitely talk about that, as well as some college baseball postseason, some talk. Obviously, it's on. We kind of mentioned that. Oh, man. Come on, Hogs. Got to get a big win today. And then in the coveted Stutter Dud segment, we'll talk about yet another Dallas brawler and what public figures, to me, in my mind, and what especially sports stars should be doing, and really, in the end, should not be doing. Pretty much not going, but you get my point.
Right.
Why don't we go? Anyway, we'll get into this. Also, I got to briefly mention because another dud moment from the Game of Thrones, the match in the chamber.
I saw that.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Anyway, but then a great thing, and I'm sure you saw this, but one of the greatest graduation presents you
Oh yeah, I
you
did
probably
see
ever-
that.
I mean,
Yes.
wow.
Wouldn't you love to be one of those kids?
Yeah, right. One of those kids. Unfortunately, for not every, like, man, that's because that lump sum alone was just, which we'll get into the number of just
Yeah.
that graduating.
I didn't get
class
jack
alone.
squat.
Yeah, oh, yeah, exactly.
What'd you get when you graduated from the commencement speaker?
Ooh.
You don't even know who your commencement
Yeah,
speaker
exactly.
was.
Yeah, I don't even know if I was still
Who's-
listening. I
were
may have
you-
been. I may have been out the door after I got my
were
the
you even
fake
th-
diploma they
yeah,
hand you.
Were you even there, man?
Oh, I was there because I had my oh god, yeah. I was like, okay, my one shiny moment. All my family's here. My first in the family to graduate college, so certainly was proud.
That's
of
a big
that.
deal.
Big deal. I was certainly proud of that.
Right.
But first, let's talk about some music
Yeah.
Best concert of all time, and we're gonna talk about our dream concert. That we got to put up a lineup too. We're talking about our dream concert. The lineup. I want a lineup, and I want a location. You've been to all the, and it may be something maybe a place you haven't seen. You'd love to go to, and you haven't. That's mine. That'll be my dream concert. A place I've been there actually, but I haven't seen a concert there. We'll get into that.
Right.
Cool, but I'm going to go top 3 concerts. I kind of build up. I don't want to just go straight into my favorite concert all the time. I'm going to build into mine. So, Doc, have you been thinking about yours?
Of course. But now, what's funny, man? My concert list, dude. I saw a little I saw a little precursor of yours.
Yeah. Of who the people? Yeah.
And I just totally cracked up because, okay, what do I play? What's
jazz?
Yes, all
that bad jazz, baby.
All mine are jazz musicians.
Exactly. I was going to say exactly.
Right.
You're going to be the complete opposite spectrum of mine, and that's what I love about this.
It's so funny.
So
man.
we can cover two different things
gosh,
here.
It's so funny. Not that. Hey, I saw your list and it's good.
I put because I wanted the people. And let's go through this first. People we've seen, just so we can see the plethora. And thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Father, for being the person you were and getting me into music. But then obviously being a disc jockey when they were disc jockeys.
Right. That's right.
And he knows music forever ago. And of course, then he's got to do all these concerts anyway. So I'm going to him. Oh my gosh! But yes, Three Dog Night. I remember that was my first concert ever. I ran into someone.
I can't even believe you brought up Three Dog Night. Come on, man.
To the world. I'm not even.
Listen, man, that's like before your time.
Big time. That was the first concert I remember, and one of the reasons why was because I was running around. Of course, it's a magical little for the radio station he worked for, and of course they had the VIP area next door. It was the amphitheater. I forgot what it was called at the time, but it's right there on the river in Little Rock. The amphitheater. It's a lot like the Gexa or whatever it is here that we. It's a nice amphitheater outdoor, but right by the river. Anyway. Running around out there with the kids and whatever. Me and this one kid are just beelining right for each other. Did not play, almost like playing chicken, but boom, head to head collision. His poor ass went down on the ground and is literally crying. My dad was like, "You're a hard ass head," but literally, I'm like, but I'll never forget. I mean, it hurt for sure. But he's like down and crying, and I felt bad. But so first concert, obviously remember that Three Dog Night, Kansas. Seen U2, which was great. Sting, BB King. So a little shout out to your side.
Nice.
Hall & Oates, the Eagles. One of my favorites growing up, and this was probably at the time my favorite of all time because I had this 3 or 4 year obsession of Leonard Skinner. So my dad got me third row seats of Leonard Skinner and ZZ Top, which was
the original Leonard Skinner.
Yeah, right. I wish if I could go back in time. That's the only way that's happened, and that would be cool.
Yeah.
Elton John, Janet Jackson, Britney Spears. Mine's all pop. Janet Jackson, Britney Spears, Jimmy Buffett, Red Hot Chili Peppers was a great concert. More on the rap side, which just was a crazy good concert, and these are big stars. It was a Kanye West, Rihanna, and NERD nerd concert. That was so cool. John Mayer, Foo Fighters, a good plethora of rock and pop and.
Yeah, I thought. Am I dreaming this? But did you have Britney Spears on your list?
That's what I said. Britney Spears.
Oh, you did say
I
that?
was obsessed with. There was another talk about Leonard Skinner with music. I was just obsessed with her as far as I love Britney. So I saw her twice.
Yeah, and it had nothing to do with music.
No, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. So, all right, let's listen to a little rundown of the great names I know you've probably seen.
Oh my! Well, all jazz.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. I shouldn't say that. I grew up. I was liking bands. I liked the classic bands like Tower Power.
Okay, wow.
Tower Power, Chicago.
Love
Early Chicago.
Yeah, exactly, because they do have that fluctuation.
I'm talking about real Chicago.
It's late 60s, mid to early 70s was great.
Right.
And then late 70s, especially in the 80s, it totally just was not
right.
the Chicago. And then they changed band members, so.
Right. Blood, Sweat, and Tears.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Right?
There you go. Okay.
So
but I do love some Chicago. All the horns, all the lift.
Gosh.
Oh,
Right. But I, gravitated toward jazz at a young age. And so I was going to concerts like Ray Charles.
Oh, wow. Oh, jeez.
Right. Now,
I've
seen Ray a couple of times.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, man, that's hard to beat right there.
Well, I've only got one name that's what I said. I got upcoming this year with the Paul McCartney. Other than that, I got nothing on my list that's going to, or U2 maybe, that's close to right. But yeah, there's nothing, that's huge, brother.
Yeah.
I mean, Ray Charles?
The best.
The
best.
I mean, they only made a massive movie about it. It was up for Oscars
right.
and stuff.
Yeah.
So all right, let's get into and coulda, woulda, shoulda. This probably would be up there. They came to Little Rock multiple times, and I think they came anyway. Rolling Stones. Oh, I wish I would have saw them. And Aerosmith, they came through in the '90s a couple times, and I wish I would have seen them in Little Rock, and especially in their heyday when they sound. Even my prime band when they really could put on a show.
Right.
Any woulda, coulda, shouldas for you?
Man, I thought you would have liked Black Oak, Arkansas, man.
Well,
Come
I do like
on,
some
man.
Black Oak, Arkansas.
Jim Dandy to the
Yeah,
rescue.
right. Oh my God, my dad is gonna love hearing that right there. Oh my gosh, for sure. And a guy named he's not listening, but Lynn Edgerton, who I used to work with at a radio station in Little Rock, he brought that. That's great.
Yeah.
Black Oak, Arkansas.
Right? Were they like a big band? Did everybody in
I would say
Arkansas?
big,
Did
but-
everybody love them in Arkansas?
Big in Arkansas would be Johnny Cash.
Oh, okay. All
Glenn
right.
Campbell.
Okay, well, good.
But look, you didn't get any
Right,
bigger than that.
right.
I mean, they're from Arkansas. Not you wouldn't think that, but boom, they're both from Arkansas and definitely represented, especially Glenn Campbell. But yeah, I mean, those are your two biggest.
He's like a
studs.
king there, wasn't he?
Oh, stud, super king. I mean, Glenn Campbell, the acting he did too.
Yeah, right.
You got Johnny Cash. I mean,
Right.
Anyway, but yeah, those were probably the two household names when it comes to music. When our all-time Arkansas, I'd say that people just love tying to, especially good old boys. Oh no, Johnny Cash from Arkansas. I'm like, a lot of people will remember that. Oh, D-Light, Arkansas.
No
it's
kidding.
either him or Glenn Campbell. I can't remember which one it is, but they're from D-Light, Arkansas.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Both of them were from small towns, which is really crazy.
Wow.
Super close calls. This great shows. Garth Brooks, which is crazy. I saw these guys almost back to back. It was like 2 or 3 weeks apart
Now,
in December of 2014.
I would imagine that's a fun concert, right?
Oh man.
I bet that's a fun
Dude,
concert.
put on a show.
Yeah,
And that's
right.
why it was so close to, honestly, just what is that? Nostalgic for the other ones. Well, probably for 3. They're really almost 3 A, B, and C with these. But point being, Garth Brooks, and then 2 weeks before that, I've always had kind of a man crush on him, and he does put on an amazing show because he dances, and no one to me dances and sings is better. Him in this generation, it was Michael Jackson before that, could actually dance and sing at the same.
Right.
But Justin Timberlake, he puts on a show. He didn't go out there and you could see, he's not lip singing. He is singing the whole time.
Yeah, you know what?
He's out there dancing his ass. I mean, he is dancing his ass off.
And
I mean,
you know who changed all that, right? You just mentioned the name.
music people and his talent for music.
He changed everything.
I mean, and just, it was
You know,
ridiculous.
just like you last week, we were talking about how Tiger Woods changed the sport of golf.
Exactly.
Michael Jackson changed that.
Bruno Mars now. You got all these people that are now emulating that.
You can't help but to watch any of them and go, man.
Yeah.
Michael.
Oh, yeah.
You see Michael
Yeah, you
Jackson.
see a little bit, exactly.
Of
But
course.
yeah, so, and those 2 were great. Here's my top 3. Do you have any close calls that almost made? Do you even have a top 3?
They're all close. They're
Yeah.
all close calls. Yeah, I can give you a top 3.
All right. Well, let's go.
Go to yours and then
All
I'll.
right,
Then,
all right. Top 3. 2000. I'll never forget. What used to be called the Smirnoff Center, which is crazy to think. And came from Little Rock. I was heading into my senior year. Favorite band at the time was Blink-182. And Green Day was probably my favorite band in the 90s, probably-ish, close to being up there. So they're at the time probably my 2 favorite bands. And then Jimmy Eat World, who really became established with a few different songs. Ridiculous concert. And what topped it off was Blink ended it. What topped it off was we came down as kids, 17-year-olds. We all went to the concert by ourselves. Well, came down one of the moms came, like Caleb Schmeckenbecker. I hope he starts listening to Stud and Dub. Anyway, his mom came down, and anyway, they came down. Her and Larry. I think Larry is his father-in-law. So you get my point. I'm
Right.
just trying to give some good shout-outs. But anyway,
Right.
so we came down. They're the parent figures, but we had a great time. Went to Six Flags. Concert was that night. Went to however it worked out. Regardless, our seats were in the lawn. We got the cheap seats. Well, us being kids, we're going to sneak up and try to find some empty seats. However, we luckily find the exact amount of seats just sitting there. No one ever came to claim them. No one.
no one.
So we got to sit in underneath the under part, and we're that much closer now. And then now back to what made it amazing, and you've seen other drummers do this, but at the end, Blink closed, and their drummer, oh my God, I said Rob, what is his name? Oh my God, Tyler, something Travis.
Come on, man. You'll think of it.
Oh my gosh.
Come on now.
Oh my gosh, something Travis. I cannot believe I'm having a brain fart, but I am. But regardless, they're an amazing drummer. They put him up on, like, where they pull, because I know, I think Tommy Lee's done this too, but they put him on, somehow he's secured on his drum set. They then escalate, or, pull him up over the mosh pit, and then the whole set itself starts doing flips. So he's doing a drum solo, and the whole thing is flip. I mean, he's literally doing this, Doc. Literally doing this. And I am just like, oh my God. It was the coolest thing you'd ever see, especially at 17 years old. So that's number 3 for me. It was, and still one of the best, and it was at the time was the best con. That had now jumped to the number 1, but still great memories. Travis Parker. Oh man, this is gonna kill me. Anyway, it will. 2017. Kind of little backstory for this. Oh, and I guess a concert that never happened was Blinken Park, and the reason for this, 2017, the year before I got to know you, summer before last, obviously. Anyway, So Blink-182, which I just mentioned, and now Linkin Park, which Linkin Park's probably any of their shows would have been because they put on a show. It sounds just like their album times a million because they sing. They not only sound that good and sing that well, but just their energy. I tell anyone, I remember people would hate on them back and oh, Linkin Park. I'm like, go see them live. Like, you cannot wait. And I would turn so many people on, like, they'd go see them live, and you would just be like...
You know, that's something, because a lot of times, especially in the pop genre and rock genre, when you see bands live, a lot of times you're disappointed.
Yeah, because they're not a true musician. Like, anytime you see a jazz music, you're not going to go to a jazz concert, you're going to be blown away.
Correct.
Because they are true musicians.
Correct. What you've heard on recordings is what you're going to get in concert.
If not even 10 times, like I was just saying.
Right, exactly.
So anyway, Blink-182 and Linkin Park decided to put on a two-show thing together called Blinkin' Park, and they were going to do one at Hershey Park in Pennsylvania, the other one at MetLife Park, I think it's called, where the New York Mets play in New York.
Nice.
Instantly, and I'm getting goosebumps. And luckily, I got the early VIP sale. I got it, so I got tickets immediately. I got tickets because they did the whole they didn't do rows. They just did the whole floor, the field itself
Right.
It's just all open entry. There's no seats. So I was like, I definitely want that. I want to be on the field where the Mets play. And then be that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then be as close as I can. Well, my two favorite bands, Blink-182 and Linkin Park. For the most, since I can name old school bands that I love probably just as much, but since I've been alive, those are probably 1A, 1B, or 1A. You get my point. Those are my two faves. And now they're putting on a show together. Well, literally a week beforehand is when Chester Bennington unfortunately takes his own life, and I have not cried that much since my dog passed in my arms. Right. Oh, it killed me. I'll never forget because Tommy, my brother, had in his lifetime was his big artist. What point was Nirvana, and so and not everyone always has it, luckily. But in each generation there'll be a few artists, obviously each year it seems like, that take their, not each year, but every once in a while take their, you have to deal with the tragic ending to one of your favorite artists, and
it's far too common.
Yeah,
in the pop and the rock.
Exactly. At that point, I remember Tommy having to deal with Kurt Cobain and Nirvana, and now it happened to me, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe that. And I'm just, it still to this day hurts me. I hate it, knowing that I'll never get to see them live again, essentially. It probably won't. Linkin Park together, especially full, because now, he's gone.
Right.
So now they've canceled that. We've already booked a trip up there, so we still have to go up there, and we do they do this cool all over the world the day of that concert. Or no, that was when they did that one. But they did these little memorials all over the world right after he died, and they did one right at the park. So I went to that, which was cool. I joined that at the park. So I went to the outside, but the tickets were reimbursed. You didn't go inside. It was just this little thing you do on the outside. Right. So I literally took like a 45-minute sub, because the sub it takes forever to go anyway. Still had a great time in New York. Avery's never been. It was my second time, so definitely I love New York City. My favorite city.
That would have been
a
great concert, man. You would have.
So back to my number two, and it was along. But point being, what they did was they did a tribute show for Chester. So in L.A. in October of that year, and it's probably my coolest venue I've been to, is the oh man, another brain fart. I want to say the Rose Bowl. Oh my gosh, the Hollywood Bowl. The Hollywood Bowl.
Yeah,
my gosh, the Hollywood Bowl. Got a cool shot glass there and memorabilia because the Hollywood Bowl's infamous. It's been around, but it's famous. It's been around for 100 years, literally, right around now.
Saw Chuck Mangione there.
You went to the Hollywood Bowl?
Saw Chuck Mangione.
Wow, there you go. So I saw a tribute show there, and it is number 2 on my list because they pulled out artists from, I'm sure you remember, Alanis Morissette in the 90s, all these different artists from all over that came in to help fill in for Chester's maybe part or sing. Blink-182 came and they did a song. There were so many different artists that came, and it was they did a 3-hour play. It was like 3.5-hour show. Wow. It was the coolest thing, Doc, and be at the Hollywood Bowl, that beautiful surroundings. Yeah, right. It was beautiful.
Awesome.
So number 2 is there, just as how obviously that's huge to me. But number 1, because it was the first time we'd both ever seen Coldplay, so it's Coldplay, 2016 at the AT&T Stadium. What really set this off is because Avery's never seen them. It's her favorite band of all time. Like, that is her number 1. Never seen them. So I like I do with all these tickets I get. Like this year, I get tickets, don't let her know where we're going to sit. So when we get there, because I always get some pretty good tickets, I make sure I do. Because luckily now you can usually pick where you're sitting. These sold out so fast I couldn't get them. So I had to buy them on secondary market. So when I bought them at almost literally probably $50 over face, 50, not that much. I was like, that's fine with me. Regardless, you didn't know where your seats were going to be. Well, I find out their seats 1 and 2. They have that big catwalk. So they're on the floor of where now I've been on, which I've been on the floor. There wasn't no big deal to me to see a concert that close. Right. I forgot what row we were on, but it was where the catwalk came out. And then it has that little fat circle where they all kind of can come out. And,
right.
Well, of course, point being, I get seats 1 and 2, and I see where they are. They're right there where that catwalk comes out and where it fattens up.
Wow.
Avery has no idea where our seats are. We're walking down there. It's like, where are we at? I'm like, oh, closer. Come on. Oh, keep coming. So then we get to like here's the aisle and here's the catwalk and our seats are right here.
Wow.
That she immediately she just so pumped. Like me, I'm speechless. Can't even talk. So eventually he's finally coming down, right? You know, he comes down, got to. So boom, and they let you rush right over there. And so he's right there. I mean, she's pretty much getting a touch. Chris Martin, lead singer, Coldplay. So everyone's freaking out. She goes, Chris! I have it on video. So I'm recording this. I have this on video. I wish I should have pulled it out. Chris! She posted it afterward. As soon as he says Chris, right? I mean, it was almost simultaneously because I have it on video. He's like already coming around like this to her. And she's saying Chris and looks right at her and points at her in mid-song and is singing.
Wow.
I mean, getting goosebumps. Like points at her and singing and then keeps rocking.
Did she shove you out of the way or anything?
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I go fly back with the camera. No. But they did a lot of sets down there, you know, pulled the piano, so we're that close to Coldplay, which that's the closest I've ever been to any real true artist really like that. And for her to be that close, we're about to get married, we're about to get engaged because I was just about to propose to her in October, which, you know, I knew I was, you know, about to go get the ring, and this was August of 2016. So, yeah, that was one of the cool, and they put on, obviously, to be number one, not only that moment, but they put on, it sounded so great. Like all these other ones, that's why they're up there. I mean, but man, it was just
It's awesome.
so beautiful.
Yeah.
Like they give you these cool wristbands that go with and so everyone's got them. You've got 100,000 people in this massive stadium. It was in this light. Oh, it was phenomenal. I mean, not by far, but it's definitely the best concert I've ever been to. Number one would have been the tribute if Chester was there. You know what I mean?
Right.
I hate that so much.
Yeah,
That'd probably be number one.
Right.
But that was or at least 1A, 1B. But let's get to you. What's up with yours, Doc? Give me a
Yeah,
little run
totally
through.
different experience, right?
Right?
Man?
Yeah.
I mean, coming with the jazz world, you know, and I saw, you know, I've seen bands like the Chicagos and the Doobie Brothers with Tom Johnston, Michael McDonald.
Ooh, yeah.
You know,
That voice too,
Oh,
live. I
oh,
couldn't
right.
imagine, especially
Awesome.
back in 70s or 80s.
but. You know, if I have to put together my favorite concerts, you know, they're all going to lean toward toward the jazz side.
Let's give me number 3.
So number 3, it's a close call. It's there's a couple. So I got a tie for number 3.
Kind of like me, yeah.
I got a tie.
It's kind of hard. You got to put them in there. You know, there's some that are so good.
Okay, what this is going to? You won't even know who this is, man.
Okay.
George Shearing.
Nope, haven't heard of it.
George Shearing.
All right.
All right, let me tell you why this is a great.
Yeah.
George Shearing was an awesome jazz pianist.
Gotcha.
Okay.
What year is this when you saw him?
Maybe 1984-ish.
Okay, so the year I was born. You're rocking out.
85-ish.
Mr. Shearing.
Right, George Shearing.
All right.
And now here's what made this concert great. It was going to be George Shearing on piano, Brian Torf on bass. Now the jazz folks that are listening right now, they know who these guys
They're
are.
probably creaming. They're going, ooh, that sounds good.
Oh my
Ooh,
God! Yeah, George. Oh, George.
Yeah, that's a dream concert.
Oh, that's
right,
right.
yeah.
That's number 3. It
Yeah.
should be right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But here's what made this concert interesting. It was a duo. George Shearing and Brian Torf at that time were doing a lot of duo work and touring together.
Yep.
And Brian Torf, when he got to Chicago, discovered that his bass, his upright bass, had somehow mistakenly got shipped to Phoenix,
Wow.
Arizona.
Okay.
So freaking that his instrument, now again, jazz musicians can appreciate this because their instrument is like
live.
it's like alive.
Like a
Yeah, you're not just gonna go, hey, we'll play this bass instead.
it's
know?
like, what do we call? Oh my God. It's like a millennial with their cell phone.
Correct. Correct. That's a great analogy, right? So he freaked. He immediately said, you know, do not touch that bass. Leave it in Phoenix. He got on a plane and flew to Phoenix. So now it leaves George Shearing by himself,
Yeah.
right? Well, George Shearing came out and played a concert that was supposed to be a dual concert. So keep this in mind that probably all the set list, all the tunes that they were going to play have been rehearsed and practiced
Exactly.
as a duo.
Yeah.
As a duo. George Shearing walks out on stage. No one knows this at the time in the audience that.
Like you're sitting there, I have no idea.
So George Shearing comes walking out, and I'm sitting there thinking, where's Torf?
Yeah.
Where's this guy?
Yeah.
Right? And George Shearing announces on the microphone, he explains that, unfortunately, I'm sad to announce that Brian's instrument was shipped to Phoenix, and Brian took off
to go get his baby girl.
Yeah,
right.
So he said, "So you're basically stuck with me for the evening."
Yeah.
So initially, it's kind of a letdown because you're thinking, "Wow, that's a drag, man. I wanted to see
Yeah.
George sharing with Brian Torf."
Yeah.
And but anyway, the fact that he actually, on the spur of the moment, got thrown into a
Solo act, yeah.
a solo act as opposed to a duo,
Yeah.
and he actually performed close to 3 hours solo piano
Wow.
to make up. He said he
Yeah.
told everybody, "I promise you, I will."
Yeah, because he's got to feel bad.
Yes,
Yeah.
I promise you, I will make this up to you. You're going to enjoy the concert.
Yeah.
And so now, again, as a jazz musician, anybody listening as a jazz musician knows, man, dude, to sit down solo on stage, you and your instrument,
Yeah.
and to play for that long and have the crowd totally in the palm of your hand, man, that's some serious playing, and that was an awesome concert.
That's awesome.
It was fabulous.
Number 3.
Tied
for number 3.
That's number 3, and probably tied with that. I would have to say, well, there's a couple ties for that. Ella Fitzgerald.
Wow.
Ella Fitzgerald live in concert was tremendous, and she did about another 3-hour stint.
That's
that
nuts.
was
that's unheard of these days. I mean, you get my point. When you get to 3 hours for the main set.
Yeah, they had to actually.
Nowadays it's like an hour and a half ish, 2 hours if you're lucky.
Yeah, they had to actually pull her off the stage.
Yeah. I was watching this real quick skit on and probably did that a lot back in the day. That's maybe why they did this skit, but on SNL, that was one of the, because we didn't anymore. SNL, the writing's terrible. Anyway, it was hilarious. It's called Electric Shoes, and it just made me think of that. Electric shoes, they make you move, and it's just a song they made up. Yeah, this guy did the whole end of the story is like this. He ended up doing 100 encores that night. Well, they were trying to get to the main girl. He ended up doing however many on, and kept going back to that. And electric. It was hilarious.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, but it reminds me of that when they had to pull him off. Dude,
you're done.
You have gone long.
Yeah,
we really appreciate it,
but you're done.
You're done.
We're locking up.
Yeah.
So Ella Fitzgerald with Jimmy Rolls on piano. Oh my gosh, another one of my favorite jazz piano players. It was awesome. She had a whole quartet with her. And then along the same line, Sarah Vaughan, another great vocalist with Ramsey Lewis on piano. Oh my gosh, come on, man. Now, again, very different, right? These are jazz settings, right?
Yeah.
So number 2 would be Ray Charles.
Gotcha.
Saw him a couple different times.
Wow,
and Ray Charles.
Always put on, I'm sure, an amazing show.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so the number 1, gig.
Number 1, my favorite jazz piano player of all time, Mr. Oscar Peterson.
Oh, really?
Now, he is, again, to the jazz world, come on, Oscar Peterson. They don't get any bigger than Peterson. He was a force to be reckoned with on piano. So I would just tell everybody, if you don't know who Oscar Peterson is, YouTube him and watch some videos of this guy playing jazz piano in concert. Absolutely
phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, blow you away.
Phenomenal. But what makes that concert my favorite concert of all time is not only because of his just...
Where'd you see? Where was this at? Where'd you see him?
Believe it or not, this was at the University of Iowa, where this concert was held in their fine arts facility, which is a beautiful venue, venue. And Oscar Peterson was, in fact, I'm stunned that I don't even know how they pulled that off.
Yeah.
But I actually took my father to that concert.
Yeah.
Right, to see Oscar Peterson. And what was hilarious, my dad's a Johnny Cash guy. You know, he's like a Johnny Cash,
Arkansas
Willie
baby.
Nelson.
There you go.
He did he's a country music boy.
That's good, yeah.
Right? So here I drag him to see Oscar Peterson, the
Yeah.
greatest jazz piano player of all time at the University of Iowa, right? I'm sitting in my seat there. I'm just totally blown away, totally immersed. Can't believe what I'm hearing. I'm looking around.
Your dad's sleeping.
You got it. I look over at Dad next to me. He's like,
he probably got so relaxed with that piano. He was like, "This is so relaxing."
So my dad sleeps. My dad sleeps through Oscar Peterson. Right.
That's
this is just a
great.
great. So on the way out, I'm going Dad, was that phenomenal or what?
Yeah.
That was just absolutely unbelievable. My dad goes, I don't know. He said my dad goes, he hit a couple clinkers. I said, That's what he calls them, right? Like that's what he would call it. Like if you hit around a couple clinkers. I said, Dad, how would you know if he hit a couple clinkers?
Yeah.
You were sleeping. So I called him out on it.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say anything,
Yeah.
right? I was going to let the sleeping go. Like
Yeah.
I wasn't going to try, make him feel bad.
Yeah.
But when he actually accuses my favorite
Yeah.
Seattle player of all time of
I'm supposedly hitting the wrong key.
hitting some
Here or there.
Right. I had to call him out on it. I said, Dad, how would you know, man?
Yeah.
I said, you slept through the whole thing. He said, how would I know? Every time you hit one, it woke me up.
That's hilarious. So you never know.
So anyway,
Good argument.
so I've been to like tons of jazz concerts, but I could the list could go on and on.
Yeah.
But man, those are probably if I
All right,
had
so
to,
let's go dream concert. Let's get right in it for you. If you could make one dream concert set list, where would it be?
oh my gosh,
I said a set list, but who you have, who's performing? I should say. You know
I
what
think
mean?
some of the classic. The giants in jazz would definitely, the Miles Davis, John Coltrane, Bill Evans, Art Blakey, and I'd love to see them in a classic venue like in New York City, like at Birdland.
There you go.
Charlie Parker, Dizzy Gillespie.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. If those would be my dream. I mean, I grew up listening to these
Yeah.
on recordings,
Yeah.
reading stories about these giants in jazz.
Yeah.
So it would be
An
fun-
honor, I'm sure.
Oh my gosh, it would be
right?
phenomenal. And to then see them in a very intimate setting,
Mm-hmm.
jazz club, like in a New York City, like a Birdland, would be just fabulous.
There you go.
Yeah.
Would you take it back to like a certain time period to see them back in the day, or would you rather it be now?
No, I'd like to see them in that time period in their prime.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know if you'd
Yeah.
like to see that old, the old
Yeah,
school
that's like going back.
setting is my point.
Yeah, that would be like, what that would be? It'd be like saying, do you want to watch Muhammad Ali box when he was, 70 years old, or would you want to watch him?
Well, I know you want to see them in their prime, but do you want like would you rather it be like current setting or like old school?
Old school.
That's what I'm saying.
Definitely.
Old school,
Absolutely.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I want to be old school.
Yeah, because that's a different. I mean, I could see where I'm about to see mine. It could be really any year. It really
Yeah.
wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that that would be a totally different setting.
That's
back
right.
In the 40s, 50s,
Because there's
60s
something
compared to
correct. Right.
2020.
Right. And that would be like, going back to the Muhammad Ali example.
That would be cooler. Yeah,
I'd like to see him as like Cassius Clay
Yeah,
when he was
in the 50s or like whatever 60s, whenever that was.
Right.
Early, instead
right.
of the 70s.
Man, that would be just like.
And even seeing it then, like the Rumble in the Jungle, seeing it then versus
Right.
now would be so much cool. Now people
Right.
are bringing knives and trying to stab people.
Oh my
Who knows what
gosh.
would be going on.
Right.
Like the fact that happened then and everything. Anyway.
Right.
Now my great setup of because I did more of a lineup. Obviously, it's gonna be different artists. You could just probably have all day long, just having them just nonstop
Oh my
come
gosh.
out. You don't care who finishes, who ends.
Right. That's right. That's exactly right.
Mine would be essentially kind of dream car, almost kind of like Blinken Park, but we'll get into that. But all time, Red Rocks, I have to have it at Red Rocks Amphitheater. Like that was what I mentioned earlier in the show where I've been multiple times. I'd love to see it. And everyone probably that I'm about to mention, not everyone, but most of them have played there probably, I'm sure. And I'd love to see them there. So Red Rocks, late October, obviously, like, October 11th, 12th, 13th, my wife's birthday, my birthday,
Nice.
our anniversary.
Nice.
Also, then, guess what? It's going to be like 60, I was thinking, it'll be 67 degrees outside, too, on top of the fact. Beautiful night. So we got a beautiful night of stars above us.
You got it going.
The beautiful, are you
See,
kidding
you got
me?
it. You got it
Yeah.
all dreamed out there.
And now, someone who I love, who I know he's not probably, classical, yes, but just some of his music I do love so much, and the way he would mix it up, these two artists. I'd love to see Beethoven and Jimi
Ooh.
Hendrix
Ooh.
open up. And so they just get, after that,
Ooh,
you're
see.
amped. You're just, you don't know. You get
I
my
love it,
point.
man. You're pulling in a little class. Look at
Yeah,
you. Look
but
at you.
but I
showing
love
some-
Jimi Hendrix. He was my favorite guitarist growing up. Talk about those dear. Luckily, because my dad with the classic rock station that he worked for, so I was Leonard Skinner for a time. And Jimi Hendrix, I loved all that old school stuff. And the closer, you'll see, I would to see them live back in the day. And I'll set the setup. But anyway, Beethoven, Jimi Hendrix doing some kind of mixed mashup. Oh, dude. Then right after that,
That would be very interesting.
getting my Blinken Park. Blinken Park actually happens. That's what Blinken Park literally actually happens. Maybe Jay-Z, because Linkin Park and
Right.
Jay-Z did a cool little mashup in the early 2000s. Then Jay-Z comes out and does some of his cool little rap with them. Dude, oh my God, now I'm really on the edge of my seat. But now just send me over the edge so I can go home like this. I'd want to see Pink Floyd played the whole Dark Side of the Moon album with the monitors playing The Wizard of Oz.
No Britney Spears.
She'll be in the stands for this, I bet. Sure, that or in Las Vegas still performing, but no. No Britney. I don't even care about seeing
right.
her. But man, we did that back in college. Have you ever done that before? Watched Wizard of Oz and played the whole album of Dark Side of the Moon?
Oh, I have not.
Have you heard of that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Definitely. We probably did that. It became a big thing because they knew we were doing it over at
right.
our house. So we probably did it like 5 or 10 times at about a month period one year in college because we did it. We're like, oh my God, this is so cool. And so everyone's like, you got to come. Next thing you know, we had one that was like 20 people watching Dark. We had Dark Side of the Moon playing, all the lights off, watching Wizard of Oz. Oh, dude, it was cool. But yeah, to see that would be so cool live to see them play that. I love that album. I mean, I could listen to that whole thing, even to this day. This was crazy to think, as a 19, 20-year-old kid in college, I am jamming out Pink Floyd.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
In 2004 or 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would love to see them play that, and with that in the background, with the stars above you. Oh man, that setting, that would just be so. To have all those different highs and lows. The point being, I would want a concert where I'd feel every emotion.
I mean, you have to have a cameo by Black Oak, Arkansas in there.
Oh, probably so. They come out. They could be the opening
for
band.
your dad at least.
Yeah, exactly.
Jim Dandy do the rest.
Exactly. But I would want a concert. My point, you get so many. I would want to cry. Blink and part of cry. You know, I want to cry. I'd want to laugh. I'd want to jump up and down and scream. I'd want all of that.
You want food there? How about
Dude.
what kind of food you're going to be enjoying when?
At a concert?
Yeah.
I don't even care. Here's what's so funny. When I go to a concert, I can't remember the last time I've eaten food at a concert.
See, now in the jazz venue, man, I'd be having a nice cold beer.
Oh, so yeah, I'm drinking some cold beer. But see, that's the thing is we always eat beforehand, so I go full. So I don't want to be eating there. I want to be enjoying even when I get on my phone because I want to record what's happening. I want to remember it more so. I'm like, put your phone down. I'll enjoy the moment, because I am so into the concerts I go to. I am so. So yeah, food, not it. Now football, or if I say football, sporting venue, doc, we're a totally different. Hey, especially the pro games, all the different foods that they have. Oh my gosh, like when we went to the Broncos game, and that's what sucks. Like I said, that's why I was having the stomach issues.
Right.
Oh my God, and I had to smell all that amazing food, and Avery's just over there destroying it. I'm trying to eat one fry at a time. Then I'm running to the bathroom. Whoa, come back out. Oh, it smells so. Why am I doing this to myself?
That would be a good show, man, to talk about what games, sporting events, what games would we, if we could, go back in time.
We're going to have multiple topics like this.
And see.
I just want to do a music one. I even brought it up to my dad, and Dad was like, that's actually a pretty good topic. Yeah. So we'll get to definitely. Hell
right?
Yeah.
If you could go to one game or two,
your top three sporting events all time, which ones you already, number one and probably two, I'm going to Super Bowl 32 and Super Bowl 33, then Super Bowl 50. Those are my top three. Maybe not so much. Maybe I'll throw in the Razorback Championship in 90. You know what I mean? But yeah, exactly. That is a hard argument because, which three if you go even just one?
Right.
Mine would be the first probably Broncos Super Bowl. We'll get into that another day, but man.
But think about that.
Oh, that is a good one. All right, let's get into some sporting talk.
Yeah.
And it's on behind us, college baseball. Postseason, the leading into the conference tournaments, UCLA has been dominating now with 9. They won last night, so they've won 9 straight. UCLA has number 1 in the country, so they've been dominating. Vanderbilt, same with them. They remain at number 2. They've won about 5 or 6 in a row. So Vanderbilt's been looking mighty fine lately. Okay, but this is what I want to get to, which I couldn't believe. I forgot SEC because I forgot Georgia was so good this year. 4 of top 7 teams are from the SEC, and they all have 40 wins. I mean, that's crazy.
SEC,
to think.
Man.
Wow, pretty good baseball teams.
That whole, yes, that it's unbelievable.
And
all of them.
Even
the worst baseball team in the SEC is the best. Is
really a pretty good baseball team. Like we were talking about Alabama, which we brought up before. I mean, they're 10, 15, however many games over, at least 50. I think whatever it was, over 500.
Correct.
A good team, a decent team. Even the Pac, like I said, the Pac-10 now 10. I always want to say 12. No conference tournament for them. Why I say that because it's the Pac-10 now essentially, but it's the Pac-12. But you get my point. They only have 10 teams, so that's why they don't have a conference tournament. So Stanford though. They are number 2, which funny, one of the teams your son also was looking at was there. Yeah, that's a bomber. Oh, no. Right. Arizona State.
Yes.
That's one of your teams your son you're talking about was looking at. They actually beat Stanford last night.
Yeah.
And they're pretty good. That's what you're talking about. Even
they're a good team.
That's my point. Even the bottoms of the bottom for the most part in the Pac-10 are pretty, or 12.
You know I'm
too.
going to be at the College World Series, man. Did you know that?
You're going?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Why are you going? Y'all just go?
Well, my middle boy, Fulton, his select team is playing a baseball tournament in Omaha during the College World Series.
Look at you.
So part of that tournament, man, we go up there. I get to watch him play and cheer him on.
Dude, that's awesome.
And then the two of us.
And guess who else you can hopefully be cheering on?
Man, that'd be great, man.
The Hoggies, baby, which they lost last night, unfortunately.
So we'll be up there for an entire week.
That's awesome.
And and going to his games.
So we're gonna have to miss out on maybe doing a show.
Or we have to squeeze it. Maybe you'll have to come up there. We do the show from Omaha.
Ooh, that would be pretty cool. That'd be a cool stutter dud.
Stud and Dud from
I'm telling you,
College
from Omaha.
From Omaha.
And we could go try to gather, or it'd be so cool when we do something like that. Even like I said, when we go on the road, especially obviously if we definitely get spring training next year, doing like just little interviews, which will add to the show.
Right.
Just me doing goofy. I'll go up to them and get any of those,
Yes.
the players for any of the teams and just ask them goofy, send them into the chamber.
I wonder
of
if
questions.
you think a college guy would want to be on Stud and Dud?
Dude, are you kidding me? And we need to get her on. We'll bring her up. We need to get a certain golfer on soon. I know she's busy now. That's why I didn't want to bother it this week, but sometime soon we're going to get her on.
All right.
But back to the SEC tournament, double elimination. So today, here's what we have. Arkansas versus Ole Miss. Arkansas beat Ole Miss, which is crazy. Both these teams have played each other. But either one of these teams lose, they're done. So today we have Arkansas versus Ole Miss. I'll definitely be watching that this afternoon. Arkansas beat, like I said, Ole Miss on Wednesday 5-3. Also this afternoon we have LSU versus Mississippi State, which we see Mississippi State up here playing Vanderbilt. Well, Vanderbilt took the dub last night. So here in just a little bit, LSU versus Mississippi State will be underway. Mississippi State won 6-5 in 17 innings on Wednesday. Did you see that? Well, that game went forever, like to 1 in the morning or whatever it was.
I love it.
That was.
I love it.
You're talking about. That's a baseball.
I love that.
That was a great game. So great baseball being played. I know you're loving life right now.
Oh yeah.
Full swing into postseason.
Absolutely.
And this is when I'm really starting to love it because it's really on all the time too, and you're catching your team when you want to see them because they're always on TV.
Right.
Florida State. I have to bring this up though. Vandy and Georgia have not lost. Obviously, Georgia awaits the Arkansas Ole Miss winner, which Georgia just beat my Hoggies yesterday. Vanderbilt takes on the LSU Mississippi State winner.
Mm-hmm.
But Florida State, Mike Martin to retire. Remember I brought him up a few shows ago when I brought up Dave Van Horn getting 1,000 wins in Division I. And he's the one that I was mentioning. I was like, the guy at Florida State, I didn't know his name, or at least I forgot it. Mike Martin, 2,000 career wins. And he's finally retiring. But wow, 2,000 wins.
Quite an accomplishment.
Stud.
Yes.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of baseball on. We'll see. Hopefully my Hogs can get it together, at least maybe work their way back into the championship game. That would be nice. They definitely want to get a win today. I want them to get a regional and host a super regional. It obviously bodes well for teams that do that. So
yeah, it's exciting, man. It's amazing how many great teams won't be playing for the championship.
Oh yeah, and I know, right? And especially watch, say if UCLA somehow gets knocked out. UCLA, like I said, have won 9 straight, but they're led by their pitching. They lead the NCAA in total team pitching ERA 2.74.
Yeah,
they've had like 8 or 9 shutouts this year.
Here's what's great about this game here, man. This college game. You take these teams that are all competing right now. If 2 months from now you gathered all these same teams together and you played it again,
oh yeah,
you'd probably have a different champion.
Oh yeah, a lot different too. This team beats this team.
It's just
or
the way
whatever.
baseball.
Yep.
It's just the way baseball is. Unlike you take college football, the likelihood that Clemson and Alabama was going to play in the national championship game.
If they did that 10 times, it would be 7 times they probably make it.
That's
9, 8, whatever.
Exactly right.
Oh, the parity is what you're saying is
right.
very much more so in college baseball
Correct.
than it is. And even in college basketball, that's what I love about college basketball. You do that NCAA tournament, you telling me you don't do that? So, this
right.
5 times you're gonna have 5. I guarantee you're having 5 different winners.
That's exactly right.
Let's get to the NBA playoffs, which we had a sweep out west. I mean, it wasn't even real. They had one game, game 4, winning overtime.
That was sad.
God, it was
that was just sad.
Yes, maybe you would think like I said, if you think about it on paper and you hadn't seen the season, you're gonna say I would have said they're gonna win in 5 or 4, honestly. Now the season the Warriors had, you may not think that. That's the point. But that's my point. You just sweep the year away. Don't say that, but you just take the year away and go, this time last year, here's who's going to make the Eastern Conference Finals next year. Well, already in your head, you're going to go, hey, okay, one of them's the Warriors, isn't it? Yeah, anyway, so you get my point. But then if someone would have said to you a year ago right now, it's going to be the Warriors and the Trailblazers, who do you take in how many games? I would have said Warriors in 5. Probably wouldn't have said a full sweep, but I would have said probably Warriors in 5.
Right.
No doubt.
Right.
Even not knowing KD is going to, but you get my point.
Right.
But yeah, to go do that with KD, it was definitely an impressive four-game sweep, nonetheless. But yeah, you kind of saw that coming, especially after game 1.
They just rolled over, man. Trailblazers, even when they have an 18-point lead, man, they just roll over.
Yeah, that just wasn't much of a competition in the end. I thought it would be. I really thought that the Trailblazers in game 3 or 4 were going to start putting up a fight because they do have some talent.
And as much as I hate to say this, I don't see either one of the other 2 teams that are in it, either one of them beating the Warriors.
I think they can get a game or 2, especially if Kawhi. He gets that Jordan factor in. That's what it reminds me. We'll get into that in a minute. But he's been dominating on the Eastern side. But yeah, I can see them maybe getting a game in, maybe 2 games, getting it to 6. We'll see. Like you said, that's why they play the game.
I wouldn't even be stunned if it was another sweep.
I wouldn't be. No, I would not be stunned. Honestly, myself, I wouldn't be completely stunned. I wouldn't be anyone stunned. Probably anyone stunned at all. No, I'm right there with you. I'd probably,
As much as it pains me to say.
Well, that's why we were wanting the Nuggets to get there, and we wanted the Bucks overall in the end to win. We were kind of, I know that was probably more of our heart instead of our head talking, but there was a little head involved, and the Bucks were playing great. They were rolling right through, and then all of a sudden they were rolling right through this series. They had, like I said, let's get into that. So Eastern Conference, it's a massive battle on the Eastern side. Now the Raptors are up, winning 3 in a row, now up 3-2, and that's my point. Let's get back to Game 3, went into double overtime.
Yeah.
The Bucks had it. I mean, the Bucks had it, and then they lost it. If they win Game 3, like I was saying before the show, that series is pretty much done. They're up 3-0. That their Raptors may win that 4th game. You get my point. They're going to eventually just roll. You get my point. They may even push it to 6.
Does the series go back to Milwaukee now?
Yes.
Okay, so
it did last night.
It did last night.
It did last night.
So that was played in Milwaukee.
Yes, it was. That's my point. Yeah,
it's
they
not
won.
Looking good.
Yeah,
it's not looking good.
So that's why that game 4 to me, or no, yeah, Game 3 was the game was the series changer is what I'm saying. Like I said, went to double overtime. You win that one, it's definitely looking like the Bucks obviously are going to win. But yeah, that's a series changer. You win that in double overtime. Now you're getting the motivation. Then they came out and win Game 4 a lot with Kawhi kind of dominating the 4th quarter. And then last night he scored like 35, 40 points again, somewhere in that range. But he's just been blowing up, and that's what I was you can put down. He's proving to be a better player in the clutch over the MVP, Giannis, the Greek Freak.
Yeah,
Greek Freak hasn't been showing up nearly as much.
Correct. And based on what we've seen so far, I would say the best chance for the Warriors to be upset would be for the Raptors to go ahead and finish it out.
Oh, they have to in Game 6. And by the way, Game 6 is tomorrow night, Saturday. Game 7 if necessary, which would be great.
Does that make sense?
Memorial Day.
In other words, that momentum that come from 2
and then win 4 straight
going into the.
Yep. Oh yeah.
I think that's the best chance.
Yep. Certainly so. Yep. And like I was saying, back to Kawhi, love it that he is under the Jordan brand. That's another reason why I love, and just seeing how he, like I said, the game winner over the 76ers, just that kind of clutch game-winning shot, the way that went in, how he's performed in this series now.
Right.
Definitely proven to be a clutch player, and just kind of has not full Jordan effect. I mean, you've seen players, my point being like Dwayne Wade in the NBA Finals against the Mavericks, forever. Right. There are players that can get that heat for a series or two. So let's see if Kawhi, I mean, great player. I mean, I'm not saying, you know what I mean. He's obviously top 10 player in the NBA, but just to gather that super hot momentum that you can carry a team essentially, which Raptors have a little bit of talent, but nothing that's that deep to really commit to the talent that the Warriors have. I mean, the Warriors are so deep on us, especially when they're fully healthy. But that'll bode. We'll see what's up with DeMarcus Cousins. What's up with Kevin Durant? How healthy are they? I mean, I know it didn't really mean much in the last series, but I would say if the Raptors and the Trailblazers had a series, the Raptors are probably going to take that series. So my point being, the Raptors are a better team, especially with when Kawhi is getting hot as he is.
Right.
So we'll see. It's great that like I said, it's great basketball on one side. It was a sweep on the other, which is unfortunate. So I'm just ready for the finals really to see who can hopefully put up a fight against the Warriors. Like I said, Game 6 tomorrow night, Game 7 Monday, which will be a good Memorial Day game if we do get Game 7. We're checking to make sure we're still recording.
Yeah,
we look over.
I freaked out, man.
You have those.
I had a moment where I'm like, hey,
you can't see it as well from where you're sitting.
I'm like, hey, we are recording, right?
All right, let's get into it. The stud or dud segment.
Okay.
Start with a stud. We've got to. And the girl I mentioned earlier, Maria Fossey, we've got to get her on the show. I haven't heard if it's Fossey or Fossey. I've got to look to see if it's Fossey or Fossey.
You want to get that right, man.
Right. Wins the NCAA tournament and the golf title. I mean, are you kidding me? Wins the NCAA women's golf title.
She might be our first studette on the show.
And we're going to try to get you on. Don't you worry, Maria. You need to be our first studette. We would love it.
That would be awesome.
Brought that up. I sent it to Doc just so you know. Arkansas Razorbacks golf team and Maria. Send it straight to Doc. Send it to Bat. Send it to everyone. But I was like, dude, we've got to get this studette on the show. And that's what you said, obviously. But yeah.
Right.
So I'll try. And like you said, there is no try. And I said, I'll try. You said, there is no try. There's only do.
There's only do, man.
Come on, just like Yoda. And I said, and that's what I said. Then I was like, hey, even if I don't, I will do. But if I don't, at least I tried.
Well,
because I know, right? But I was like, hey,
Yoda would go just shake his head like, dude. Yeah.
But yeah. But here's what's so nuts.
You will not be a Jedi with that. That mentality.
I'm doing it. I'm doing as much as I can. But if I don't do, I tried.
Right.
I tried, Yoda.
Come on, man.
But the last day, the final round. Play suspension. She played through play suspension, wind, rain, 30 mile per hour wind. I was reading about.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Are you kidding me? And shot, what was it, 4 or 5 under? Yeah, shot 5 under that final round to win by 4 strokes.
That's pretty focused.
Dude, she is a studette. We need to get her on.
Yes.
So congratulations to Maria,
Yeah.
Especially being a hog. I'm wearing the shirt today in honor of not only the baseball team, but for her. Dude,
You just
wow.
need to make one call, man. Your connection's up there.
I got
Call
it.
them.
I'll get her on. But now here, and we talked about this last week. Key Young, I hope you're listening. Obviously, you should be. Key. Golf X Fit, by the way. Thanks
Yes.
for coming on last week.
That was
Seriously,
awesome.
super stud. What did we talk about last week? Here's one thing. She shot a bogey-free
Yes.
final round.
Yes.
I mean, are you kidding me? That was also with that 500. I shot a
Right.
bogey-free final round
Impressive.
in all that weather in play suspension.
That's
I'm telling you, play suspensions aren't easy. You're playing and playing in that weather, and then you have to go in and sit around. You might even eat a hot dog or something. Then you got to go back out, and that's not the easiest thing to continue
Right.
that momentum. Is my point.
You haven't shot bogey free even when the weather was perfect.
Never, and I haven't shot bogey-free probably even at a putt-putt golf course. And I have played pretty, good high school golf.
The windmill always gets you,
It
doesn't
gets
it?
me.
The windmill just crushes.
I get to 18, I'm like, bogey free. Here we go. I just got to
and
get
then
it
you
in
see the
two.
windmill.
And I just freak. I
It
get it
gets in
to
your-
a 7. A 7 on a par 2. I'm like, what's going on? I was bogey free. All right, let's get to the Dallas Brawler. Did you see this, Ezekiel Elliott? Did you see any? I mean, it kind of scuffed the headlines last week, thank gosh. And speaking of which, because he got handcuffed. But
what's
did you
the
see this?
deal?
Did you see the? Did you
I
see
just
the article?
I just saw a little
He's
rumblings.
at, and here's my thing. He's at an EDC festival in Vegas. Electronic, whatever it's in. You're at some,
Yeah,
that kind of
right,
stuff.
right.
DJs play,
Yeah.
which is great. Cool music, especially in Vegas. That's what they play a lot of. Love it. Gets you in the great mood. But what is Ezekiel Elliott doing at this? And without like a massive surrounding of bodyguards, so nothing is happening to him at all time. Like, hey, if I do anything stupid or anything happens to me, pull me away and get the goons that are trying to do stupid away.
Right.
And this had nothing to do with any other goons but himself. And here's
Right.
how this all started was when here's how it all started. Okay, let's get to this. He supposedly put his hands on he was with there. That's the only thing he was with his girl. I guess his girl. He was with a woman supposedly because this is where it all starts. He's with the woman, puts his hands on a woman. He's like blocking her. You can tell the woman's pissed off and she's trying to get away, and they're having a confrontation. Well, he's like keeps getting in her way and blocking her. Like, no, you know that whole kind of not being too, but confrontational enough to where the police parking kind of security guards have got to come over and do something about it. Well, when those guys are small. I mean, those guys are, especially the guy he knocked over. I mean, he's not anything over 6 foot. This guy's got to be. These are not big guys, so, and that's my point too. They're like little security officers for the parking lot or wherever because they're heading out to a parking lot. Well, so they kind of see something's going on, so they want to get make sure nothing crazy is going to happen. I don't even know if at the time if they know it's even Ezekiel Elliott, because a lot of people that like when this was getting recorded and Ezekiel's standing there because it was recorded, people were just walking by because Ezekiel Elliott isn't like if he's in Dallas, yeah, he's out in Las Vegas. I'm sorry, but no one's really going to know who Ezekiel Elliott is.
That's right. That's right.
So I don't even know if at first they knew who he was. So now one of the security guys, for whatever reason, I don't know what all happened exactly, but Ezekiel, I didn't do it. He keeps saying I didn't do anything. Is what reading the TMZ article keeps kind of now shoving into the security officer to where because he's a thick guy. He plays in the NFL, so you're a thick guy no matter even if you're on the bench. You are a thick guy, and you can knock some people over. Well, he just kind of muzzles his way into this little dude and knocks him right over on his butt. And of course, then for whatever reason, that's when the real police have to step in, and that's when they handcuff him. Nothing major happened there, no. Not at all. And the guy dropped the charges, so that's why there will be no charges, and probably why it didn't make headlines. Because I was like, it would be one thing if it was Ezekiel pushed his hand, he like knocked him over or hit him. He didn't. He just kind of shouldered him down, essentially, like saying, "Hey, man,"
right.
Which is certainly a dud move. Certainly a high school jock would have done to some nerd back in the day. It seems like, which is not what you want to portray the character to be. But it's just like, what are these buffoons, I'm sorry, but they are, doing Ezekiel Elliott at EDC festivals in June? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for a season you're about to have? I know it's, like I've said, it's a great thing to get out and have fun and experience life, especially when you're young. But my God, you're making millions of dollars. Can't you just wait till you're 35-ish to 40, and then you can go do you've made millions of dollars. You can go do anything. Well, if you're smart, you can go do anything you want when you want. You can go to these festivals. That's my point. It gets back to, hey, yeah, maybe surround yourself with people that are like, if anything happens, you pull me away, you pull them away. If you want to go. But my point is, don't go. Don't.
It's generational, right?
What's this?
This whole, let's talk about all the scuffles that Walter Payton had with the police.
Yeah.
Let's see, that would be, 0.
Yeah.
Let's talk about how many times Roger Staubach was like busted at some event doing things that he shouldn't be doing. Oh, wait a minute. That would be 0.
Yeah.
right? A lot of times, man, these athletes just think they're entitled. They can do whatever they want, whenever they want, wherever they want, to whoever they want.
Oh yeah.
And it's just, right? They haven't figured it out yet. They're just athletes.
Yeah.
Just like I'm just a musician.
Yes.
You're just stock trader and right. It doesn't come with built-in privileges that you can somehow be aggressive.
Yeah.
Towards.
Like if anyone's gonna have this, be like brain surgeons or like heart whatever, like because those people are really doing some crazy things,
right?
And saving lives.
But they, it just drives me crazy.
Oh, I'm right there with you. I
mean,
don't get it.
So don't get me started.
Oh,
man.
I know, but it's just stay away, guys. Most of them do.
How about focus on your career?
That's what I say. Yeah, like you got 2 months of the real season. You literally less than right at 2 months your season starting. I mean, right over 2 months from now, August. So. Right. Yeah, I don't get why. And like I said, why you're even at a festival like that makes zero sense. Why the Cowboys let that even happen? And I'm sure that, like I said, you can't hold every player. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like you just figure that they would have someone that he's not the punter. It'd be Ezekiel. He's your prime running back. Dallas Cowboys. You better have that's what I'm like. Why don't they just pay some dude like $50,000 a year to be like, hey, here's where Ezekiel's going. He's going to EDC Festival. I want to do something about. You know what I mean? Like just to let they know where they're at all times, because that's a lot of money that can happen. And one little snap right there and boom, he's especially after his pass from he didn't get charged with anything, but the NFL still suspended him for 4 or 6 games. Remember a couple of years ago so something like that happens again, one little snap. Now that's a second offense, so now it's going to be longer most likely this time. Correct. A lot of money out of the Cowboys' pocket.
Definitely a dud move.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Even though I guess they're saving money, because they're not going to pay him. But you get my point. You're losing money on the other end, and you're losing games most likely now. But anyway. Game of Thrones. Don't get these guys, and now I maybe think that maybe this season but no. I go back and forth on this. So here, the last episode, they left a water bottle behind. Someone had a water bottle behind. I'm like, so what in the world? Because like I said, I've been on sets, and there is no one ever has any drink. They're not like, hey, I need a drink. Hey, give me a cig real quick. Hey, I need my coffee. Where's my water at? Not ever once did that ever happen. Not once. And if they do, they walk off set and go get it real quick, and they come back over. They're not walking around with water bottles of water on set, not walking around with Starbucks. It blows my mind. So that's why I'm like, maybe the season was rushed and they did a terrible job. Because my point being, it brings back to what a petition that is on change.org now, have over 1 million signatures to rewrite and redo the final season.
No kidding.
Yes.
They're all disappointed.
For a lot of them are. Obviously, they got over 1,000 signatures. 1 million signatures. Trying to get to 3 million. It's not going to do anything because they're not going to remake it. Even some of the characters have come out, actors, and like, dude.
It was a big letdown, is what I've heard.
Yeah,
a major letdown.
Super letdown, I guess, for the final season. Yeah. I don't watch it, so I don't get it. I don't understand. I wish Key was here. We could get into that maybe another day when we have him back on. Like, hey, let's get into Game of Thrones. What happened in this final season? What are we missing? And I'll read into it but what?
I'll tell you what's not a letdown. Vandy, Mississippi State.
Oh yeah,
1-0 right.
Yeah,
now.
Right. Yeah,
that's not a letdown.
Baseball game
that ain't
right
a letdown, bro.
That's and it's going to be like that till 5 more innings. Let me let you know. I know how this one ends.
Right.
But I don't know how the Game of Thrones ends, or I don't know how it started either. But yeah, they definitely have had some hiccups, and like I said, I've been on sets before. If they were really, for whatever reason, maybe that's why they were allowing this stuff on set. I don't ever see that ever happening because you'd be seeing it in other TV shows. So I think that was just them just having fun with, and they come out, oh no, we didn't. I'm like, you didn't. You let it on. You saw. I'm done. Just goofiness. Well, I'm glad I didn't watch it because I would anyway.
Waste of time. Better time spent practicing the piano.
I was literally just saying, boom, exactly. Billionaire Robert Smith. This guy. I mean, who wouldn't want that every graduation commencement speech? A billionaire talking,
He gave a great gift, man.
And then giving a gift of a lifetime, saying, hey, all of you in attendance, and even the ones that aren't in attendance, aren't even going to graduate now because you got to come back to summer class and finish, when they still kind of give you but you're like 1 credit out. I'm going to pay off all your student loans and debt. $40 million worth. 400. That's crazy to think. Now, 40 students, $40 million. 400 students, $40 million. Yeah. That's what that equates to.
But I guarantee you there were some students there that had no student loans.
Or even had like $3,000 worth or something.
Right. And are complaining that, well, wait a minute.
Yeah. Can we just get a check?
Yeah. Come on, man. I don't have a student loan. So that's not, you know what the battle cry is? That's not fair.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's life, though. Life's not fair.
Right.
So you must have had a better privilege of, parents were better off, so or you just got student. You got
Even if you busted your butt and paid for it yourself, right? Yeah. You cannot get upset with one's generosity.
That ridiculous. And to think that one student I remember reading had over $200,000.
Wow.
Because I was reading the article that obviously they did multiple students, but one I remember reading, he was over $200,000 in debt, and he about to graduate. Was finishing classes, and he said he came home that weekend before graduation, was going through all his bills, and counted them all up, and over $200,000. He's like, this is going to cripple me for life. I'm like, this was great what I did and all, but now how am I going to repay $230,000 worth of?
That's depressing.
And now. That lifted all up. I mean, that's like literally, you've got to imagine, especially for him, that's like winning a $250,000 or $30,000 lottery.
Right.
So, congrats though to all those. I mean, and especially to Robert Smith.
Stud.
I mean, a long descendant of mine. I'm sure, hopefully, along down the family, maybe I can get some money from him.
Yeah, right.
Being a Smith, hopefully so. That'd be cool.
He'd be a long descendant, right? Because he's a black guy, right?
Hey. That they always wondered. You should see my dad's darker than me.
Okay, well, hey,
they always wondered, Dad, what are you? And he's always wondered. I don't know if it's an Indian. My mom had sex with a black guy. I don't know.
You better get the Ancestry.com, man.
I know. I need to do that. Everyone says that. I'm like, I really do.
You better.
But see, every time I think about that, I'm thinking
there may be some cash.
I'm just thinking those places are going, oh, thanks for your money. Yeah, you're 29% this, 4% that, 3%. I'm like, how do I know that's for real? All right, let's get on to literally. I shouldn't say get on to literally, because I don't want to get onto it. I hate that this week's show was great. But on next week's show, we got Around the Horn at Sports this weekend.
Oh, man.
We've got a lot of sports to watch.
It'll be awesome.
I know you got a lot of baseball, though, unfortunately. I mean, not unfortunately, because I know you're going to love it out there with the kids. But Indy 500 you're going to be missing maybe this weekend. Yeah. Women's Carl's World Series starts up. Right. French Open starts up this weekend. Right. We got sports all. We got tennis. We got softball. We got Indy racing. A lot of sports watch. So we'll go over that next week for sure.
Yeah, and I might have I'm working on another special guest, man, that I haven't even sprung on you yet.
Ooh,
I'll talk to you when the tapes are.
And we have one in the works too, by the way. Got a couple in the works.
Yes.
So Chef hopefully coming, a former NBA, a former Razorback. Hopefully we can get Pat Bradley on here finally.
We got some.
My dad's going to join eventually. He's Arkansas Hall of Fame.
We got to have your dad. We got to have your dad.
Oh, definitely will. Arkansas. I mean, that's what I told him. I forgot what he said the other day. I guess I'm big time. I'm like, dude, you are Arkansas. If there was a Mount Rushmore of Arkansas radio, your fat head's on there.
Yeah,
and people are going, man, is he Taliban? Is he black? Is he an Indian? I just.
Okay.
No, I'm not kidding. He's been through so many. Here's how he got his first disc jockey name. He was the Outlaw in the 70s and 80s because he got pulled over. He old school beater car in the 70s. It was hot as could be, no AC. Driving across from Colorado to Arkansas, Oklahoma. When he got pulled over, obviously tan as can be, curly hair, big fro back in the day, leg out the window because he's hot as can be. No shoes on, foot out the window,
chilling the feet.
They pulled him over. They thought he was probably some Mexican runaway or something. Regardless, that's where he got the name the Outlaw because I forgot that's where that name came about. So he was the Outlaw.
Okay.
Then the whole 9/11 stuff unfortunately happened. So now it's your dad could pass for a damn Taliban man. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. It's always been something with my father. I'm like, what is your dad? And I'm like, man. Because he's got the curly hair, so it could be, Italian. He's like, what are you? We need to do some ancestry on him and then me.
You're like, man, I don't know about his past, and I don't ask.
Yeah, right? He was the Outlaw. That's all I know.
I don't want to go any
further. there.
Yeah, I don't even want to go any further.
Especially when, my teachers would be like in 8th grade, little 8th grade teacher, oh, your dad did my high school dance. I'm like, wow. That's how, in the 70s and 80s, because that's what disc jockeys did.
Right.
God, and then him telling me stories of him getting kicked out of dances. I'm like, wow. Because his friend that he did it, or, they did it together, and they caused a little trouble. I'm like, dude, we're at a high school dance. What are you doing? I'm an outlaw. Come on. NBA Finals will be set in stone next Friday as well. So we'll talk about the NBA Finals next week with all that other stuff. Of course, we got great sporting events going on this weekend. Like I said, the next couple of weeks ahead because we got College World Series, the Women's College Softball World Series, Indy 500 this weekend, French Open, and the 2 World Series will last us for the next 2 or 3 weeks. So good sports going on there, and of course, same with the NBA playoffs. So
awesome. We
got sports all over. We got tennis, we got baseball, softball, basketball.
Fantastic, man.
Oh man, you know what's funny? One thing we didn't bring up today, we brought it up earlier. Oh, I didn't bring up what I'm going to do. Memorial Day.
Yes.
Forgot about that. Didn't get into it because that was what I was wanting to talk about. Doing some ribs. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, oh, because I'm so hungry. I didn't eat that much this morning.
I'm getting hungry right now.
I know. Doing some ribs though. Finally gonna do some ribs. I've done ribs on the grill before a couple different ways, but I'm gonna do them in the oven this time because I heard they get super juicy. And I watched my man Matty Madison. He does, I forgot what food. I think it's on Vice Network, but man, he does these little cooking shows. He's so funny. But cooks some of the best looking, the dankest looking, amazing food. So I'm gonna do some ribs, make some homemade coleslaw, some baked beans with some bacon. Oh, dude, I'm gonna do it up for Memorial Day. I'll probably grill out actually on Saturday. I'll do that on Sunday or Saturday. Do the burgers and the hamburger, or the burgers and dogs.
That's what I'll be eating, man. Burgers and dogs.
Dogs all weekend, I'm sure. I'll be doing that on Sunday for you. I got to get some pictures for Stud and Dud, all the social media, and then we'll send me some as well.
Okay.
And I'll send you some of the ribs. But yeah, we'll get all that on. And don't forget to follow us.
Yes.
Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and check out this cool website that Doc's got mastered, studanddud.com.
Which, speaking of that, and again, don't forget, anybody needing tickets in the
Yes.
Dallas area for
Yes.
concerts,
Yes.
events, Darren Laporte
Yep.
on our website. Go right to our page there. He'll hook you up with the tickets you need.
Subscribe to us on iTunes, iHeartRadio, SoundCloud, Spotify. We're on there now, so you can find us pretty much anywhere. iHeartRadio, iTunes are the main two ones, but you can find it. SoundCloud, that's a website. That's everywhere.
That's fantastic.
Spotify, get those apps downloaded. Like I said, follow us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Stud and Dud, at Stud and Dud. Hey, it's been a great show, Doc.
Man,
Beautiful
Josh,
Friday again.
awesome, man.
Time to go get some food.
Let's go eat.
Hey, until next week, thank you all for listening. I'm Josh Smith.
I'm Bob Lawrence.
Peace.
Doesn't just move, it drags, presses commotion. Her eyes are collapsing, a kind of heartbeat. Aim to head, the sub-bass is deep, wide and physical. And high fidelity headphones designed to be felt in the chest, not just heard.
Session on a just girl. 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 Session on a just girl.
but not into through at your 125 BPM. And two light heaps and healing inspired aims ahead. The base is deep, wide, and fits the country. Country.
press commence. Get basic boy survive V10. Argos, Buckins, Hypnotic and Gesture Ritual. Hypnotic and Gesture
wide and physical. And high fidelity headphones designed to be felt in the chest, not just heard.
Jason on a just girl. 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 Jason on a just girl.
Igniting just a ritual 125 BPM. Entry light heaps and heel inspired aims ahead. The sub bass is deep, wide, and physical country. Country.
First press commence. Get basic poise survive V10. Argos, Vacancy, Hypnotic and Gesture Ritual. Ritual.
All right, what is up? Back. Sorry, man, just been one heck of a day all over the place here, and the snow has not helped. We have a couple of new runners here out of nowhere. FLGC, not a really good solid mover. The spread's pretty nasty right there as well. 30, 40, 50 cents. Have fun with that one. I would say a bounce area somewhere right around 920 into 875. Somewhere in there would be your bounce opportunity. We've got BNAI with this nice little downtrend. Right through there, you can see here if we go and attach some more lines to this, right? Boom, check out that downtrend right there. Beautiful downtrend. Old resistance, new support. Coming into play heavy today at 46, which is really nice to see. RDW is completely out to the right and kind of turning into that big, large float play that it is. Gonna leave it alone for now. We'll put Mr. No. Mr. No was running, which is funny if you did catch my... the TTP live stream earlier, it was on my watch list. So just add over the weeks of my watch list. I'll slowly delete them. But this was one that was on, which was kind of funny. Popped up. Now we had a second chance, and it ran to new high of day as well. Not a really good ticker overall to try to take a trade. It's kind of like FLGC. The first run up, their second run up, first run up, second run up. You would want to say, hey, this one's so far down, you think this area would hold. This one didn't go much higher, so you wouldn't really want to respect that as much, although we did try to, right out of the gate, hold that area. But these would be your 4 tickers, in my opinion, to look at as we move into power hour, or as we already hear, into after hours is what I meant to say. These would be the 4 plays to look at here. And I'm not lying. I wish I took a video. But this, it wasn't even, it was completely, this was it. This was the milk aisle. The milk aisle. I went to Walmart. This was the milk aisle. I mean, it was completely gone. All the milk. There was like no milk, no soy milk, no, there was no milk. It literally looked like that right there. I've never been to the store and there was no milk. I got some creamer. I've been there before when it kind of looked like this, or maybe like this, where there's like the expensive stuff, the gallons of it, the expensive stuff or whatever. Oh, no. It was literally bare ass, nothing in it, nothing. Oh man, I couldn't believe it. I've never been to a wall. I mean, like, again, maybe this, where there's some of the expensive stuff. There's a couple still back there, lingering around. I've never been where it was just dead. Look at this one little solo guy. I've never been when it was just freaking completely empty. Craziness. Craziness. All the milk and bread craze for the snow. I just never get it. Milk, maybe I get a little bit with things you're cooking, maybe, possibly. But we don't even need it. We had a half gallon. We still have some, but I just went back there because we had to get some creamer. I was going to get maybe another half gallon if they had it, just to get it, just in case, because I know it'll be low for a while. And it was all gone. Oh, man. Level 2 again, spread crazy here on FLGC. I call it Florida Gulf Coast. Watched this play all the way back to, when did Florida go? Florida, it was just right before I think I started trading. Florida Gulf Coast. Final Four? Did they make the Final Four? Never reached Final Four. It was a Sweet 16. It was Sweet 16 they got to. And that was in 2013. Which is crazy. That was that long ago. All right. So, when I first started trading, how many times have we seen FLGC throughout the years here? This has probably been reverse splits. Maybe not. I don't know. I think it has. There's no way it was ever floating in the 40s for that long. Yeah, this has definitely been reverse split. But we've been looking at this play. I would say since 2021, it might be a couple years before that we started looking at FLGC. No, that's it. That's as far as we go back. So yeah, it was 2021. And you can see the major spikes right there. No, this play was never 16,731. And on the dot, no pennies, just 16,731. Another reverse split play. Florida Gulf, look them up. FGCU. FGCU. This was the team back in the day. Made a crazy run. I think they may have did it back-to-back years, possibly. I always called them Florida FLGC Gulf Coast. So anyway, whatever. It's moving. It's got some moves to it. You know, traders still want to go long. This is definitely, we're still in that stock market environment, a small cap space where these traders love some spikes. We're going to see more of them, I would imagine. We do have some resistance right there and right here. And then again, we'll put some in right here. And then we'll put some in where I think we're currently at right here. So moving into those lines, first area we need to get over and hold is 1150. The second area is going to be right around 1375. Ooh. Boom. Now that I'm back home, I got a one-on-one coming up here soon. And I'll put some more lessons on for you guys that may have been around that watched earlier. Maybe put another podcast on. Which tomorrow I'm home-based. Back to being home-based. Very busy tomorrow. I plan on getting some lessons done for you guys as well. But very busy tomorrow. So I will be around a lot of the day, and we'll try to get some lessons in as well. NAM, N-A-M-M, is trying to pop back on up. So what's about it? I always go back, kind of go across the board to see if we were missing anything. Stock Rocks will keep you up to date too, as far as like their chat over there. They'll have people alerting like trade stock market. It's like a guy that, I don't know if it's a guy or if it's just a bot that alerts when plays are hitting high of day and popping back on up and gives a price of it. But these would be your four. I think BNAI is done. I think BNAI is done. RR and RDW are slow and steady plays for the day with bigger floats, have kind of fizzled off and not really done much over the past couple of hours. They were nice spikes and moves to start the day. Since then, we've had MRNO, Mr. No, and FLGC give some little bit of spikes. I think Mr. No is going to die off a little bit. NAM could pop back on up here. NAM right here trying to move back above a resistance line I have in at 490. If NAMM can get over 490, watch for a spike up to 530. I haven't even looked at large caps today, really. SPY, up and away. Okay, so SPY's at least up. Didn't give back gains. Decent day for the SPY. 93.50 low, 96.50 top. Could see the SPY honestly hit new high of day here, surge, get one more pop before the end of the day. So keep an eye on that for the SPY. Definitely has that look to it that it may want to squeeze and pop for one more push up to new high of day. Go through some of these large cap tickers, see what we got. Apple looks like it wants to crack back and sell off for a little, like here toward the end of the day. AMD I wouldn't look at, not that great. Google, same, not that great. Met a good double bottom for the double bottom off that 666 area. That definitely has been a key pivot point, 666. It's starting to pop back up a little bit. NVDA, not bad today. Nice, good red to green move. But that's what we see a lot of out to the right, not really doing too much.
It's got bottoms at 189. It's just floating out to the right. Nothing I see there. Tesla, pretty ugly chart for the day. Q's new high of day. So I was with SPY as well. Watch that to maybe pop the new high of day. Q's just hit new high of day. And then again, the other one that I liked was Apple for more sell-off. Apple more sell-off, SPY and Q's doing the opposite, going up to new high of day. I'm going to take a break, team. Haven't eaten anything today. I'm going to get some food in my belly. I will jump back on the mic right before the closing bell. Talking to Ellen. All right, team. Be back here in probably about 35, 40 minutes right before the closing bell. NAM is on watch for that pop over 490 to pop to maybe possibly 530. 490 to 530. If you're going to hold 490, watch for a pop up to this 525, 530 area. Really your only mover, in my opinion, that could spike and get some movement. I don't think it's coming from BNAI. FLGC would be your other one. FLGC would be the other one to keep your eye on before the closing bell. All right, let's get some jams on for you guys. Jam it time. Big day tomorrow. We'll be joining Wolf Trading. They got 224 people I'm watching right now. Just love it. Love it. Love it. All right. Be a big day tomorrow. Yeah, I can't be doing the music with words. I hate that. All right, back in a few, team. All right, quick recap. No real big earnings reports today, so really no big earnings reports today. I'm going to put FLGC down here. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, since I just left, we did have XHLD. This was the one that Kevin Avery was actually shorting earlier in the day and was looking for this to kind of crack back down and go for more, which it really had that look for a minute like it was going to tumble back over. Broke the downtrend, popped up, started working its way back up above that VWAP, and we always talk about that. If it holds the VWAP, what's going to happen as we move into power hour? Well, it's not always going to happen, but there's a very high chance that it could squeeze. So very good, nice, very good, nice, very nice move right there from XHLD. It's going to have support back down at 290 and a 280 area if we continue to move. On the way up for XHLD, we are running into resistance. So far, high of day is what? High of day. 387, which we have this even right here. to this. Let's see here. Over 380. Let's get to this. We'll say 4. They're about 550. XHLD, NAM, FLGC, BA on watch for after hours. I imagine we see 1 to 2 new after hours. All right. So keep your eye on these 4 tickers right here. I'd imagine we get some after-hour spikes from new tickers as well, to be honest. So keep your eyes on the after-hours movers here. Again, we have XHLD, which we have the old resistance, new support floor right around 290. And, of course, then we have essentially 280, 380. 380 resistance, 280 support. BNAI is popping up right here, you know, as we move into the after-hours. So watch BNAI. Boom. All right. I got to get into a one-on-one. XHLD. Resistance, new support around 293. Aussie Chick, hopefully everything's going good with you as you're out and about doing your thing. Had some fun driving in the snow. It definitely is melted enough where, yeah, it's like, I love it too because it knows you can get to sliding around. Like, if you know how to drive, right, it's like you get the donuts and stuff and you have to learn. It's just like we talked about last week with the badass cars with a lot of horsepower. You know, you just can't oversteer. It's like how much you steer, when to let off the gas. Oh, it's so fun. So fun. Because, yeah, anyway, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Got my groceries. Literally, it was so funny to see the milk all completely bare. I mean, bare ass bare. I've never seen the milk. I mean, like, not one. The goat's milk. I did see like one or two goat's milk. That's what was so funny, I guess. But all the any of the almond milk. I mean, the rich like more expensive milk, literally completely empty. I remember like looking all the way up and down, and there was like I remember seeing a couple of goat's milk, which I didn't know they sold goat's milk to humans, or we drank that. I know, of course, our dogs have had it for a while. It's good for them anyway. But I thought it was just so. I'd never seen that empty. Not one. Nothing. Nothing. No milk. Out of milk. Out. I was like, that is crazy. I'll try to find something over this 390 mark real quickly before I get into my one-on-one. Yeah, it's just really, there's nothing. I'll go with some lines in here. Got 420. 450. See how these lines work out in the end right here. I got those areas for now. So we got what, 420-ish, 450-ish, and 5. Makes about sense. Makes about sense right there. We'll go to 5-minute time frame. I will see you guys. I'll keep my eye on after-hour scanners too as well. Nothing, of course, right there at the beginning. Nothing's popping up. We'll see if we get anything to pop up here in after hours. I would imagine we get 1 or 2 new plays to add in to the tickers we're looking at right now. BNAI, FLGC, NAM. At some point, these plays you will kind of go, yeah, they're done. They're done. I bet NAM and FLGC will be the ones sooner rather than later. BNAI, obviously what it's done and has been here recently, has a better chance to run later and after hours. My point being FLGC, NAM, if they're going to run, it needs to be sooner and after hours rather than later. If it doesn't start running in the first 30 minutes, the first hour of after hours, I would imagine neither one of them does anything. Some plays can get that mob later and after hours, and that would be plays like BNAI. They don't need it right away. Haven't driven in snow for years. Oh man, it's fun. Love driving in snow. That's why the next house getting in like ATVs, because there's a guy down the road. Of course, you're in Arkansas, and you know how this is in the South. A lot of people have ATVs, even though we live in a neighborhood. Point being, we walk the dogs. You know, guys always have their trucks out, and this one guy has a truck in the garage and has one of those bigger ATVs, like the ones almost like a buggy, almost like a dune buggy type of ATV. You know, those ones you see them all the time now. You know, like but the dune buggy type of ATVs you see. You know, it's got 4 wheels. 4 people can drive. 4 people can sit in it. They have some with 2 people. And she's like, "Oh, I bet that would be fun." I'd rather get into 4-wheeling because I want to get a 4-wheeler. But we may get one of I don't know. Maybe we get instead of getting 2 4-wheelers, we get that instead. But yeah, we're gonna have we'll have the Jeeps at the next house, but we're gonna get like a badass ATV because again, like I said, we're gonna do that. I can't imagine after the snow. Imagine that Aussie chick, and we have a track that's I don't know how long, but it's long enough. You know, it'll be long enough. You know, I just can't wait for that. Yes, mules. Right. Is that what they're called, mules? Yeah. She passed it and she's like, that would look fun. But yeah, like the Jeep track. I mean, you know, zigzag. I mean, it'll be a good size, you know. And then especially if you're on a 4-wheeler, you know, and yeah. Oh man, all I would have been doing it. I mean, imagine I would have been out there for like probably 2 hours on Saturday and Sunday each day. Like Saturday, I would have been out there for 2 hours. Sunday, I would have been out there for 2 hours. Because it's just right there. You're just like, all right, let's go. You know, and then you can drink a little bit too. You don't have to worry about driving. That's your property. You can get you a beer, but you know what I mean? Makes you a little hottie toddy, a little fireball. Get you a little whiskey going, a little smoky smoke. Go out there and like, all right, honey, and have it because I know she would want to do it too. Oh man, we had them on location. Oh yeah, those are awesome. Yeah, those are sweet. Now this is what I'm talking about. So this is a little bit different. These guys right here. So I see what you're the mule. We have those down south too. No, she wants the more expensive version. She wants like one of these right here, boo. She wants one of these guys. These are like all over in people's, like this right here. She wants one of these. Yeah, she wants something like that. She wants like a car. And I know what you're saying now in the mules. And I was like, one of these guys. Which isn't bad, you know, those are like probably 10K, 15K. No. She wants the ones that you can literally go off like on the dunes and like the dune, but like literally these guys. One of these guys. She wants one of these. It's one of these sits in the guy's driveway. One of these. See, you can either do 2 people or you can do 4 people. See what I'm saying? Yeah, that's my wife. No. My wife, no. She's like me. You know, it's like she wants creme de la creme. You know, she wants like, yeah, these are pretty cool. Like that's almost like the mule, but no. And that's even kind of like them moving back to that. No. That's kind of like more for hunting. That's kind of like more for hunting, you know, where we can maybe put the dogs in the back. And I like that too, but no. She wants like one of these guys. One of these 4-seater, $20,000-$30,000. Yeah, she wants one of these dudes. So, anyways, I'm like, that's my wife. That's definitely her for sure. So yeah, these would be fun. I want a 4-wheeler. Like I want this right here. I want 4-wheelers a little bit cheaper, and they're just as fun. They're a little more operable. But these are. I've never been in one of these. I've never driven one of these, but yeah, I can only imagine how fun that would be. So I'll have to go. When we go ATV shopping, I can't wait for that day. You know, because that's what we'll get this over a boat. Obviously, boat a little bit more expensive. It maybe depends. I mean, these guys right here are crazy expensive. Well, I say crazy. We could probably anyway. You get my point though. This would be fun though. How about this guy? How about that? 800 horsepower. Check out that big beast right there. Check out that cabin. I mean, are we kidding ourselves? I gotta get to the one-on-one. He's probably sitting there like, come on, Josh, quit talking cars. But yes, next house. That's what I was talking about. Love you guys. I'll check after hours. Right now, I'm still not seeing anything on the scanners. It just was previous runners here. Oh, Mr. No. Don't forget Mr. No here. So I do feel FLG's, but Mr. No's coming back at it. Mr. No's back at it. Mr. No's back at it. Mr. No's back at it. So Mr. No and PDC. PDC's after hour spiker. So PDC after hour spiker as well. PDC. All right, cool. All right, guys. I will be back here. If y'all don't see you till tomorrow, I think you got it. Yes. Damn yang. Yeah, right. Aussie chick. Yeah. Those. I mean, I went four wheelers. I've been four wheeling and mudding before. Yeah, that Apocalypse is fucking stupid sick. 800 horsepower. It's a 6x6. There ain't that thing's a tank. Anywho. It's got the Hellcat engine. It's called a Elephant. It's got the Hellcat engine in it. Oh, dude, Aussie chick. Yeah, you just wait. I can't wait to the ATV though. ATV day over boat day. Boat day, we just wouldn't get out to the lake as much. I'm at home all the time. Bless this. I can the snow. How many times does it snow and rain throughout the year versus how many times I'm going to get to go to the lake? You know, I have to leave the lake. I got to leave the dogs, leave them, and we got a lot of dogs. We got to leave them for 3, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. It'd be one thing we had a dog. We had a lab, a couple of dogs. When we're more homebound, I can just go right on my land. Boom. It's ATV over boat. Boat would be when we're just super balling. You know, that's just way down the line. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Or later on if it gets crazy.
Hey. Let's see. Connected to computer audio. I probably should shut this thing up. Hey, can you hear me? See me? Cool. Let me turn off my music here. There it is. All right. Oh, cool. Yeah, I can see you. All right. You can see me? Cannot start video. Failed to start video. Please select another video camera in the settings. Well, let's see. Okay, yeah, I don't know why I'm not. I thought I tested it there earlier. It was showing well, anyway. That was yeah, that's ages old, man. I quit using it when I started trading because I realized, you know, people would think I'm trying to say I'm the GOAT or
Well, I hope you guys had a wonderful day. I hope you guys had a wonderful day. I said, hey, she says nay. And I said, you don't say that to me. All right, country song. What was the country song me and Avery came up with last night? We're cooking. Had a couple of beers. Ate a little bit of an edible, and so we're doing we were having some fun. God, I forgot what it was called. We were just being goofy as can be. All right, let's get this activated back, and then what we're gonna do is put some. I'll put some goodness on for you guys real quickly. Merlin, this guy right here. Why do you keep doing that, Murdog? Let's get an old one on for you guys. Let's get an oldie but a goodie on for you guys, huh? An oldie but a goodie. We're taking it back and taking it back all the way. Stop. Watch out. Here we go. Let's take it back.
How to start, grow, and manage a small account. Super important. I mean, so many traders have come here in the chat over the last month and a half. Of course, we're starting our small account challenge. The SAC, trying to rock and roll, get that thing growing.
But for most traders, all right. Here we go. After hour lesson. Sweet. All right. Sweet. I'm going to put lessons on for you guys. Go to after hour scanners real quickly. Yeah, PDC was it, and then damn, that just got dumped over. And Mr. No? Mr. No, that's the one. Mr. No's the one. Mr. No, SHPH up. Okay, SHPH up. All right, SHPH. There we go. No. Mr. No. I'm going to text Kevin real quickly. Hold on a sec here. All right. So funny. It was on my Trade the Pool. My Trade the Pool watch list earlier was Mr. No. And it popped up here on the Trade the Pool stream. Then we got another pop-up. And then yet a third round here for Mr. No. So that's moving here. After Hours Runner as well as SHPH. Go to the 1 year 1 day here. Kevin Avery just laughed my fucking ass off. That is funny stuff right there. Some resistance here. Some resistance there. Okay. Is Trade the Pool still live? No, they're finally done. Okay, I was wondering if they're done for the day. Alright, cool. Alright, sweet. My dogs can't wait to be fed. I'll have to go feed my pack. Boom. Boom. L, I'm coming. Chill out.
I run threes. I got one at 350. I know, I'm about to feed you, Roo. Just doing some quick charting over here. I don't really see anything in the fours there. There's some right through here. It's pretty strong. Got that area. All right, cool. There we go. All right, got some levels there for SHPH. We got SHPH, Cust, Mr. No, all right. Lost boys, lost girls. I'm gonna be back here in just a bit. See you back in after hours. Got your two runners right there, Mr. No and Mr. No, KSUT, and SHPH. It's a difficult task. I mean, it's super difficult to kind of grow that small account, to kind of, find your niche, right? Yeah, like I said, seeing earlier, I think it was, oh my gosh, all the names slipped my mind. Who was it again earlier? Not KM Black Bear, but there are multiple traders, is my point, that are in that kind of confused state. It takes a while for you to learn and understand things. So I've wanted to record this lesson for a while to now finally get this into how to start that, that challenge, and then grow that challenge, and then start managing along the way. And for myself, a little background on me, Josh Smith is my name. I'm not AK-47. My name is Josh Smith. Went into broadcast journalism, was a radio show host. My dad's been a morning show host for years in radio here, from Memphis to Boston. Had an offer to go to Australia. I found out when after graduating, how would you have felt if we moved to Australia? I'm like, huh, when, what? And anyway, so you get my point. So he finally settled in where we're here, or I should say where I'm from, in Little Rock, Arkansas. I've been there forever, staple of Arkansas. Everywhere we'd go. I mean, we'd go to Florida on vacation. I'm like, oh, Tommy Smith. And I'm like, God, this is nuts. So, of course, I see that going, man, I want to talk about sports. I want to, be on the radio, put me behind a mic, and let's make some money and have some fun. And, so went into that. Well, when I was working for Dallas, when I was down in Dallas working for the Ticket and ESPN down there, main sports reporter for TCU, did all their sports, and of course cover the Cowboys, the Mavs, yada, yada, yada. Well, to fill in time, I had to do a lot of boring work. I had to do, board op. Board op, you're just sitting there, just making sure they're talking. Well, while they were talking, or something. And at first, when I first started, I had to do overnight. So how to fill in a shift. And at point being, I eventually found penny stocks. And I'm going, what is this thing called penny stocks? This is interesting, man. Many, many hours. Oh, yeah, KM Black Bear calling me. You were confused. It wasn't KM Black. I forgot who it was, KM Black Bear. I was like, no, it wasn't you. It was someone else. Sonny. I forgot the name. Anyway, regardless. Point being, like me, when I'll get there, you're confused. Even me at first. But what's intriguing is, to like me and many people, wow, seeing people profit the way they're profiting. And so I'm just trying to figure it out at first. So for those first 6 months, all the way until literally January 1st, 2016, that's when I opened my boom. Then I have this goal. Okay, boom. I'm going to watch, videos all the way up until the new year. 6 months of, 5-ish months of training, watching videos left and right. I'll be prepared. I'm going to open up this account with E-Trade. Got my E-Trade Pro account rocking and rolling. Boom, was in, I forgot how many, couple of different chats. Okay, I'm going to get in a couple of different chats. I'm going to learn more stuff. And then I'll be in 2 different chats. So I'll be really, be able to be on top of it and get these alerts. Oh, I was so wrong. The main thing for me was that fear. I couldn't really grow. I was stuck in the little recession where I didn't know what I wanted to do, how I wanted to trade, right? And so it took me a while. It took me quite a while to figure out, those first few months of 2016 to figure out what I wanted to do. Then, like you see me, NAKD, I brought up into, that was one of the stocks I got into on a merger. Okay, yes, finally in, and I got in on a decent price, like 250 before it started spiking to 3 one day. Didn't lock in my profit. Then it starts kind of falling back to 250, then below, back down to 2, then back up to 250. Then back, it would kind of always approach 250 in my entry, and I never would just like I tell traders now, hey, when it dips down below your entry price, if you get back up close to your entry,
lock it up, say you better be lucky you're pretty much coming out even. Well, I wasn't that smart, and I finally locked out for about a close to $1,000 loss after holding it for months, thinking it was finally going to keep spiking. Never really did, and of course it dwindled down to the cents you see now that it costs literally, like I said, literally was pennies, and it's had so many reverse splits. So just struggling, right? Trying to find my way, figure out what I want to do, how I want to trade. So all of 2016, I'm doing that, just trying to figure it. But I'm also working, so it's hard. I understand that, team. I understand trying to figure out how to trade and how to go to your job and manage those two and learn at the same time. Manage your family, cook dinner, clean the house, do your laundry, so on and so forth. It's hard. It's not easy. It takes that extra little bit of time, that extra bit of effort to put in, whether it's at weekend, whether it's okay, finally a little bit of downtime. Oh wow, I get a morning to trade and learn, and that's what I advise any of you to do. So back to me and my journey. Struggle. Finally, in here, find Deck. Literally, essentially a beautiful Valentine's Day present. Still to this day, thank you, sweetheart, my man, Sean Deck, my sweet Deck, my sweetheart, my sweet Deck. Found him literally right before Valentine's Day 2017, and that did the free trial, signed up, and said, man, I like this guy. This is kind of cool. I like this chat. I'm really digging this. This is kind of me. This is what I like. I'm fitting in. I'm understanding what they're saying. This fits my style more so what I'm wanting to do, and that was it. Then it started to hit me. What is my style? I'm trying to go live. Oh, well, he's telling me about this paper trading thing. I'm not really doing so good live. I can't ever trade. I have that fear, factor in. Every time I want to pull the trigger, I'm just not pulling the trigger, and then I'm pulling the trigger in the wrong area because I finally pulled it. I'm not there yet. So, boom, paper trade. Really start discovering yourself. Then I start doing that, adding that with the vocabulary, learning what VWAP and what it really, is and stands, all these different little things, learning those vocab. Well, I do that for a few months, kind of like you said, be green for a few months. I wasn't up much, but enough to go, okay, you know what? Just for a little side, it's just my side hustle for now. Let me try to get some, some trades in now. Okay, I'm good. I think I can get, just make 100 here, 100 there. Didn't work out again. Still couldn't pull the trigger. Some days green, some days red. And just like, I'm just 50-50 essentially. Wasn't green, wasn't red. Really wasn't, losing money, but really wasn't making anything. And so frustrated still. So finally, middle of 2017, this is when E-Trade Pro was giving me fits. I'll move over to Thinkorswim fully because I've already downloaded that thanks to Deck saying, hey, there's this thing called paper trading, guys. Y'all should do it. And Thinkorswim was obviously like we all say, hey, it's free. Go download the platform and open up an account and start paper trading. It's free. Go do it. You don't have to have money in the account. Anyway, start doing that and going, okay, that's just, hey, I'm like I said, moving away from E-Trade Pro. So I moved all my funds over to Thinkorswim, now fully on Thinkorswim, but paper trading. This is probably July or August 2017. So I'm 2 full years in of learning, studying, kind of going back and forth. Of course, have my day jobs, right? Literally the sports reporter, then had to go work at Fogo de Show. Look it up. It's a great little Brazilian steakhouse to get some extra money in because, of course, unless you're the main dude on the radio, reporting and being on the radio just doesn't make money. There isn't a lot of money in there unless you're that main dude that's talking in the morning or in the afternoon drive. Regardless, I'm working my butt off trying to figure this out, and then finally saved up enough money, been working hard on both ends, going, hey, I'm gonna put one of these side jobs. I'm gonna quit Fogo, just do the reporting here and there, which I can move a lot of that at home because I'm just essentially editing audio and video. Board hopping only here and there. Now I can actually get in the morning, really start honing in, watching Deck, which I've now kind of getting, which you'll get to what I advise you to do. Once you get there, start paper trading with us every morning that you can be here. Because when you see those stocks move, there's nothing like being in front of a live stock and actually learning then. It's cool to go watch my recaps, my videos. It's good to soak that in, right? But it's what? Like we always say, it's game time for one reason and one reason only. Because we do all that practice for a reason, right, team? So when we get to game time. So that's what I did. 2017, now 2 full years of trying to learn. Now I'm really going to put it to the grind and say, hey, now you're going to do this at the end of the year again. You're instead of course, 2 years prior, it was studying. Well, this time I'm actually paper trading for 5 straight months from August all the way until December and going, bro, you're going to be not only green, but super green and up $5,000 to $10,000, close to each month. Reset each month at $2,000, whatever you're going to open your account with, which was right around $2,000. And let's see you grow it. So every month I'd start at $2,000. I'd grow it up to say $3,500. I'm like, okay, good start, Josh. Good job, AK. Next month, now October, started back at $2,000. Oh, wow, up to $7,200. Look at you go. Because 2017 was rather hot. We had the blockchain going on too. And now, of course, by the I forgot what I built it up to each month. Every month I started, I got over around $5,000. It's close to December because of blockchain. I made over $10,000 paper trading. I'm going, oh, if I was, and of course you get that mindset in, but then you got to let it motivate you. Going, man, that could be real money. I know what I'm doing now. So January 2018, go live full time, rocking and rolling. Here we go. Let's rock and roll, Dick. Let's go, Sean. Let's go, team. Let's go, Iggy, whoever all's been in chat that long. Finally start slowly profiting, seeing it come in. Now become I am essentially a full-time day trader. Not that I'm making all my money from that, right? I still have other incomes coming in till this day, but I'm like, hey, now I'm gonna be a full-time trader. I'm gonna be in here every morning. I'm gonna find my play every morning. I'm gonna be in here. I'm not gonna I'm in here every day for sure. Just like I am now, although some days because I have other stuff going on, I'm still kind of in here, some days, but you won't see mini alerts from me, but I'm still in and out. I've gotten that, and of course, I'm fiending for it now. You get that to where you just like, you have to be like Deck. You want Saturday, you want to trade every day almost. But regardless, then of course my point being now the journey just slowly continue on. Where I started my account, 2018, finally going to go live again, and I did. Started going green and slow but surely, grew that $2,000 because I'm taking money from it, right? So that account only grew, and I probably profited $15,000, maybe $20,000 that first year, but I only grew it to like I've said in chat, I only grew that to probably around $5,000 where because I'm living off of that, and I kept taking some out, and then I'd take some out, and so I know I don't have a big account to trade with, but I kind of need that money because I know, hey, I understand that it's not big time money, and I know it'll get there, but I'm gonna kind of live off that, kind of doing a little different than what Deck's saying, hey, because I don't have that, I didn't grow it to 30, 40, 50,000 fast like POV or some people can or have. I just didn't do that. I was growing it nice and slow. I was taking my time, going in smaller share sizes, really getting comfortable 2018, and just like I said, $15,000 or whatever it was, so it wasn't much, but I only grew my account toward the start of 2019. Last year, 2019, it was only up to $5,000. 4 or 5, whatever it was. And only at the end, my point being, at the end of last year, in the beginning of this year, it was at, remember I've told everyone, if you've heard this lesson, beginning of this year, it was at $10,000. So yes, I only grew it, say $2,500 to $3,000 that first year, and only $5,000, but I made $15,000 the first year, probably around $25,000 to $30,000 in 2019 from trading, but of course because I was taking that out of my account. So I'm living off of that. So now this year I'll start my account with $10,000. And now this year I've made about, like I said, each year it's grown. 25,000, 2000, or 15,000, 2018, 25 to 30 last year. And now this year I'm up to it kind of keeps doubling. And I knew that would happen to where I'm up to a little over $60,000 this year. Where of course now my account has grown to where I've now have, or earlier this year, where I had 2 different accounts and still do, but I had my Lightspeed account almost up over the PDT before I kind of took, funds out of it and kind of wanted to do some, put into savings instead of the other. So regardless, I'm each year, 15,000, 2018, about 25,000 in 2019. Now this year, we're close to 30, but now this year I've doubled that for sure and moved that up to right over $60,000 for this year, which is great. I'm pushing close to 70 now. I was hoping I would skyrocket, maybe push to 100K for the year overall with me in a super hot November and December. Just haven't got that yet. Now, I'm not saying it can't be done, but so you get my point. The slow, steady process. 2015 for about 5 months studying, learning, watching as many videos as I could soak in. 2016, have many jobs going on, but so struggling to get trades in, but still trying to learn, find myself. Not getting many trades in because I just don't know what I'm doing. Now 2017, I'm going to go, okay, you know what, AK Josh, 2 full years in, you invested this much time in, like anyone should. Take your time. Let's start finding yourself as I did to where you can go live in a year or sometime soon and then go full-time live where you're in here every morning. So 2018, I did that. And have been, like I said, in here in chat every day since, for the last 3+ years now, full-time trading, and it slowly has progressed. And like I said, there's not going to be many POV Joshuas of the world, although he's been trading longer than me now. This is, I'm sure, one of his first big years. It's not like he grew. I mean, I know it was smaller this year because he's done a small account challenge all year, but he's been trading like double my time. So he's been trading for like, 6 years or something like that, I think. So know that as time goes on, team, as time goes on and you keep pushing, I promise you, profits will come in, and the more you push and work and try to profit and learn, you can't just let it, I'm going to trade and follow Deck and no, you've got to put the work in and will see those benefits. But to get in now, there's a little bit of quick background about me, but what you need to do, what you've seen on the screen here, paper trade, as I've said, and find your own trading style. That's the first thing you need to do. So any of you that are just now in the chat, paper trade team, this is the start of the whole success of finding real money success. Yes, anyone can go straight into real money, but most people will lose, as we see. Most were going to fail. As I love Dex said, his saying, he doesn't say it too much anymore, but how many are you going to literally pick up say it's the first time you picked up a basketball. You think you're literally going to be playing in the NBA, even like next year I guess here in a few months when they're going to start the season. But you get my point. Here next month when they start the season, you think if you just picked up a basketball today, you're going to be out there balling with all the boys in the NBA next year, or even in the WNBA, needless to say. You would be getting schooled by all those women for sure. For sure you'd be getting schooled. So you get my point. First time you're sitting in front of a piano, how long do you think it's going to be until you're playing Beethoven, rocking out Elton John? A years, team, years. So understand that it takes time. It's not going to happen overnight. No matter how good you think you are right off the bat, you're not going to be the best that's doing it. You're not going to be that good, most likely. Practice, practice, practice. Yes, team. Keep doing the paper trading. Because I'm telling you, any goat will tell you practice makes perfect, right? Or better. I don't care what AI ever tells you. Oh, Allen Iverson, AI. Practice? We're talking practice. Yes. We're talking practice. Come on, Allen Iverson. Be humble and willing to learn, team. Finding what works best for you. We're all different and learn and find success in different ways. So yes, come into chat every morning watching someone, trade like Deck, following alerts. It's a good thing, but don't always be the sheep. Want to learn from those alerts and those trades. Figure out why we got in those areas, or why we went ahead and sold, or why we stopped ourselves out and took a loss. I'm telling you. And also, go over your trades like we did today. I'll go over even the trades here in a little bit. Always go over your trades. Even years later, always go over your trades. Go over the today's plays. Look at what happened. Ingrain these things in your head. Becoming your own trader, that's when you'll find and narrow down what works best for you. Also, with that said, paper trading account real quick. Don't go open up a paper trading account with like 50 or 100,000. I mean, if you're open up your real account with that much, that's fine. But if you're going to open up a real account with $5,000, before you open that account with $5,000, you go open this paper trade. You get your paper trading account going. Like I said, paper trade first, team. After all that studying. And guess what? Don't go open it with 50K. Open it with 5K. If you're going to start it with 2K, open your paper trading account with 2K and grow with that. Narrow it down. Here's what's next. Narrow it down. What trading style and technique you want to use. Now, I would suggest 3 tops. 3, maybe. Maybe 3, right? Like I said, you don't want to overwhelm yourself. Start with the basics. I know people, there's the MACD, the MACD and Bollinger, I've heard all these different things. No. Go with like downtrend breaks or bull flag setups. The bounce plays. What I'm doing essentially. Stick to 2 to 3 basics. Just destroy those. Become the master at those. Master those 1 or even 2 things. And I'm telling you, it's going to help benefit you. When you start our first play, basketball, football, any of those things. You weren't done out the middle again, like football. I hadn't seen it too much recently, but this was like my good example. Remember, like 3, 4, 5 years ago, they just hold a sign up and speaking of Britney, it'd be like Britney Spears, an X. Ice cream sickle, and a steak. And you'd be like, what play is that? How are they reading that? But you get my point. If you're just, boom, first day, all of a sudden you just got pulled off the sideline. Hey, you put a helmet and some pads on. Go out there and you're quarterback now. And then all of a sudden you're out there. Okay, cool, sure, I'll give it a shot. You're going to pay me? Cool, okay, what? You go over and read. Yeah, you're right. You won't even know what that sign means. And you got to read it back to the team. Just basics team. Same with basketball. Remember when you first started playing if you did, forever ago, we weren't even not running plays at first. Even the start practice. Layups, literally we started with layups. So we would line up on each side. Remember free throws, bounce. Maybe start with bounce passes, chest passes when you first start. Learn how to dribble. You're not out there trying to run plays. I'm telling you, your brains can only process so much at an effective rate. So start with the basics, VWAP, learning, the level 2, watching and learning volume, candlesticks, finding different support and resistance areas, past chart history, those sort of things. I'm telling you, team, put your brain to the test. Not only you're doing those double whammies, you're learning all these different, being in chat every day, learning with them, all these different, doing these lessons that we're doing from volume, scaling in and out, candlestick type stuff, level 2, bounce plays, my sandwich area, all these different lessons. You're putting those and ingraining them into your head, but then you're watching them live, watching them happen in front of you. I'm telling you, you can only learn so much. So just slowly but surely learn these things. Being in chat, putting these things slowly but surely together, and you'll notice. And I'm telling you, once you found your 3 maybe trading styles, 1 or 2, like me, I only have like 1 or 2 that I really go to all the time, slowly working in 3 or 4. But this will not only build up some thicker skin. Oh, my point being, I was going to say, of course, when you find those 3 trading styles, that's when you have the niche Now work on those. Work on them over and over again. Like I did, the bounce plays. I finally figured that out. I love those big red candles like ORMP earlier where they kind of drop down to support. Huge red candle. Now Deck, you've seen them trying to turn to those this year for bounce and dip buys. I've started noticing those and why. And okay, here's why they're happening. Oh, they're supporting resist. Okay, cool. Now I've got it. Now this is my go-to. So build those up, do them over and over and paper trade that and paper trade that and paper trade that to where you're just pulling, boom, okay, pull it. You're like a robot. Trigger, pull, sell, buy. You just like a robot because you've done it so much. I'm telling you. And then the next step. It's huge, right? Be green for at least 3 months, if not 6 months. I say, go longer than 3 if you want to. But this will build up not only some thicker skin for when you do lose, right? You're losing some of those months, but also build up confidence for all those wins when you start getting a month together. Okay, my first green month. All right, let's go for 2 in a row. Now, you don't get a second in a row. You're red. Okay, back to the first. You got to start over. And it's just that challenge, like a video game. I want to get to level 3. 3 straight months of being green. Then maybe let me push it to 4. Let me go to overtime. Make sure I still have it, That's my point. Depending on who you are, maybe after 3 months, like I was saying, you can take it to real money. But like sometimes like me, maybe you're still a little bit worrisome. You're questioning yourself. You're still on 100%. That's where you can go a little longer. There's no timetable set. It's all up to you. This is not I've got it. And you shouldn't just rush into this going, I need money now. I've got to make, $2,000. Like it's like you owe someone money, but I need $2,000 by tomorrow. Or no, this is just, I want to learn how to make some extra cash. Maybe eventually, the POV Joshua's, excuse me, team. Of the world. The Decks, obviously, of the world. Many others in chat. Turf Trader making 8K today. We'll get there, right? Take your 100, 200. You like Dex said, did you wake up with $50 in your pocket? Did you wake up with 150 in your pocket? No. Hello. That's a Black Friday deal right there. Go get you a new TV, $150. So you get my point. Take that along the way. See someone profiting 5K and go, whoo, that's me now. I'm coming. I'm getting you. I'm coming. So I'm telling you, there's no timetable set, team. Just be green for 3 months, if not 6. Know what you're doing paper trading style. Now, the transition to real money. I found out 2 or 3 times. It's a hard one. Ooh, it's a tough one. It's like putting me up on the roof the other day doing my Christmas lights, or really more so on the top of a whatever massive high rise, and I'm on the on the little balcony, the edge right there, and I'm just looking down, going, whoa. I hate heights. I don't know what it is. When I was a kid, I'd be leaning over trying to jump off. Essentially, now I don't even see over floor 25. I'm already as soon as I get over 25 for whatever, I'm like, okay, I don't even want to get close to a railing. So you get my point. It all kind of comes back to what you and. Now back to me. Everyone's a little different. So when you transition to real, it's going to be a little tougher than you think. Now it's going to be tougher for each person, right? Some it's maybe not so hard for, and we've seen a lot just go throw money around like it's like like they can go to Vegas and they're just, like we saw Clark Griswold on Vegas Vacation, 100, 200, you're just throwing money left and right. You're going, what are you doing, bro? Like, come on, let's slow it down. Let's figure out what you're doing first before you go throw money around. But some can. But there's a lot like me. They start second guessing their plan. They start maybe putting that, formulating that plan. Which is huge, which we're going to get into, right? Forming that plan. But it's hard at first. Hard pulling that trigger, hesitating. The fear has set in. So what to do? Stick to your plan. Now, this also comes back to when you start paper trading, right? Narrowing down what works best for you. Stick to your plan. Remember, you was just doing that. You were just paper trading. You were successful for 3, 4, 5, 6 months. You know what you're doing. You're just letting it get to your head. I'm telling you, it can happen. You get a little fearful. So stick to that plan, team. That's the best way to eliminate emotions and fear. Remember my old saying, there's no time for emotion in this scenario. There's not. The more you can eliminate that emotion, the better and more successful trader you'll be. So create that plan where you're going to buy, sell, your stop loss. Stick to it. That's just that simple. I can't even just that simple. ABC. A, create a plan. B, your buy, your whatever, and C, stick to it. Essentially, it's just that simple. Stick to your plan you create. B, small sizing regardless at first, team. When you first start trading, go small sizes. I am not even when you start paper trading, just to get even when you start paper trading, you want to be wrong. You want to, some also in paper trading and just go in and start throwing around thousands of shares. But when you for sure go live and you are going real money, I can't tell you how this helped. This helped me. This helped me, team. Because I remember someone saying that to me, and then all these other people, that helped me, AK, or it helped me, Josh. And then same people, then I tell that to, and they're saying, it helped me, AK, it did. Yeah, you're right. Go smaller share sizes. So you were seeing yourself visually getting in these trades with live money. Of course, Then go study over and go over your trade. But the more you see yourself trade, the more confident you'll become, thus limiting that fear. No one team is going to win all the time. So you can't let that get to you. And the other thing, I know your wins won't be that big. I understand that. That's fine. You go, well, if I only trade 300 shares or 500 shares here or even 100 shares, I'm like, that's fine. Just get the trades under your belt. The more you get them under your belt, I'm telling you, the more confident you'll be, the more you'll want to pull the trigger. So if you have, say, a 1 to 2, that's what you're going to start with, 1 to 2,000. That's it, $1 to $2,000. I'd say 100 to 500 shares max. That's it. Do that for a few months, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. You're wow, okay, I'm profiting. I'm green. Let's up it to now 500 to 1,000 shares, and then eventually 1,000 to 2,000. Then you can because what? Your account's growing. And of course, let's go up a little bit more. If you have a $4,000 to $5,000 account, maybe, like I said, anywhere from maybe 100 shares, but up to $1,000 max. You start growing it, or you start off with right around $10,000. Maybe start off with 500 shares, but up to 2,000 max. Maybe eventually work your way up to 3,000 shares when you start, moving your way up. But I'm telling you, smaller share sizes at first will help you get those trades in under your belt if you are catching the fear bug, if you're catching the hesitation bug. Now, which stocks to play? I say play them all. I've got in 100 shares on a stock and made $1,000. Look at wins earlier this year. Got in on that momentum. It broke $50. That was a huge resistance line. It broke $50. It went all the way up to 70 something. I scaled out way too fast, too early, but made $1,000 on 100 shares. Now, of course, usually, stick to your 1, 2, 3, maybe up to $5 to $10 penny stocks. But I'm telling you, anywhere to $5 to $10. We've seen it this year. It's boom. We've seen 6. Next thing you know, wow, this thing's at 20. Oh boy, we're at $40. Like what it was earlier. The SPI was one of the last ones to do it. It can happen. Get in 100 shares. Just get in small. Ride the momentum up. But I'm telling you, play any of the stocks. But once you start pulling the trigger, sticking to that plan, you notice yourself trading every chance you get. That's when you start scaling up. Like me earlier with that pullback to ORMP. Straight, I halfway hesitated, but because I couldn't believe it. I'm like, I just was literally been talking about this for the last 2 minutes as it's happening. No hesitation. Was ready to pull the trigger. You can't let that hesitation go by because then what? Boom, then the bounce has already happened. Then you're in the midway. Your profit's nothing. And most likely a lot of the time you, like I said, not profiting much, and you're most likely having to cut your losses out quick because it's falling over and you've missed the bounce. So over time, in trades, I'm telling you, and doing the trades, the confidence builds as anything you do in life, right? First time you got on a bike as a kid, I remember I had the training wheels on, and my brother laughed his butt off at me, and I was just fine, but you get my point. I was still a little scared. But what do you do? Like a big brother does, especially when he's like 7 years older than you. Took them training wheels right on off of my new bike, and I'm like, I just got this thing. I don't want to, scratch it. That was my main thing. But of course, then anything about, I want to scratch my knees up. And sure enough, it was a learning process. It took me a few laps essentially around the block to really get down to riding without training wheels. But what? My brother pushed me, and it didn't happen at first. That first time I got on, I was scared. But the more I did it, you best believe I was zooming down and up and down and everywhere across that neighborhood with that bike, right, team? But that very first time, a little scary. Like anything, and even like simple stuff. Athletes, musicians, doctors, pilots. Back to what I was saying earlier. First time you do it, they're probably, I'm sure all of them a little scared. First time Tiger walked on the tee. First time a doctor's doing a surgery. First time a pilot's, flying his full 250, 200 passenger, plane, flying from New York to LA. And he's like, oh my gosh, my first, I don't know if that'd be his first flight. But you get my point. You'd be going, sure, there'd be a little nerves there. So it happens with everything. But the more you do it, the more you get better at it. And of course, become great. One of my favorite sayings of all time, besides for the stock market, there's no time for emotion in this scenario, is this, and especially has everything to do with the stock market. The two most powerful warriors are patience and time. How often do we say patience in chat, team, with a Y? Patience, like paying yourself. Be patient. The two most powerful warriors are patience and time, and they really are. Anytime your trading plans don't go as planned, and it's been a month or so of, just say it's being inconsistent, just not consistent. It's inconsistent. Like I was explaining to me, it's a little bit back and forth. Not really gaining anything, but not really losing anything. You're just kind of hesitating. Head back to step one. Go back to paper trading, narrowing down your styles. What it is that you were doing and were so successful and effective for 3, 4, 5, 6 months paper trading that you were so good at. Go back to reworking those. There's no need to continue second guessing yourself, maybe possibly losing more in your account, putting yourself in a deeper hole. I just can't do this type thing. Just start back over. Hey, there's no timetable. Once again, don't come into this going, I've got to make $1 million by this time next year. No, not happening. Be lucky to make get a whatever type return. Like a 100% return in what you start with. To double your account, to grow it from 5 to 10,000 in a year for your first year. They'd be hard to do. I'm telling you, it's not the easiest of things. Unless you've studied and paper traded for months on end before that. So always, if you start second guessing yourself and you do go live, you've gotten to this point, just head back to step one. And the main thing is, remember, you're not alone in this team. We've all been there. That's why this is such a great chat and community. There's so many to help to learn from. Me, Deck, Iggy, literally just said something. I didn't even know that Iggy just said, but you get my point. I'm just scroll up and chat. I mean, there's so many people that have literally been trading for a long time in here that are great traders. Just, DM them. Obviously, Deck, Taylor Trader, POV Joshua, anyone that's green in here, they've been trading for a very long time. Just DM them. I mean, there's other traders that that aren't in green that obviously are pretty good. That Risky Trader, I think he was one that banked however much today, the $40,000. I mean, there are traders here in chat that know what they're doing, so don't be scared and reach out to them. So that is the last little thing. Just ask for it, team. You need help. You're stuck somewhere. If this hasn't even helped you, and I swear I'm trying to paper trade and narrow my style down, and just ask. Just try to narrow down what you need help with, and we'll work with you. That's what I love about it. And real quick, margin or cash. Real quick, I forgot about the bottom. Tell me again, or to me again. It's what suits best for you. Same with whatever chat room, whatever trading platform, broker, whatever trading style and strategy, whatever works best for you and you're finding yourself most successful with, you should go with. Now, of course, at first, I'd say maybe cash just so you can get some trades on your belt. No need to have margin, all that extra buying power, which usually at first, even if it's a smaller account, you're not going to have much more buying power, even if it's only 2 times. My point being, I'm a margin person. So eventually it's going to maximize you. So when you know what you're doing, you've kind of gotten it under your belt, or if you do just want to start with margin, but I prefer margin. Now, at first, I'd say maybe start with cash, kind of slowly kind of grow it and get comfortable, get those 100 share, 500 shares trades out of your way, eventually work your way up to that, 1,000, you're always doing 1,000 shares or so. Okay, then we'll go over to margin now. Let me get double whatever you're at, buying power to kind of really start maximizing those gains. But there you go. There's a little tidbit from my background, how to start, grow, and manage a small account. Hopefully you guys learned a little bit there. And like I said, now to have this recorded is huge for me, so I can help out any new traders if they need this. And perfect limits on the dot, a 30-minute little lesson. Like I said, a little background to show you my growth and where I've gotten to now. And then secondly, just how to grow that small account, how to start. Like I said, it's like Deck says, hey, soak up all the knowledge you can, all the videos you can. Then start paper trading those and try to start formulating those plans and narrowing down your style. Then once you have done that, then start paper trading and going green for a little bit. And then once you start narrowing that down and going green for a little bit, and you've gotten your trades, and it's been 4 months, and I'm up, every month, that you're kind of hitting those goals you want to be up by. Boom, now transition to real money. But once again, always stick to that plan. Don't let the fear bug get you. Stick to the plan and go smaller share sizes, because that little double whammy there will help you. Sticking to the plan, go smaller share sizes, and then, like I said, that confidence will build up over time. And of course, again, you're just not alone. So any of the struggle you need, you start struggling anywhere time going live. Once again, just repeat. Rinse, rip, whatever it is, but essentially start back at 1. Start the process all over again. You will get there. This isn't like I said, this isn't a race. It happens slowly but surely over time. 1 year in, wow, hey, look at the progress. 2, 3, now I can't imagine every year. I'm like, I can't imagine myself a year from right now, just because I'm so excited to see how much further and much more knowledge and where I'll be a year from right now. So a year ago, like I said, a year ago right now, someone would tell me I'll be going live on Fridays giving these lessons, and I'm like, man, really? That's what because it was really starting to hit me last year that I wanted to do this for a living for sure now, and then maybe eventually have my own chat or go live or help Deck out as the best I can. Kind of mention him like, hey man, let's kind of build one of those communities where we have multiple people going live and really have a couple, 2 or you're the main man, but me build those 2 or 3, 4 other faces, and well, boom, here you go. And so we've gotten there, and we have our green traders in chat. I get to go live on Friday. So, someone would tell me that a year ago. I'm like, huh, really? I'll be going live on Fridays? Like, and then, but starting in April? Not like in 6 months, I'll be going live? What? So you just, like I said, keep pushing, team. Keep pushing, keep pushing. So hopefully that's helped you out. Great little lesson there.
On this week's What the Ship, we have updates on some previous stories. We talk about the container sector and what's going on the west coast of the United States. We have updates on Russia-Ukraine regarding grain and tankers. The U.S. Navy and Defense Department testifies before Congress, and they're not happy. And then finally, some big news coming up regarding Anzac Day and the discovery of a lost ship. I am your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to this week's episode. So a lot to cover. We're going to get into all of it this week. But before we do that, I want to take a moment and just thank everyone who subscribes to this channel and supports the page. Just went over 80,000 subscribers. I started this page 2 years ago with the grounding of the motor vessel Ever Given, and at that time I had a grand total of 130 subscribers. We are now at over 80,000. It has just been an incredible run, and I want to thank everybody who subscribes, who watches, who supports the channel either by hitting the super thanks button below or being a patron of the page. Thank you so much. You all make it possible for me to do this show and bring the news to you. All right, let's go ahead and jump into this week's news. So over the past couple of weeks, we have been hitting a lot of what seems to be just accidents involving a myriad of ships from around the world. So I want to give some updates on those ships and some information that was learned. One of the best sources I have to find out information, which I think is some of the best information, is from viewers like you who leave comments in the show's notes. So if you ever get a chance, go ahead, take a look at the notes. There's always some great comments in there. So first story has to do with the launch of the littoral combat ship Cleveland up at Marinette in Wisconsin. And one of the things that became very clear in this launch was a few things. Number one, this is the last of the 16 Freedom class being launched. And normally the tug as depicted in this image would be off the bow of the vessel, but they were building a new launching facility, so there are steel pilings in the way. So that is one of the reasons why the tug was not in that normal position. The other thing that became very clear as we had the video up and talked to people is that tug seemed to be trying to move out of the way. It had a lot of power on, but the tow line seemed to have been very tight. They didn't have any more tow line out. And some people had said, well, maybe they're using it to pull the ship into the, off the launcher. That's not what it is. Gravity does the whole thing here. You just knock the blocks out and this thing slides down. It's attached in those cradles. You'll notice on the ship there are side wires that are attached to it so that they can basically slide down. Those were removed afterwards. It's pretty clear that the tug was just in an improper position at the time of the launch. There wasn't a warning horn prior to the launch. There was a warning horn during the launch. If you watch the video from the shipyard, you'll see them sound the horn and off she goes. But there's usually a warning one prior to that. So we're not exactly sure. The damage to Cleveland was minor. It did hit the stern of the tug and dented in some of the superstructure. Again, it's just aluminum, so it's not that hard to do. And what we saw happen here was just really seems to be a series of miscommunications that led to it. It did seem for a moment like the tug almost seemed to be hung up and not able to move, so that when the Cleveland started to move, the tug still stood in position, even though it was kicking out a big, huge stern wake. So not exactly sure if it got hung up itself or it just didn't have time for the props to dig in and get it out of the way. The second story we looked at here had to do with also with the Navy. This is with the research vessel Petrel, which is over in Scotland. If you remember the story, the Petrel rolled over in a dry dock in Leith, Scotland, and the vessel was sitting at anywhere between a 30 to 45 degree roll. It's pretty clear that the braces that were used to brace the vessel was sitting on a line of blocks. The braces on the starboard side gave way. We don't know why, but they did, and the vessel took this roll. We know the Navy is heading there to assess the damage to the vessel. We also know that in the dock, cranes have been brought in.
How to start. Creating and sticking to your stop loss. It's huge. It's crucial. Again, as I just was kind of preaching, the more you hold, your bag holding, right? You got to have those diamond hands. You don't want diamond hands. There's certain stocks you can have that for a second, for a moment. But again, you're not holding these stocks forever, especially as a day trader. You know, you're in and out of these plays. A lot of the times you may be scalping like recently, or you're holding for your targets. But this is huge and crucial for a lot of traders, so you're not holding on forever and watching the stock continuing to fall on you, and you're losing more and more, is creating and sticking to your stop loss, and especially how I do it, mentally wise. And a lot of mine are mental. I get those questions a lot too. You know, like y'all are asking Deck, are you mental? Do you put a stop loss in? Now, you can create one. I did that in my Thinkorswim setup tutorial. Of course, that's posted. You can watch it, how you do it. Those are great to have, especially when you want to walk away from a computer. You go, hey, here's my exit, like from on the long side here, I'm going to put in a trailing stop in or a stop in, just so if it hits this, I'm done, I'm out. You can walk away from a trade. They're great to have. But a lot of the time, they don't sometimes completely get full, especially if you get a complete flush, right? All of a sudden, it's just drops out of nowhere. Maybe you're in a big share size, and as you see, Deck sometimes gets filled, right, on orders, or gets out sometimes, and we're like, hey, Deck, don't forget about that remaining 20. That's why sometimes I don't like to put in a stop loss. Mine are usually mental. I'm always watching my trades. So I'm in a trade 97% of the time, probably 99% of the time. I'm not moving out of my seat. I'm sweating. I'm in it. I'm adrenaline's running. I'm like, yes, let's roll. You know, like Deck, like you hear me when I get into trades here in chat. I'm all about it. You know, I'm all in it. So sticking to your stop loss. This is huge and crucial. Again, mine are all mental. I don't ever just, and again, I've showed you how to do it on Thinkorswim, but usually 99% of the time, I'm just sticking to my stop loss, mentally triggering, getting out with a market order. So or flatten, which I love on Thinkorswim, just so I'm not, how many shares am I still in? Oh, just flatten, boom, you're out. You're completely out. So let's get through some of these trades that could be had, right? Potential trades, and some of them I did take. I'll show you some of my trades, and some of these ones that I wish I would have taken, and where my stop loss would have been. So Crex, I remember the CREX. I remember this move from back in late April of last year. Beautiful move. Actually ended up pushing, continuing actually in Power Hour, which we're not getting today, of maybe from some place. Craziness. But yeah, this ended up pushing like $4+ and in after hours. Went crazy. But regardless, beautiful kind of like staircase flag patterns on the way up, right? So say right here, you miss this, it halts up, it goes flying up. Where do you want to get in here? Well, what? My halt strategy. Right here. Or I was looking at this one. I forgot to put that one in. I'm looking at the one I wanted to get in. That's the one, because I always remember this trade. I was thinking that this is the entry, but this could have been the halt strategy, because this is the one I meant to add to, and I forgot to add to the slides, but this was your halt strategy. But let's get into the first one that I did add. The entry here, right here. The green arrows are entries. The red arrows are your exits, or your stop loss, I should say, right? Your overall exit, or what would be. Now, this is just the stop loss side. Of course, I'll where your target should be, which I have that sticking to your plan. You'll have those, and it's an overall. But I'll get to just that lesson, your targets and sticking to your targets. How to create and stick to your targets, essentially, right? But this is your stop loss. It's super, super crucial. So that way we're, like I said, not losing a lot of money. VWAP was your entry. Now, usually, like I said, every stock's going to be a little different. You're not going to have, well, it's got to be 15. No, it doesn't have to always be 15, 20 cents. There's no said area. I'm always based, at least me, I'm always basing it on what's moved and how the stock is moving. So right here, where my support and resistance, just like I was talking about, that beautiful short to be had on XT&T. Why I didn't short it, but it still would have been great because there's so many areas of support on the way down below, and that's where you're scaling out. You want to always remember those areas. So same here. You get into the VWAP, this 50-ish area, which also good whole round number, right around 150, right? Your stop loss should be right here. These lower shadows right here. We know if we pull back, we have that last potential around the 130 area, essentially the old halt up area. Of course, a good original bounce price or area to get in. That is your stop loss. That's 20 cents. That's good, right? It's a good 20. That's not much. That's not crazy. 1,000 shares, that's only $200. But that is your max stop loss area. You don't want to go below 130 in this halt. If you crack that, where's your next support line? It's down here. You're going to be down to 115 before you know it. You're going to be literally cracking 130, and you're going to be at 115 before you know it. And go, okay, well, now it's at 115. Maybe it'll bounce back up to 130. No. Get out. Done. Over. It's done. It's over with. You're done. You lost. It's okay. You didn't work out. It just didn't. It wasn't meant to be. It obviously would have worked out in your favor here, but that is your stop loss. Stick to it. And again, move your stop loss as the stock rises. So again, now we're moving up, right? We'll go to the next entry area. Just to kind of say you got in here at the VWAP that I was just telling you. Your stop loss was right here at the 130 area, the halt up price essentially. So now where's your entry as this moves up to where new people are getting in, which I'm about to get into at this 190 right here, at least to your VWAP and entry. Your stop loss needs to continue to rise as the stock rises with you. So you're in at 150, this VWAP, it finally squeezes and pushes here. Your new stop loss is, you're not going to keep it down here at 130 still. It needs to now move up to the VWAP entry area. So that way, if it comes down, you're at least leaving. You can even move it up a little bit more. So, hey, I'm leaving green no matter what. Move it to 160 if you want to. But the stop loss needs to move up as the stock moves up. Again, next area of entry would be a safe area of what? 185, 195. A lot of people would have been loving, and this is where I missed out. I'll show you the trade I finally took, and it's kind of chasing it, but I just had to get in. Well, the bottom of this wedge. Look at this. This is a bull flag. Beautiful bull flag. Here's your flag. Just like that. Remember the little example I gave earlier in chat, and I'll put it out there again real quick. Does this not look just like a bull flag? That'll come up in a second. Beautiful bull flag, though, right here. It's kind of more descending than it is ascending. Bounce plays to be had right across this 185-ish, 190 area. The pennant's on there too, but look at that bull flag. You click on that top left-hand one. The top does this not look just almost like that top left-hand example? Beautiful bull flag right here. Beautiful. Beautiful. So where's your stop loss at, team? Now you can go VWAP. Now you can go VWAP if you want to be ultra safe and give yourself only about a 10 cent to 15 cent stop loss. You can go tight. You can. Now, that's stop loss area one. Maybe once like me, I'll probably, if it does, say if I would have gotten in one of these areas that I missed out on, because it kind of started drooping here, and I was hoping it'd come back actually to the VWAP, maybe a little bit lower for an entry, and of course it squeezes. But if any of those people got in right here, I can understand my point being, okay, it's cracking off. I'm going to scale out some right here. I'm going to give my point being the ultimate stop loss has got to be what, team? These upper shadows at 160. Look at beautiful line you could have put in right here at 160 that it never reached again. But that's got to be your ultimate end-all, be-all stop loss. It cracks through these upper shadows and it's falling to 150 and done. Over. Don't wait for that. It cracks through this 165-ish area, 160 area, whatever that. I think it's 165. Oh, that's 170 actually. 165 to 1. We'll call it 165. That's why I called it area, because there's kind of close to 170. 165-ish is closer, more toward the bottom of these candles probably. So anywhere in that area, when it cracks, you're done. You're out, because if it cracks that, then you're what? You're probably back to the 150, maybe 160 mark, and you're gonna fall some more. Don't let that happen to you. Don't let that happen to you. Let it go. Sell it. Flatten. Sell all. Whatever it is that you have on your platform. Get out. Now, here I traded CREX. Let's get to my trade of CREX. Waited for this finally to pull back as it spiked up to what? An old high of day area. Kind of like what I always love, old resistance equals new support. I got in on this candle. It's like, yes, we pulled back right to what I wanted. I was in right around 207, 209, whatever. I forgot what it was. Essentially a 210 entry. Your stop loss, the bottom of these candles. That's it. If this, of course, the VWAP's right there, which is beautiful, right? At the time, this was my entry. But then, of course, then you get the VWAP entry later on. We're just at the 210 entry right now, team. But the 210 entry right now, this 185 in VWAP area, because it's pretty much right at the same area. You could have put a line in and boom, there's the VWAP. And that's where I am now. So this line, so 185, 190 in the VWAP, whammy, I'm done. I'm in. Because I know if it cracks that, I'm in. Probably, you get my point. If I'm still just waiting for, not holding still, not selling, upper shadows are next. 165, like the last area I just showed you. 165, that's it. I'm down to that. 170 maybe. No point to give yourself that much room. There's no point to do that to yourself and then bag hold. And I get those messages like, hey, I'm in it. It's like that. I got in at the bounce at 210 and it's cracked below the VWAP. And, it's a point, it's like at 165, 150. And I'm like, stick to those stop losses. Got to, you got to do the best you can to stick to those. And then, of course, then I'll give my opinion of maybe how it can and move back to. And I'll always say, of course, if it gets close back to your entry, just sell, which would probably be would have been the VWAP in this case or anywhere. You get my point. But the point is, the main thing is to stick to your stop loss. Your entry here is with me at 210. Here's your stop loss. Your entry again here is around the VWAP 210. The same area. You can put that line over and you can go $2 to be safe. Totally understand $2 because you crack 2, you're down to 190, 185. So you could have done 2 at the VWAP because the VWAP's a little higher here. It's at 215-ish, a little higher than 210. So I totally understand $2. If you want to keep it tight, keep it tight. but I'm always about keeping that ratio right. So of course, me here, I want the 210 entry, 20 cent at 25 cent max stop loss. But what do I want? I want this to push just like it did. 210 entry. I know I've got 225 to, or what does it? 230, I should say. So that's 15 cents. So I'm 1-to-1 essentially right there, right? Close to it. Well, no, 20 cents. 20 cents to 20 cents if I can do math right, not 15 cents. 20 cents to 20 cents, close to that. But this is exactly what I want. The one last push for high of day. So I'm scaling out right here. Usually, a lot of the time, it can be that 1-to-1 ratio. I'm like, okay, I'm going to scale out some here, take my profit. No, I'm locked in here. Out of my, say, 2,000 shares, I locked in 1,000 here, 20 cents up. I'm up $200. Great. I'll save this last 1,000 shares. Oh, getting the push. And then you're scaling out as it moves. But point being, try to keep that ratio the same. Don't be, okay, well, my stop loss is here at 150. Well, okay, if your stop loss, or if you're whatever your stop loss is, always try to remember where your target is and what you're looking at. The main thing, though, for your stop loss, find your support/resistance below where this can fall down to, and that's your overall end all be all. If this falls down to the VWAP in 185, that's your it. You're crunch. Oh, you're going. Ooh, okay, we got to bounce here. If we bounce, you can't. You've got to get out. Then you can't continue to hold if it doesn't bounce here at the VWAP in 185. It's going to crack more, and you're down that much more. More examples of how to stick to stop losses in different areas. Don't have a true resistance support area behind. This really spiked up in pre-market, and I tried to find this and I couldn't the actual full picture of it. But my point being, didn't really have it. Had it jump through one, but it really didn't have an area if you crack through. My point being, which I wanted and alerted and chat, I didn't feel like pulling that slide up, but I have when I did this lesson, I pulled up my alert from chat, and this is why I wanted the bounce. I really wanted 120, thinking if this cracked back to 120. 120 to 1, I'm sure I said 117 area, 115 area, and luckily I got filled at 117. This was my entry. That's why when I did the lesson, I kind of paused it right here and took a picture. But of course, I wanted the 120, and then of course 117 if I could have gotten filled there, and actually came down to 115, which would have been really hard to get filled there, as you saw the little shadow barely touch it. But it moved up to where? Back up to through the 130 area, of course, where you saw the resistance. But so where's your stop loss? At max, it's got to be $1. I wouldn't have even probably waited for a dollar bounce. I probably would have seen this crack through this lowered VWAP band right through 110, which a lot of the time it's really awesome how you see, look, how this holds up. Look how much resistance this held up for a while. This is the upper VWAP band. I know it's a lot of, platforms. I don't think really hardly any of them have it besides Thinkorswim, but they really tend to work out a lot. They not a lot, but it's here and there. My point being, that would have been my stop loss. I would have been in 117 where I was at with a move back up to 130. So 13-ish cents, right? So my stop loss needs to be around that 110 to 108.7 area. I'm not going to wait to $1. But for you, other traders, that needs to be your overall max stop loss. Don't wait for this to drop to 97 cents, 96. There's no point. Get out at $1. Done. End of story. Be all done. You're out flat and you're out after $1. Stick to your stop loss. Your entry is 115. Maybe you get the one, whatever you want, the 120 to 115 area. Your overall max stop loss needs to be 1. There's no point to be holding when it cracks to $1. Let's get into some. Oh, this is my first trade in the small account challenge. There's another good point being, here's how to trade, say, something that's not really moving too much, too crazy when you actually get in. You're hoping for it to. This has moved from, $3 with almost $5. So it moved decent, in the first 30 minutes of the market open. Obviously, $2, pretty nice. But me and Deck got in. That's me and we both got in our small accounts right here. What do we want? We see these upper shadows at 420. So we get in at 420. Where do you think our stop loss is going to be? Right here. And look what happened. And that's why I put the arrow right here. Because look what happens when you crack our stop loss area that would have been, especially the VWAP. You're done. It's over. Look at this crack of the VWAP. There's no point to continue to hold. If you want the VWAP to be your overall from the 415, I think you could have gotten filled at 410 there, but 415-ish is where both of us got filled because it was a quick trade. It didn't, and we got out of it quick because you could tell it really wasn't bouncing and that's, you can see why. Here's why I got at XT&T earlier. It's on a nice tear, right? But look what happens on this bounce. It really is kind of what XT&T did to me earlier. Doesn't look like it's going to push off the VWAP and crack. So that's happened to me a lot. I'm going to lock in my profit, and then if it does push, oh well, I was right. That was the bounce area. Should have held longer. But, again, why we stick to our stop loss. Because if I didn't get out here, which I got out and took my profit, Some of it was kind of even because just see how fast that came down, and I just got out because I kind of moved my stop loss up. And that's what I do a lot of the time when I start taking my profit in this area and I'm down to say 1,000 shares, 500 shares. I'll move my stop loss up really close to my entry. So essentially I leave it, even on those last amount of shares that I'm in. That's just what I do. You don't have to do that. That's just, okay, it's just kind of a clarity thing. Like, oh, my conscience feels good. Okay, cool. I got out at a good area, And then, of course, like earlier, XT, it's going to move on me sometimes and push up $2, whatever it was for my entry on XT&T, literally like $2. But again, your entry's at 415-ish area. Take your profit. Maybe you didn't, but again, if anything, stick to your stop loss, which needs to be $4 or the trend or VWAP at most. $4 VWAP at most. Then you're out. Because look what happens. And that's why I put this in there and left it with the arrow. Look what happens when you don't. Immediately, whammy, straight down. So be careful there. Stick to your stop loss. Here's another trade that could have been had. Say you wanted the VWAP bounce. You're waiting for that. You wanted, I want the VWAP bounce. Fine, y'all can take the 415 bounce deck and whatever. Okay, cool. I want the VWAP bounce. You get filled at $4 VWAP. Stop loss right here. The old halt up area, little bounce area. And again, look what even happens when you do crack through 380. You're down to 360 before you know it. Again, stick to your stop loss. It's that easy, and that's how I determine these. This is how I'm creating them. This is how I'm sticking to them. I create them by finding, okay, I want a VWAP bounce. Where's my area below that? If it doesn't bounce there and stay there, I'm done. I got to get out. Again, okay, halt up area. Bouncing here after we really rose above it. Finally, right here, right? We finally got a good bounce off of it. If it doesn't hold that 380 area, I'm done. I'm out. Because, again, if it doesn't, it's going down to what? The next area, lower shadow, upper shadow. And there's another good bounce opportunity, but we know it's going to come down probably in the end. 360, maybe down to 340. Again, stick to your stop loss. How to trade halts. Crazy plays, right? It's halting up. You want to, again, this is one of my halt strategies, right? Old halt up area, halted up right here at the 1122 mark. Right here's the halt up price. It opens up, runs, you don't get filled. Totally understand. You finally, though, you wait like a stock sniper. Wait for that halt area. Look, you bounce once, you bounce twice even at the halt up price. It's beautiful, baby. I love the halt strategy when the stock market's super hot. You get a play like this that's moving, ripping dollars. You best believe when you rip up above that halt price, especially from 11.22 up to 14, you move $2 almost dollars, and then finally come back down to it, you're going to see a bounce on an old halt up price. Where's your stop loss then if you're getting in? 11 if you want to be safe like me more times than not, especially with a rangy stock like this that can move and it's moving dollars, ripping dollars. At most team, right here at this 1080 mark, this little sandwich area, that's it. You got to be done because and I wish I would have put on forgot to put the one after this. When this did crack right here, this 1120 mark, it cracked through 11 and 1080 so fast, it's just one dump down to like close to 10. I think it bounced right above $10. That's what my point is when you have to stick to your stop loss because when this area right here cracks, and especially this area cracks, right through here, you crack through the halt up here. You crack through the $11, which, like I said, your entry. Your $11, that's the prime area. But then especially this little wedge right here, you've got to be fully out at 1080. You got to be. Stick to your stop loss, team. Again, here's another one that was halting up, kind of going crazy earlier this year, or last year, late in the year. PEC. I'm sure a lot of you remember PECK. PEC. Same thing. You're waiting like a stock sniper. Look where it halted up at. And it took it a few candles in a few minutes and halt ups, literally from going from, the 790 area all the way up to 1430. Whew. And look where it still bounces, baby. But it does have the VWAP there, so a little double whammy going on. Beautiful bounce off the hold. Look at this halt up. That's a halt up. You can, if you have trade, or I should say Thinkorswim, TD Ameritrade, right? That's a halt. That's a halt. That's what the halts look like on Thinkorswim when it halts like right toward the beginning of a new candle, new minute. No volume, essentially, as you can see. No range because it just opened up into a new minute. Anyway, look where it bounced at perfectly. So where is your stop loss? Max, team. Max. It's got to be this low, right here. See 3 arrows in a row? Here's your upper shadow, the close of this candle, the open of the halt, the lower shadow that would have been perfect right there because I think that's actually a halt up too. Pretty sure that is. Right there. That's 750. That's it. You got to get out. What's the point of being a stock at 790 and finally it cracks 750? You know you're going to be down to what, $6 maybe even before you know it. If it cracks the 750 or $7 area, you're done. You've got to get out. That's just a complete drop off. You're done. You're going to be kaput. 'Kaput. HTBX. 'Kaput. 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 ' kind of one that's, here's one at the opening bell. Showed you some halt strategy type plays, where to get in and out, because they're crazy movers, right? You got to know how to trade those and where keep stop losses. Again, it's always sticking to where the support resistance areas are below you, as in where it may bounce, where once was resistance will show up as support now, and if it cracks that, you're done. You need to be out. Again, I remember this alert in the chat. Didn't want to show, but I love this one. Beautiful play. Played it in chat. One of the three, I called it 390 in chat. It hit, and I should have called it, as you can really see, 385 was the bounce, and it went even below that. But right here, look at the shelf being built. That's why I put that 385 right on the dot there so you can see it, team. Beautiful bounce. Where's your stop loss? Look at the shelf right here in this area, and you can go over earlier to when you crack this area. Look when you crack this area. Whammy. Look when you crack that area right through here. Slowly cracking it, and then whammy. I know it's cracking the VWAP too, but look at that. So this 365, 370 area, had to take a little drink of water just to replenish the mouth there, refresh to go, yeah, that's right, 365, 370, baby. But that's your stop loss. You crack that, you're going to fall back to where? Look at this area where you bounce that, what's that, 355? So you're 15 to at least 10 more cents down if you crack the stop loss area. What's the point of then holding down? I might as well just have 50 cent stop loss. No. Find a stop loss area and stick to it. Find a little area where it could bounce at, a little resistance below, once was before, right? And where it came back to, this can bounce at. That is the end all be all. If it doesn't bounce there and it cracks back, now, a lot of these ones I'm showing you, right? They're great examples of bounce plays, because that's usually from my chat. I haven't found any where, okay, see, when I've tried to show you both where this doesn't come back to, but the one does. There's certain ones where I know I showed you one, what happens when you crack the resistance area. Oh, well, that was in the same one. Well, hello, Josh. Hello, AK-47, right here. Look what happens when, like I said, you crack that area. Now, though, I think I did show you one earlier when it does finally come, when you do crack, what happens. But that's the point. You stick to the stop loss, and this is how you're creating them. You're going back, going, okay, if I want a 385 bounce, I see why I want the bounce, but where's my stop loss? Why? Where am I going to get out if it does crack this area? Well, where do you think? Okay, let's think about it. Okay, you could have this little shelf here, the bottom part of it. That's where I kind of start this 37. It's 375-ish at the start of the shelf, close to 370. Like right here through that line, the dotted line of the VWAP right there is right at 370. So you could start at 370, and then the bottom of it's going to be what? Right here. This 365 area came up to it. Right here, bouncing on it after we came up to it, broke above it. Now we're bouncing on 365. Look what happened when we cracked 365 earlier. So I'm like, yeah, 365, 370. That's it. That's got to be the area that I am out completely 100% if it cracks that. APVO. Again, how to trade a different type of play here. How about a U-shaped breakout? We love these in chat. U-shaped break of the VWAP. I haven't alerted those in a while. I haven't seen too many of them. But boy, when we see them, they're beautiful to have. Love them. So where do you want to have a stop loss at? Your buy here, because that's the breakout, one of the very few breakouts I love buying. And of course, it's in a hot market time. It's when I've been seeing them, been alerting them. Like, I've been alerting this like 3 days in a row. Hello, let's get into this, baby. Right here, baby. And I don't have a little Jimmy, man, I have that all day in me now. But yes, loving it, getting pumped. I guess a little March Madness. My Hogs are doing pretty good in basketball. But right here, break of the VWAP, so you're in 835. You're in at the break of the VWAP, right? So where is your stop loss at? These upper shadows to be the safer route, because look where you do bounce later when you finally actually come down and crack through 810. So these upper shadows right here, eventually you see the bounce, 810 though. Kind of get some mixed in right here, but then this has got to be where you have your lower and riskier side. It's a little 15 cents below. Look at the bounces here at the 795, 795, came up to 795. So 795 has got to be your end all. That's your end all be all. If you want to go a little bit riskier, right? That's a 40-cent stop loss. But of course, it's for a rangier stock that can move dollars. That's why, to me, I'd been probably more on the safer side in 810. This area would have been my stop loss. Again, determine it on your own. See what works best for you. But that's where I'm determining my stop losses, and that's why and then of course, I'm sticking to them. You got to. You do not want to be in these plays. Like I said, you're down 30, 40, 70 cents. It just continues to fall. Don't want that to happen. MYOS. Here's just another play. I remember getting into this one. Had to learn on this trade back in the very first day of July last year. Bounce play off of these upper shadows. Here's exactly how I wanted the 245 bounce. Upper shadows, upper shadow, upper shadow. Whammy, we get our spike above. So I'm like, please just pull back to 245. I get my entry. So 240 to 245 is your entry. So you're fine within. You're in with me around the 240. I think I was in at 240. I wasn't in around 247. So you get this entry right here at 247. So what's your stop loss? Again, why I'm showing you this one, because it's a little wonky. It's like, where am I? Again, you got to take your little bit of time, do your little head game, due diligence, determine it. Takes a second sometimes. They're not always clear cut. Trend line. You could have moved the trend line up a little bit if you wanted to and say this was a crack up, but right here you could have put it, like you see what I'm saying right there? But the trend line. Now, a lot of people, and I put that in there, safer traders, you know what, VWAP them out. Now, it depends on how much it moves up, right? And of course, as the stock moves up, that's where your trend, or I should say your stop loss is going to be. As this moves up, that's where my stop loss was. My stop loss originally was probably around that 220-ish area. Then I put this trend line in, and that's how I liked it on the bottom side, giving myself a good maybe 25 cents at most, 220, 225 area at most. But of course, if it does crack through that, I'm not holding. I am 1 trillion% out at the crack of this trend line. Because, of course, then nowadays I'm willing to short that. But you get my point. And then as I was saying, you're moving your stop loss up, and it continued to move up because I had a stop loss at the VWAP as this moved up. That's why I put the VWAP in there. Got the last couple of slides here to get through real quick before we get to close the market. GIVO, here we go. Now on the short side, trying to show you shorts, how to cover on your short side. Of course, I've showed you that when I've sticking to your the plan and all that last week. Forming your plan, of course, I had the short trade. I should have my my shorting lesson a month or two ago. But now the stop loss, how to stick to stop losses on the short side. So I'm the trend line cracker, right? I love trend line cracks. So you're in here on the $14 or $14.15 area on the trend line crack. To me, to be safe, this high of day area 425, and I know it's kind of tight, but that's my stop loss. We start pushing a new high of day, just continue to squeeze. We've seen it happen, because he trades so much, we've seen it happen a deck every once in a while. Gets in on a short, he continues to kind of push on him. And you may sometimes have to scale in a little bit more, but that's my point. That's my stop loss because I'm in once. I don't want this to push to through 425. Next thing you know, up to 450. I don't want that. So I'll keep a 10 cent tight stop loss, and that is exactly why, because I don't want this to push to a new high of day on me. So 425 is my stop loss from the trendline crack area. Last example right here, real quick. Again, a shorting example. Exit trendline crack, loves it. Loves it. I love it. 615 area is your entry. 620 at best, right? The trend line crack. So what is your stop loss? You can have two here. Your trend, because we were on a trend line, were we not? You're short in the crack of it. The trend line is your first scale out zone. Excuse me, there was almost a hiccup that came through. Is your first trend line zone? Or first, I was going to say scale out zone is the trend line. Right here, so 420. So right above it, I know because you get a quick crack to 6, but you want to keep it kind of tight. So it's now moving up through 420, right? Or I should say 620. So you have about and it's only 5 cents, but you don't want to squeeze. I know that my point being, if you want to be safe, that's why I put that in there, because you could squeeze to the VWAP, and this was mine. And the overall stop loss is the VWAP. Right around at the time was around 635, a 20-cent stop loss. So, because again, I don't want this to squeeze back up, as in it's still in this kind of ascending area, and it pushes back up to 660, 680. Now I'm down 40, 56. Don't want that. I don't want to squeeze to the VWAP, because I know if we push and squeeze to this VWAP, we're up to 660 and 670, 75 in a glance, most likely with this. Well, not a glance, but 2 or 3 candles. So again, maybe a little bit out at the, okay, I'm not liking this. It's looking like it may pop back through the trend line here. Out some there if you want to be safe. The rest, you're out at the VWAP, because if you push to the VWAP here, you're going to continue to push. But that, again, how you create and stick to a stop loss, team, find those areas above. Again, like on the short side, you're going to find your areas of what? Once were resistance, but now could, or I should say once were support, but now could be resistance. You don't want that to push and squeeze through those. And same on when you're, like I said, when you're going long on a play, find the area below that could bounce at. Find that support below. So if you crack through your area that will support, find the area that's, 10, 15, 20 cents below that could easily be a good bounce play. And if it cracks through that, you got to get out. So again, like here, you're in at 245. If it cracks through this last little trend line and bounce area at, the trend line at 225-ish, you need to be fully out. You're done. It's not going to bounce anymore. It's going to crack even more. Get out fully. So I hope that it helps everyone with the trend line. I should say with trend lines, sticking to the stop loss, how to create one and how to stick to it. Like again, just kind of go over this one. Okay. I want to get in here at the bounce play here at all these upper shadows here at the 415, 420 mark. I know I'll see a bounce there, which we did. Where's your stop loss? Okay, below. If I don't bounce, if it bounces in, okay, cool. About the $4 area. If it cracks below 4, the VWAP, which the VWAP's lined up with these lower shadows here at what's that 390-ish area? Yeah, I'm out. You got to be out. You see what I'm saying? So you formulate your plan. Entry here. My lowest area that I am going to completely, I'm going to sell complete out of it is the area that if it cracks through, I know it's going to fall through further, and you're going to have even more of a loss. So stick to that stop loss. Hopefully that helped out some traders with sticking to your stock creating and sticking to your stop loss. Please let me know.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, Sweden has seized a vessel suspected of cutting a cable in the Baltic. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So we are back at it again. This is the 4th incident of a cable break in the Baltic. Now, you may remember, I've talked about this for a long time, go all the way back to New Polar Bear was coming into the Baltic and dropped a anchor and severed several cables. I went in a lot of detail in that. I have a whole video that you can take a look at on that. And we talked about the fact that this could have been an accident, that you could have let an anchor slip and could have dragged it, even though there are at least 3 measures in place to prevent an anchor from doing that. However, in the past few months, we've had now a trio of additional accidents. We have the Yiping 3. This is a vessel that was suspected of dragging its anchor. The vessel was boarded in international waters between Denmark and Sweden, but the vessel was allowed to continue on. We have the Eagle S that's being held right now in Finland. I'm going to talk about this ship in a second. And now we have this vessel, a Maltese flag bulk carrier, the Vazen, which is a 3-year-old bulk carrier capable of carrying 32,000 tons. The ship was heading out of Ust-Luga in Russia, heading outbound of the Baltic. We believe heading to Canada. That's where it was last coming from. Fully laden bulk carrier. The ship has now been seized by the Swedish government and brought into Swedish waters. This ship is suspected of dragging its anchor or deploying an anchor drag and severing a cable between Latvia and Sweden. So 1 anchor drag, okay, that's an accident. 2 anchor drag, that's a weird coincidence. We're at 4 now, so there is something going on. There's something amiss in the Baltic Sea. And what's interesting is we just had a report come out about the investigation into the Eagle S. This story over at Maritime Executive report, U.S. is convinced that Baltic cable damage was accidental. This is on the Eagle S, the 3rd ship. Since late December, the Russian-linked tanker Eagle S has been under arrest in Finland. I don't think it's technically under arrest. I think it's being held at this point. I don't think a file of arrest has been done for rupturing 5 subsea cables by dragging her anchor. The Christmas Day incident was the latest in a series of 3 suspected sabotages. According to the Washington Post, senior intelligence officials in the U.S. and EU have become convinced that these repeat incidents were all accidents caused by inexperienced crew members and has nothing to do with Russian hybrid warfare efforts. So in one of the best lines of this whole report, the Post report was received with skepticism by some in Finland. Pekka Toveri, former head of Finland's military intelligence agency, told the paper that the accidental damage theory was total BS. I'm not sure what that translates to into English from Finn, but BS I think is universal. I'm pretty sure that the Finns just called bullshit on this U.S. report. But let's continue on. The most important thing in any hybrid operation is deniability. He pointed to the ship's anomalous movements and the well-funded Russian intelligence efforts to map out NATO's seabed infrastructure. Finnish National Bureau of Investigation Inspector Sami Limatien, I'm going to be really bad in Baltic names, I apologize, who was involved in the ongoing inquiry aboard Eagle S, gave a dismissive reply when asked about the Post's accidental damage explanation. Quote, "I'm not even going to comment on that. I'll leave the information from foreign newspapers at their own value. The Finnish National Police is investigating the crime. Crimes are being investigated and solved. Nothing has changed." So while the U.S. may think it's an accident, pretty clear that the Baltic states, Finland led here, that this is not an accident. And the quick action by the Swedes here to seize this new vessel kind of demonstrates that. The report goes on, Eagle S lost port anchor was recovered from the bottom of the Baltic at the end of a 50-mile drag track at the location where the ship was intercepted by Finnish forces. In order to start the drag track by accident, the Eagle S would have to lower, then secure her port anchor accidentally mid-voyage without the crew's knowledge and without the anchor running away. Then over the course of a 50-mile transit, the crew would have to overlook the effect of the port anchor dragging on the bottom at 6 to 10 knots. And Sweden is warning of Russian, Chinese, and Iranian hybrid warfare. All right, I've talked about this in the past, but I want to recap just very quickly here. So to drop an anchor, there's no button on the bridge. You have to physically go to the bow of the vessel to drop the anchor. And I'm going to use this image. I've used this one before. The front bow of the vessel would be to your left. The stern, the back of the vessel is to your right. What you're looking at here is here's the anchor chain heading down into the hawse pipe. This is going to go down the pipe down to the outside of the ship where the anchor is hung. The chain comes up through the hawse pipe and then runs over the top here of the gypsy wheel and then down into the chain locker where the anchor chain is. So there are three things that prevent an anchor from accidentally running or falling. Number one, the chain stopper right here. This physically latches down on the chain. This prevents the anchor from dropping or being picked up. That locks the anchor in place. Second, this big wheel here is the brake. The brake actually has a big, huge metal band here that goes around the gypsy wheel. It tightens down. It prevents the anchor also from running out. And then you also have gears and a clutch here, which you engage the clutch to either lower the anchor slowly under the motor or to hoist it back on board. To disengage, to drop the anchor, you have to disengage the clutch, you have to remove the chain stopper, and then you have to loosen the wheel.
Creating and sticking to your stop loss. It's huge. It's crucial. Again, as I just was kind of welcome everyone to another episode of Stud and Dud presented by the Dallas School of Music. Thank you all for listening. I'm Josh Smith. With me each week, the doc, the man, Dr. Bob Lawrence. What's up?
Happy Valentine's, man.
Happy, exact. Cannot believe we were get to record on a
Happy
kind of
Valentine's.
a
I can't even believe I'm here.
Instead of making love?
Well, exactly. I should be home right now.
Because we're going to get into that. Or we already talked about it like we always like to tease. Watch our stories on Instagram. This guy says he's making his most memorable love moment tonight. Oh, man, this boy over here. I'm telling you, already talking the goods. But yeah, happy Valentine's Day. Great day to be. Hey, should have brought in some chocolate, set up a little heart right here. You know, some flowers for you.
Yeah, well.
We should start doing that for the theme. Since I came up with that a little while ago. Theme each one of our shows, so you're not just looking at our Stud and Dud, the logo. Kind of theme it to each show. A name, our logo. Yeah. So each show, when you pull it up on iTunes, iHeartRadio, Spotify, YouTube. Anyway, so maybe we should start doing that every time I do a little theme. Like today, I could have maybe a little baseball beside it for opening day of some college baseball, the softball. I was pumped about that. And the
spring training is underway.
Games next weekend.
I'm getting ready to go to Phoenix.
Oh man, I'm telling you. So. First off, on tap today, being that it is the day of love, we definitely have to talk, like I said, the most memorable love moments of all time, which you're creating one tonight, it seems.
Tonight, yeah.
Wow, and your most memorable love moment, you said you're doing that tonight. So yours is going to be quick. Tonight. Josh, did it tell you?
Tonight.
Well, you're going to have to tell me all about it next week then.
The best is yet to come, man.
And last week. And I'm telling you, look, people, I'll do this again. I'm going to zoom in and post. See how it cuts off right here? It cut off What's Up, Doc. I wasn't trying to cut you off last week. Here's what's so funny.
It's not
Here's
the
how
first
bad
time
I feel.
It's happened.
Well,
it's not the first time.
I think
that
it
should
is.
be my What's Up, Doc. Okay, come on, man. What the hell? A little
cutting Doc out of the show.
Disrespect.
But I'm not. Here's how I think about it. It was the day. I think I was still in the car. There was at some point in time. I was like, oh, because here's why I remembered.
Do you notice how I didn't even say anything?
I wish you woulda.
No, I just, I take a back seat like normal on these shows. I just kind of,
You bring it, put that voice. Hey,
no, I just go to the back.
What I liked was that the live. Where was that, Doc? That's what I need. Hey, we're talking tonight. I need a little jazz in your step, a little pep in your step. Maybe drink 3 cups of coffee before I come in. Not to get your first one when we're drinking on the show, because you're pepped up by the end of the show.
Yeah, but I'm ready. I'm ready to be tied at the end of the show.
All right, but definitely have to talk about some love moments. What's up, Doc? Back to that though, because I just remember you saying something that I would be. He said, because it hit me when we were leaving. When I was leaving, I was like, said something I'd be good to tell, and then I of course made fun of myself, which I'm good at because I have to make fun of me since like I said, because I know everything. I was like, oh, that's right, because I know everything, so I'll be good. I'll be good at this. So. You can bring up another one. You can bring up that one. You can bring up, hey, Josh, you gonna just cut me out of the show?
Yeah, right.
You got 3 What's Up Docs potentially.
Well, that's right. I could
Last week's a new one, and that.
I could just do a solo show.
You know what? What's up, Doc?
Yeah, just a What's Up Doc.
No, let's go.
And I'll just go, hey, Josh is not here.
Right, exactly.
I'm just doing a solo show. What's up, Doc?
And usually What's Up, Doc usually tends to lead toward the negative side. So this week's tweet of the week, and usually that could be negative.
Oh, you're going positive?
We're going positive tweet of the week.
Oh, that's nice.
We're going positive tweet of the week.
That.
Yes.
I like that.
Little recap and preview, including the Oscar winners. We got to go over those, just a couple, and our Mount Rushmore of sports movies to kind of finish out the month of movies.
Hard to pick.
Lots of good ones. I mean, I wrote down like 8 potentially. This is one of those other ones. Really, you could have about 2 or 3, or you could argue, a lot potentially for your one.
Right.
I would be like, hey, good, throw it up there. I'm down with that.
Right.
There's some that'd be like, really, Dodgeball? I mean, it was a funny movie, but you're gonna throw that one in there? I love it to death, but is that really even a sports movie?
Oh my God.
And in our coveted Stud or Dud segment, something I should have brought up last week that has to deal with the Super Bowl winning Kansas City Chiefs. So it's another great story. But first, Doc, what are you doing for Valentine's Day? I guess you're making your most memorable love moment. Anything though, honestly, besides school tonight? Anything really planned? Movie, a dinner?
Taking Tam out for dinner this evening.
Where do y'all? Don't.
I can't say where we're going. It's a surprise.
Oh, nice.
I just can't say where we're going.
Nice.
But it will not be our traditional place.
Is Denny's or no?
IHOP.
I was like, no, I always say Denny's, the Arkansas version.
I'm breaking tradition tonight.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Are you going to still go breakfast? Can we at least get that out?
We already went to breakfast.
Okay, I guess you. Okay, let me ask that because I know you've probably already answered it in previous shows. When y'all go at night, did y'all say for IHOP? Did y'all do breakfast or did y'all get dinner-ish food?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, we actually did breakfast.
So, that's what I'm saying. See, I would have too.
Right. Yeah. I just can't imagine ordering a steak at IHOP.
Yeah. I mean, might as well just go to Walmart even or wherever you want to go and get your steak and go grill it at home.
It'd be better.
And it'd probably be about the same price.
Yeah, right.
I mean.
Right.
All right. Funny enough, crazy enough, ironically enough, my parents are coming into town, so we get to spend tonight eating over at Nate's. We're going over to Nate's.
Ooh, I love Nate's.
Got to get over there early.
Get a bowl of seafood gumbo,
oh,
man.
bro. It's all right. I'm already
serious. We go over there all the time, man. We go over there for lunch and grab a little bowl of seafood, especially when it's cold.
Oh, like this? It's perfect for tonight. Because see, what I was wanting to do was a place. I love it. It's called Lazy Dog. It's right. There's a couple of them.
I know exactly.
A beautiful place too. That is a beautiful place.
Right.
Well, obviously, you can bring your dogs there. So mom loves Neville, who I lived with for a little while when I moved back from Chillicothe. I lived in with mom and dad for a little bit before the transition to Dallas. And she fell in love with Neville, which is one of our dogs. So that's who I had with me during that time period. That was when we were still only at 4 dogs, by the way, which is crazy enough. That was back in 2013. Anyway, so she loves Neville, loves all our dogs really, but so we're gonna bring Neville and like one of our others, Brody. But we just love that place. So I was like, well, it's a little cooler tonight. Let's do that tomorrow night. It gets up to like 60 tomorrow. It'll be a good, 6 o'clock dinner tonight.
Nice. Go to Nate's tonight.
And then do Nate's because that's more of more of a
I didn't even know you knew about Nate's.
Yeah, we brought it up the first time Matt and them were here.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yep. Because I forgot how we even brought that up being out because I used to live over here, but man, me and Avery discovered it because we used to live right over here. That's how we discovered all these places. Which we love this area and wow, you can some good food.
Oh, no doubt.
Love Nate. So we're going there tonight. And I called the other day just to make sure they're not doing reservations because I've worked restaurants. A lot of them don't do reservations because it's hard on a day like today because it's in and out. I mean, there's so many people you don't know when you're going to have open tables. Some of the nice ones do, but a place like Nate's, I didn't figure. I just want to make sure. And no, first come first serve. I'm like, that's what I figured. I was like, but don't wait till like 6:37. You're gonna wait an hour, 2 hours. Like, I figured. Luckily, my parents, even when we go to Florida, I love it. My parents they'll eat dinner at 4:30 if they can, which is hilarious. It's like they're 90 already. Like I'm like 4:30, sure, great. Now tonight it's going to work great because we're going to beat the traffic.
4:30, then Wheel of Fortune, and then hit the sack.
Done. throw a basketball or football or whatever, any kind of sporting event on for mom and dad. They're gone. 9 o'clock, they're both snoring in their chairs. They don't even bother to go back to bed until about midnight.
Oh,
literally,
that's hilarious.
I love it. Literally, I'd like being in high school. It would be pitch dark in the living room at 9 o'clock. They'd be passed out till 11:30 out there, just like I'm like, go to bed for God's sakes. What you bought it for, right? With that, it's a great. That's great. I love it. It's gonna be right there when I get older. Just 9 o'clock, I'm out.
It's a rite
sleep
of
in my
passage,
comfortable
man.
chair.
When you get old, you get to do that stuff.
I love it. Speaking of continue the Valentine's Day, what's the most memorable moments that we've had on Valentine's Day? Yours is gonna be back, I guess in the heyday when stuff was you had to use your head a little bit more.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Certainly so. Come up some. What do you got, Doc? Give me a couple of your moments that you have.
Right now.
Yeah. Oh no, back. Yeah. Do you not have any memorable moments from back in the day? You can't come up with any.
They're all memorable, man.
Oh really?
Oh man. Oh my God.
Come on, give me something.
Well, I don't really actually start remembering them until I started celebrating them with Tamlin. So.
Oh, okay.
Anything,
so what's one of y'all? What's a good one with y'all?
I guess, the IHOP thing is.
That's pretty memorable. That's Valentine's Day. What? That's the first one.
That was Valentine's Day, and that was years ago. I screwed up. I didn't have reservations. I thought, we'll just go out and get a table or whatever.
Was this the first Valentine's Day?
Yeah. And everything was packed. And she was so sweet.
Always.
She was so sweet. And we were driving, trying to find a place to eat. Man, we drove by IHOP, and there was not like a car.
A soul there.
There was not like a car in the park. I didn't even think they were open.
Right? Like, well.
But I was saying, well, wait a minute, man. IHOP says like 364 days a year, 24/7.
Yeah.
Come on, what, right?
Yeah.
And we walked in, and like the staff came out from back in the kitchen, kind of like,
really, we got someone?
What? Can we help you?
I can't imagine this two back then.
Yeah, I'm serious. We literally were the only two in the entire restaurant, and we laughed. She was very kind, and we had our IHOP Valentine's dinner, and then we just did it for tradition.
Getting whipped cream or some
my gosh.
strawberries on anything, maybe?
Oh yeah, we lived it up, man. We lived it up, So, but what was great, there wasn't a crowd. We said, it's kind of not too bad.
Yeah,
man.
it's kind of cool.
There's no crowd here. It's kind of, But tonight, though. Man, no, we're going.
Not going to Nate's.
No, but yeah, I'll tell you a funny story though. The boys, this morning, they find out I'm taking mom out for dinner tonight. And there's this place right over here that we go to all the time, and I take the boys over there at night, especially Gardner, to do hitting.
Yeah.
We do hitting late at night, and so Gardner's going, what? You're going out with mom tonight? Yeah, it's Valentine's Day. We're going out for a nice dinner.
Right. Got to, yeah.
And then he's like, "What? Are we still going to go to the yard when you get back? Are we going to go to the yard and hit?" Oh my God! Right? I was like, "Can I have a night with your mother, please? Do I have to go play baseball?"
Like, go get your girlfriend already. Go take a girl out.
Yeah,
Come
right,
on, man.
Right. So he's like, "What time are you going to be home?" It's like
baseball's life. That's good though.
That's right. That's what when you're going to be home. So.
And dealing with that, I mean, I obviously your kids are active in sports that always literally took it away, and even for me, like I was always, you're busy with sports, so I mean, eventually, we'd imagine you're about to start running into some Valentine's Day for your kids' memories and stuff.
Oh, no doubt.
You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, but that's a few years off.
Yeah.
Gardner.
Oh, yeah, Gardner kind of getting there, and then the other three are really kind of start. You know what I mean? It'll be in the next decade, the 2020s.
The 2020s
are going to be full of some Valentine's Day's memories.
I just took my little girl out though for father-daughter.
Oh, there you go. And I see that for school stuff. They have that, or was this for school, or was it for?
I should have sent you some pictures. I didn't even send you some pics for the. Yeah, we had a little father-daughter date night. Dance, school dance.
That's I saw pictures I guess that's a thing for this time of the year because I saw a lot on Facebook. Dads were doing that.
Yeah.
I was like, that's cool.
It's awesome, man.
Oh yeah, I can't even imagine.
That's fantastic.
It's like I would want to do it with my dogs, but I can't imagine actually having one of your. That's essentially you down there.
Correct.
One of your. It's you. So you know what I mean? Like that's what you create. I can't even imagine. So
yeah, that's unbelievable.
Cool. We'll get there. We got to get settled somewhere and buy somewhere. I don't want to. That's me. I'm always Mr. Planner. I don't just want to just. And if it happens, it happens. I even thought about like sometimes I'm like, hey, now like 5 years ago, I was always like, oh man, we're not ready.
You're never ready.
Well,
you're never ready.
We're more so ready now than we would have been 5 years ago. I think as with age, you're always going to be a little bit like anything in life. You're going to be a little bit more ready, more prepared because you're more apt. Like When I first started stock trading, was I prepared to enter? No. When you first picked up a basketball, you're going to be able to? No. When you first pick up the piano,
Precisely. My point, exactly.
But yes,
you're never ready.
Never. But the more time goes on, there's a little bit more preparation involved. So yeah, so I'm like, you know what? Now I'm not like, you know what I mean? Even like a year ago, remember when we would first start talking, like, now I'm like, you know, hey, if it happens, I'm not, whatever. You know what I'm saying? There's more of that change in me where I'm more like, hey, if it happens, it happens. I know we're obviously gonna be really good parents. It's just it's a matter of time, really.
I would say the sooner the better, dude.
Oh, I know. And that's the thing too with her, because we've even said that we don't want to get old. You know, like be 50 and finally have a kid, and then like, you know, they're like we're 65 when they're 15.
Yeah. Hey, why'd you bring Grandpa to school? Is it Grandparents' Day?
Yeah.
You know, parents are older today.
Yeah,
parents are
definitely
older
so,
today.
And we're living longer and look better, you know, later in our life.
Right.
But still, certainly so. It's
they
better
are,
regardless.
But my regret, and I tell Tamlin this all the time, and it's actually our regret. We would, if we had to do over again, we would have had children much younger, much earlier, and more of them.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Yep.
It's the greatest thing ever.
It's good stuff.
Ever. There's nothing to compare to it. Nothing.
Not even tonight's most memorable love moment.
No, not even. No.
All right, so here's my moment. I'll just get to it's cute and goofy. And it's funny. It's kind of funny all in one. So you always have, you know, loves in high school. You know, this is back to high school obviously before Avery.
Oh, this was before Avery.
Yeah, this is just funny.
Is she gonna listen to this show?
She don't care. I've probably told her this moment because it's.
See, I can't even remember anything before Tam. I can't even remember.
My memory is. That's what I'm like. How do you remember this stuff? And I'm like,
that's what love does. Everything becomes foggy. You know?
Not with me. I have to. What happened? Mr. Facts over here. You know me. Anyway, so. I was in 10th grade. She was a senior. It was my first. I mean, and that's what's so funny with me. You know, when that's Dad he'd always sing that song, Puppy Love. He'd sing the Puppy Love song.
Donny Osmond.
Yeah.
So they called it Puppy Love.
There you go. There you go. I had one in 8th grade. Broke up at the end of the 8th grade. 9th grade. Broke up in 10th grade. Then Here Comes Brittany. We broke up when I was in 11th grade. And that's when I had more of a... that's when I just started. Hey, and I guess I did take that on, even though I wasn't thinking that. I just started dating and having fun, which was good. I'm glad I definitely did that. Kind of was an ass about it and broke some girls' hearts, but I was like, now they
made some girls very happy when you did break their hearts.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Now we, look back.
They were like,
Josh,
woohoo!
Yeah, looking back, especially
dump
now.
that baggage.
Yeah, exactly. And so it was good for both. But regardless, I had there for a while where I thought I was in love every time. I love you. Within a few months, you're saying you love, I love you. And I had that in junior high and high school, which is hilarious looking back. Anywho, so the 10th grade, right? Yeah. Yeah. See, it's good stuff. It's hilarious. So in 10th grade, thought I was in love again. Valentine's Day came around. I made her some food. Mom made her the cheesecake. I made it, and I did pitch in a little bit, but I made her food. That's when I first started, because my dad was cooking all the time. So I wanted to start, and that's where the cooking started already, was coming in. So I cooked her some cool shrimp, some kind of shrimp pasta of some sort. Anywho, so what I'm going to do is when she comes over, she, hey, come over 7, whatever time it was, come over at 7, and I'll just simple. I'll have dinner ready. Come over, blah, blah, blah. Well, I told her the basics. I didn't tell her what I was going to have prepared for her. So she loved when I look, obviously like most girls do, get all dressed up. So I was in her favorite button-up blue, nice blue button-down shirt and some nice black pants and slacks, whatever you want to call them. But the nice shoes. Had my hair done. I look obviously at the time, I'm looking at $1 million, And now what am I going to do? Okay, I'm going to get a bunch of rose petals, and I'm going to lead those not back to the bedroom. I'm going to lead those to my parents.
I would hope not.
Well, no. Back to
That's what you were thinking, though, you little.
Well, yeah. No, but here's what's so funny.
How old were you? 8th grade?
10th grade. 10th grade.
You shouldn't even been thinking about that.
Oh, well, most men are.
Oh, my.
And I didn't. So here's where I let it, because I want to be romantic. I did it, and here's what's even funnier. I'm like, because I couldn't even get it to work. I was like, I'll lead it back to my parents' master bedroom. They had those big whirlpool tubs. I'll get bubbles going.
Oh, boy.
I'm not going to be in the water, but I'll get bubbles going and try to spell out I heart you with rose petals leading all the way from the garage all the way back to my parents' master bedroom, and then in the big world, which is in the middle of their master bath, was a whirlpool. And so I'm gonna fill it full of bubbles and try to spell I love you. And boy, I'm starting to sweat it out because I know I'm okay. So here I am. I got it all done. Like, okay, to the I love you part. And I think this is, for some reason in my head, boy, I'm like James Bond, and I'm like, this is great. This is going to be a movie one day. You're right. Yeah, you know, I'm just like, this is great. This is going to be. So, point being, then I get to the I love you part. I can't even, it's like floating around. It looks probably by the time she would, because what I'm going to do, and it looked okay by the time I was done with the I and the heart and the U. And then there's the bathroom part, you know, where
Did
it has.
this not scare the crap out of her? I mean, I would have thought she would have take off running.
Well, here's what's
Are you
even.
kidding me?
No, Josh thinks. But, I put a note on the front of the door. So I'll have the garage door open. So when she comes over, the garage door is going to be open. So she's going to walk, like always was. Like, you know, that's how it was in the you leave the garage door open, you just walks in the garage. That's how the house was. You didn't come to the front door in the 2000s anymore. You just leave the garage door open to come in the garage door. Anyway, and right on the garage door, and it's a letter, and then on the front, like, okay, it's not going to be big enough. Have like a sign that says, hey, read the letter before you walk in. Something along those lines. And then with rose petals all the way back to my parent, for whatever reason, spelling I love you. And I was going to be in, like a lot of master bedrooms still have, the little separate bathroom, you know, where you go, the little pooper in the side room, you know, it has its own little room and a door. I'll go stand in there. So when I hear her walk in, I'll be quiet. I'll play some gentle music. I was going to walk in and be like, I love you, babe.
You're on the commode while she walks in.
Right, essentially. I'm standing there. I'm standing there. I'm on the commode. But here's what's funny.
All right.
So regardless.
It's like a horror movie.
Well, here's why it almost kind of does. She bypasses the letter. She comes in and I hear her walking around through the house. Josh! I'm just like this, dog. Paper's thrown up in the air. I'm like, I forfeit. I'm like, really? And I'm like, I'm giving it a little longer. Please just follow the rose petals like I said. I put the sign out there. Finally, she walks. I hear her finally walk into the like still yelling,
and she
Josh.
Screamed.
Well, no, she doesn't freak out, but she's like, what were you doing? I'm like, you didn't read the note, did you? You literally bypassed everything. Didn't even follow the rose petals. She's like, what letter? And I'm like, this was the worst idea.
So, okay.
Right down the toilet.
Okay, wait. All right, a couple things.
What?
Did you run this idea past your parents? They were like, okay,
They're gone. They were out. They were going to be gone. I forgot
Okay.
because my dad doing the radio stuff. They were
a little
gone
better
a lot.
already. I feel better.
They were gone. Then I told them what I was going to do. I told her I was going to cook dinner and have her come over and have like a cute,
Because I'm thinking as a dad. I would have told, as my son, I would have told you, are you out of your ever-loving mind? That's ridiculous.
That's the worst idea I've ever heard.
That's right.
Just have the rose petals leading you to the living room with maybe you holding some more flowers, if anything.
I would say there's so many things I don't even know where to begin. So many things wrong with this.
Yeah, so that's how terrible.
And if I were her father, well, there wouldn't be a Stud and Dud show right now because you wouldn't even be alive, dude. I'm going like you're doing rose petals back to a hot tub with my daughter in high school. Are you out of your ever-loving mind? Where's my rifle?
Hey. That's good
Arkansas,
stuff.
they have rifles, right? Yeah.
They got all kinds
of
stuff.
Yeah, right. I would have.
Regardless, I thought it would be a good idea. And it would have been if I would have led just maybe the rose petals to the living room with I love you, but I was trying to lead it to something. You see that all the time. You see rose petals. You see that in movies. You see, obviously. So that's why I was trying to get the idea of leading rose petals to me, what it should have just been.
Yeah, and you're sharing this story after I just talked about my father-daughter school dance. I'm sitting there thinking,
you think that's bad? Can you imagine what's really going on with a lot of high school kids and more like not high school kids, more like probably middle school kids?
Yeah, I understand, but we're not talking about that right now.
Well, I am. If you're going to try to throw me under the gun, I'm just letting you know. I was trying to be romantic. I was all dressed up. It wasn't like I came out of like freaking Johnny Knoxville, what was that Jackass show, out of the water all with like a Speedo on. Like, hey, baby, I love you. And shook my thing around. Okay, now that would have been something, and I guess even funnier, huh? Yeah, see, it could have done that. I at least try to come out and surprise, like, I love you. And I had flowers. Anyway, it was terrible.
That's imagery I didn't need to have.
Exactly. It could have been that bad.
Thanks.
It could have been. I was hiding below the bubbles.
Oh, my God.
Like, is she going to come already? Anyway, so that was my memorable love moment gone wrong.
Okay.
That was terrible. I mean, that's the one that's the one that's
a good one.
I don't have any other ones because that's what sticks out because it was such a terrible bomb. Thank God we enjoyed the food that I cooked in my mom's cheesecake. Because she was like, what were you doing? And then I was like, it was a complete, utter fail. But what wasn't, and we'll get to mine real quick, was the most memorable love moment of all time. And I planned this out for months, and that's probably why. The more preparation you have, we just spoke about, the better you are at. So back in 2016, it was going to be Avery's 30th birthday that year. And for 2 years before, it was my 30th birthday. We went to Vegas. Well, she'd kind of we both fell in love with Vegas. Her seems like a little more so than me. She loves Vegas. Well, anyway, we decided to go out. I'm like, well, let's go out there for your 30th birthday. Let's pay you due like we did me. Let's go have dirty 30 out there and have some fun. So let's go out to her for the 30th birthday. And then I'm like, what am I going to get her for her 30th birthday? It's a big birthday, you know. Coming up on 10 years here in a couple of years, you know. Anyway, it's her 30th birthday. I want it to be something. I love it. I love her to death. Let's propose to her. Like, dude, it's time. Like, let's propose to her Now, where though? I'm not going to propose to her in Vegas. Like, that's kind of, I was like, okay, we went to yeah, right.
With an Elvis Presley behind
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Hey, baby. And he's like, yeah, you say you do, right? Anyway. We did the Hoover Dam the first time we went out there, or the second time. The second time, so that was the previous time, because this was going to be our third trip out there. We'd been 2 times, my 30th birthday, and then we went in 2015. Well, this is 2016. So anyway, for her 30th birthday, which is, like I said, which we had back-to-back birthdays, so we're both going to celebrate birthdays. Hers is 11th, mine's the 12th. So anyway, I'm like, I'm going to propose to her, but where? We're trying to get her best friend and her husband to go with us out there, and so this is August, and we're talking to them because we were visiting Northwest Arkansas, see her family, where to go, what to do. We're like, well, we went to the Hoover Dam last time. Let's do the Grand Canyon this time. And I'm like, right when she said that, in my head, that's how sometimes how I love my head works. It can immediately come up with a good idea. This good idea. I was like, there you go.
Well, it is better than the rose petals back to the hot.
Oh, this is beautiful. I mean, I have a picture. Well, let's get to it.
Okay.
So I'm like, you just picked out where you're about to get. She had no idea where you're about. I'm going to propose to her at the Grand Canyon. So I'm going to get a tour of the Grand Canyon. And I'm going to propose to her out there. Beautiful. Are you kidding me? Can you get a more beautiful backdrop? I mean, not pretty much. I mean, it's about as good as you can get. And it'll be out of nowhere because she doesn't expect anything. She really hasn't been. And what's funny, so...
Yeah, she's been with you 10 years?
Yeah, right.
She certainly doesn't expect anything.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah. She's like, okay, it's not happening. We're just going to be...
She doesn't expect squat out of you.
All right. So what's funny, leading this up, 2 things real quick. The week before, this is back when she was doing store setup. She had to go to do store setup in Austin, and the girl's like, you think Josh is ever going to propose to you? And I'm like, she comes back. And so when she does that, I have a good chance because I have to anyway. My license is literally expiring. So to drink and do whatever and even fly, I've got to get a valid license. So like we have been doing, I'm just going to go back where it's easier for me, and because it takes forever here. I'm going to just go back to get one. Anyway, I had to go back to Cabot. Anyway, I had to go back to Cabot and see mom and dad get something anyway. I'll get my license and then what? Get her rock, because I got just a ridiculous hookup at Sissy's Log Cabin. Thank you so much. Love those guys. They're homegrown. I mean, there's like 3 in Arkansas. Love those guys. They're awesome. Got her amazing, beautiful engagement ring. So she had no idea. So when I come back, she tells me the story the day before we fly out. And I'm like, you have no idea what's in that other. Like, I want to show her so bad. I'm like, oh, you're about to get proposed. Because in her heart, in her heart right now, when she told me that story, she is just dying. She's just like, this is never going to happen. This is not. And I'm like, oh, you just have no idea it's going to happen. So, yeah. So then we go out there. I've already had the trip planned, or obviously everything's booked. We get out there, Doc. Here, just the story is pretty good. We get out there the day of, and Avery's just like, anyway, get out there. I get a phone call. No lie, get a phone call within about an hour of us literally getting into our beautiful Cosmopolitan that overlooks the Bellagio fountains. Ridiculous pretty room. We have a balcony. Anyway, get a call. Yeah, you're the trip that you took what didn't book up enough, so unfortunately we're gonna have to book or cancel your actual tour. And I'm like, whoa, no, you're not about to cancel my offer, because then the guy realizing who he was talking to. I'm like, remember I called you and said, because I called ahead of time and said, where do I propose at? I called him weeks before. Oh, I remember you. He's like, I promise.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah, right. What if he did? Oh, I remember you, and then said that.
Sorry, dude.
Oh, I would have just been like, my heart would have just.
I hope it works out for you.
Yeah, just propose to her right there in front of them fountains, man. That'd be cool. Yeah, right. Everyone does it.
You can get an Elvis.
Yeah, get Elvis to say, I do. Anyway, so luckily he remembers me and is awesome and thankful enough and puts us on an upgraded tour that's like just a sweet little Mercedes. It's like just 6 people, and it's one of those Mercedes Sprint vans. You know what I mean? Anyway, so next one I'm like, Avery isn't real, because I'm in the other room like freaking out, because it's luckily a big enough room where I can kind of walk to the other side, and I'm just like, and then I kind of stepped out anyway, because I'm like she has no idea, so I'm trying to like not freak out and not try to hello, because she's gonna be like, what's wrong with him? What is he freaking out about?
I bet she had something idea, because you're like so pumped about this. Your behavior was probably.
I'm sure probably was a little
misleading.
Your behavior
was a little weird.
Exactly.
I mean, weirder than normal.
So then we're out there that day. So he goes, yeah, right, exactly. It's always weird. So maybe that weirdness helped out. Maybe she was like, man, it's just Josh.
It's a little weirder than
it's
normal.
Vegas.
This might be Vegas.
Yeah. He just had a treat, so okay. I'm just gonna enjoy myself. It's my birthday tomorrow.
Right.
So we get up. Luckily, still get the tour. We go out there. Now I'm like, I got to get pictures. I got to get video. And so here's what's funny. The on the second stop, that's that skywalk that they do. That's that glass thing that you walk.
Right, yeah. I would never do that in a million years.
So we got tickets for that. It came with the tour.
Gosh.
So I'm like thinking I can't do it because I'm deathly afraid of heights.
Oh, then how did you do that?
Let me tell you how we got. This story is just great. It's like a movie. This is like
Well, it's better than the Rose Petal.
This movie. This story is complete vacation. All the different little me having to get the ring. She didn't think I was going to propose to her. Oh, I'm about to propose to her. Oh, I wasn't about to go on the tour. Oh, I'm going on the tour. Now we're on the tour. Now on the second stop to the skywalk. The line. I get to the line. It's just like this is like a movie. It's vacation. You get to the line and you're like mile long. You're like, there's no way and I'm not proposing to her there, but I'm like, man, like, you know what? Let's just forget it. We'll wait here. Let's see how fast it moves. Maybe it's a fast mover. Stand in line and it's not. But I see all these people coming out the back door and I'm like, you know me, I'm literally Clark Griswold. I'm like, let me go check this out real quick. And I just like Clark Griswold, I go up there. Everyone's coming out. Whoop, whoop, skirt right in. And I'm like, there's no security, no nothing. I can tell you you're out. That is the exit. You're now in the gift shop. And I'm like, come on in. And so boom, she comes on in. Now I'm like, well, we're in the gift shop, but you have to now go back in where people are exiting the skywalk. Another Griswold moment. I'm like, come on. I just grab her. We go straight in there where people are luckily just about to go out and they're putting because you have to go out on the skywalk. It's like you have to go through one of those. It's like you're going on the Statue of Liberty. You have to go through a whole or airport. Take off your shoes. Put on little slippers. Go through a little scanner thing. They may wave you down before you have to put all your stuff out. Put them in lockers.
I could never even. Yeah.
You have to do that before you even go on the skywalk. So this was luckily
another reason why I'm not going on the
right.
skywalk.
It's a whole. Luckily, that's what I mean. Avery, when we walked out there, like that would have been a whole hour just to probably that whole process. I'm like, yeah, like I can't imagine how long that would have taken. And we're on a tour, so we're on time. So anyway, we luckily Griswold our way literally to the skywalk. We're about to go. I get out there and I'm like, just like Clark probably would have been like, whoa, Nelly, and there's no going back. I mean, I guess I probably could have Griswold my way back when, but you got it. So, I mean, here it's like this. Remember, it's like a horseshoe. Yeah. I mean, here's me around the horseshoe, but it was this way. It was. I mean, everyone's laughing. Like, I'm like, get out of the way. I'm not looking down. Finally, Avery, it's a mom and two daughters, or maybe it was three, and they're laughing. Like, wow, that's got to be the world record for fastest time around the skywalk. It's like, I will gladly own that time. And I'm already like, have my shoes on.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Go stand in line. They get in line right behind us to go to the third last stop. They're not a part of our tour at all, by the way. Because like I said, it was just 6. There was just some people that are on another tour. So in my head on the way over, I'm like, okay, here we go. They're sitting right beside us. Avery, we're all laughing about it right now. We're still laughing about me. And I'm like, hopefully, it ended up working perfect. So we get off that to go out to the next stop. And it's probably about 100 yard. When they kind of round you up, that little roundabout they take, it's about 100 yards to that first nice, beautiful edge that everyone pretty much runs to. Right. And it's got this cool little like edge but it's elevated, but everyone kind of runs to the edge first. Or at least, luckily, Avery and her daughters did. So it's just me and her kind of slowly walking behind. And I'm like, hey, I'm about to propose, like out of nowhere. It's like, hey, and it's in my pocket. Luckily, it was in I had it because it's had all our stuff because I didn't want to see it in my pocket. I had my cool little Jordan. You don't see them as much anymore, but they're like cool little like bags, the literally small bags you can put over your, like not a backpack, but a little smaller version of a backpack that it's like, it ties real tight. It kind of
man purse
almost, but it's like a backpack. Anyway, it's a Jordan thing. It's a Jordan Jumpman. Anyway, I had it in there, so I'll pull it out real quick while we're walking because I didn't want anyone to see it. I'm like, hey, I'm about to propose to her. I don't care if you take video or photo, and I just gave her my phone. It was already on picture, the picture mode, like camera mode. I was like, I'm about to propose to her. Get whatever you can. Luckily, Avery, it was perfect timing, and I'd never get funny. Obviously, on those rocks, I did end up getting a little cut, getting on one knee. But I got down. I remember thinking, but I got down on one knee. Yeah, I'll never forget it, too. I was like, ow. But I went down to get on. Yeah, right.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Went down to get on one knee, and she was just at that time going, like, pretty much like turning around and go, where the hell's Josh? Because I was taking my time getting to her because I had, set that up. And I'm like, just getting down to one knee when she's turning around. The lady just is getting pictures as she's turning around and is literally, and how we have a shot, beautiful shot picture motion at the house of her turning around, dropping her purse. I forgot how she does it, but drops her, I think it's this hand, drops her purse and goes, just like that. Put your hand, like, just like you would see in a movie, like, honest reaction, like, oh my God. And then, anyway, proposed to her right through it. I'm getting goosebumps. Yeah. Will you marry me?
And she goes, oh my God, the guy just fell off.
Yeah, right. She
just fell off.
It knocks the ring off. It goes off the Grand Canyon.
Just fell off the horseshoe walkway,
yeah, right.
man.
Yeah, right.
Oh, what happened here, Josh?
What? Ding, 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 ding. But yeah, so that was beautiful. So she got pictures of that, then turns it to video, and you hear her saying, "Oh my God!" Her honest reaction saying, "Oh my gosh," which it's like,
oh, that's great. Man.
It was beautiful. And then what's even made it even better, like probably 10 seconds afterwards, we got up and she put the ring on. Obviously, everyone, congratulations. Yeah. One girl's like, I saw that from like 30 yards away. Beautiful rock girl. And I was like, oh, I did a good job. And everyone's like, you did so good. Because I picked it out. She had no idea, had no say. So I picked it.
Look at you go, man.
Oh, so it was definitely, it's just beautiful how that all came about. All the crazy vacation type moments leading up to it,
And that was Valentine's?
No, that was her, like I said,
just
her
a
birthday.
love moment.
Her all-time love moment. It was her 30th birthday. It was her 30th birthday and when I proposed to her. So October 11th, 2016 is when that happened. Because like I said, the leading up to it, she had no idea going to Little Rock. She thought I was just getting my license. I was actually getting I had to get a new license. I did. But then I was getting her engagement ring was the main thing. Then her coming back and telling me the story. Yeah, Whitney was like, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, and her trying to give me that. She's, well, I'm not worried. I'm just not worried about it. We'll get married. I'm like, oh, you have no idea what's in that other room. Then it almost getting canceled to us actually going. Then us scurrying up and illegally essentially getting on the skywalk, to then finding the girl to take the pictures, to get in the picture and the video, and her honest, just beautiful reaction. It was just, I can't top that. It was just until we have a kid, and that, what I
was just gonna say to you, man, all-time love moment. I'm telling you.
So for you is which one then? All of them?
All of them. Yeah. Every single one.
Every time. And is it when they pop out? Moments leading afterward? I mean, because were you there for all four of them? Are you in the emergency room, or in the room? I should say with her, not emergency room, but are you in the actual?
Well, the first one I was at spring training. No, yes, I was at.
Well, I didn't know if you were like, because I don't. Man, that to me, because I am a shot. People draw blood. I'm just. Maybe I'll be in the moment, because that's the thing. When I'm in the moment, I can maybe get past that. But
I remember. No, I was there for the birth of all four of our children, and I do remember the doctor at one time saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm fine." And he goes, I'm speaking to your wife.
That's funny.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, right. Even though in your head you're like, I don't know, I'm fighting this one. I'm fighting it. Because I can't imagine that's a sight to see all in itself.
Well, to see life enter the world, and then when the doctors hand you your son or your daughter,
right, for the first time, yeah.
It's the greatest love on earth. There is no greater love, and you realize a couple things. Our love, Tam, our love that we share together truly does become one, to become one.
Yeah, definitely.
And that child is, it's a miracle. And then also you realize the love of our Heavenly Father for each one of us as well, because somebody who you've never met before, you meet, and in the first second that you meet this individual, you would actually die for that individual.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And so it overwhelms you with just love in so many aspects, in so many dimensions, in so many ways. So I think Tamlin would agree that our greatest love moments really are the birth of our children.
And then a fascinating thing too, like you have a kid no matter what. Well, unfortunately, there are unfortunate circumstances where the parent does not love their kid, and God, oh my God, forsaken for those beautiful children that should have loving parents like you are, or my parents have been. But yeah, luckily for the most part, you have parents like my parents or your parents. They're almost all like that, where it's just like instantly. Even when you get divorced, you'll get divorced. Like that path, that one that's maybe you created with that partner is no longer one, and it has become two again, essentially. And you can no longer, but for that kid, you would do. It's just crazy. It's fascinating.
Well, the greatest gift for any child is a loving mother and father from beginning to end.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. And hopefully, hopefully our children will, as they grow older, they'll realize just how blessed they are to have mom and dad. So I was blessed to have a mom and dad that, constantly in my corner for my entire life.
Yep.
And so yeah, there's nothing to it. I hope you get to experience that, because it's the greatest love story in the whole world when your child is born and placed into your arms. It's unbelievable.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine that. Just be crazy.
Well, and it's funny because you can't until that experience. You think you can.
Yeah, I can't even.
You think you
I
can,
can't imagine.
But until that happens, and then there aren't any words to describe it.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm struggling right now to try to actually find words that are even adequate, that come close to describing what that feeling and that emotion is.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
So go-to food. What are you normally going to be eating on Valentine's Day? You think most people, obviously you're going IHOP, but I'm just for most years. But I'm thinking Italian. You're going probably pasta, pizza, something along those lines. It seems like that's going to be the go-to Valentine's Day food.
No, we're going to.
I'm saying for most people.
Yeah. I think, yeah.
You think, right? I mean, it just seems like that would be the Italian love. Regardless, every place is going to be packed tonight, or whether it's Mexican or it's Italian, or if it doesn't matter.
Right.
Chili's.
Right.
IHOP's probably going to be packed tonight.
No,
They've made some
IHOP will not be packed tonight.
Didn't know.
In fact, it will be empty because we won't even be there.
There you go. So that'll for sure be empty tonight. Well, I can't wait to hear where you go. Like I said, we're going Nate's tonight, so I mean, like it can be anything for me. I just figured that'd be most people's go-to. It seems like those for sure will be packed, like your macaroni grills, your Papados, or lobster. What's Red Lobster? That kind of type stuff is going to be just slammed.
Yeah.
Anything like that.
Yeah.
Gotta have some dessert too, right?
Oh, definitely. Oh, man.
I mean, always
we
on,
love
always
a
on
nice
Valentine's
dessert,
Day.
a nice cappuccino, or
I mean, especially on Valentine's Day, right?
Gosh.
You gotta.
Oh, we'll have a great dessert.
All right, what's up, Doc? We can't forget it this week.
Oh, thanks, man.
Oh yeah,
Appreciate
Here's
it.
your shiny moment.
Yeah, I have nothing. Anyway.
Yeah, right. Right. All right.
No, I'll tell you what my up doc, my what's up doc
What?
segment is this week, and it leads into what you want to talk about anyway. Listen, man, this is one of the reasons why I knew it was going to happen, and this is one of the reasons why I don't like award shows, man. All the political, all the political BS talk, right? Brad Pitt, if you're listening, I don't care what you think about politics, religion, or any other
sports.
subject
Though
matter.
maybe food. Come on.
Yeah,
that's
he
a
can
good
talk.
topic.
I'll be happy to talk sports with him, or food, or
Might
even
have said the same thing for the longest time.
or even music.
The two things
But-
you leave out of every conversation.
but-
Politics and religion. Leave
Right.
those things out.
Well, politics and religion are worth talking about, absolutely, when the venue is right.
Or that,
and the time
exactly.
is right.
I'm just saying if it's
But,
like on the
I
radio
mean,
or right now, when you have, if you want to have a select forum for that,
you know,
fine.
listen. I did a private party gig on Saturday night. I didn't, between my songs, stand up with the microphone and say,
How you
okay,
felt
folks,
about certain things.
I am pro-life, and anybody in this room have an abortion, I think you should rot in hell. No, I didn't say anything like crazy, goofy, stupid, anything like that, right?
Understand?
So I mean, it's
It's the world we live in now, where for whatever reason
So,
they take advantage of having their spotlight of when
it's
they're on mic.
And the bottom line is, it's wrong.
Yeah.
It's flat out wrong. I don't care about what's his name that's in love with cows. I don't care about.
Oh yeah, that was so weird. I'm like,
it's really weird. And
milk.
they wonder why the viewing plummeted. It's the lowest viewed
Was it? I didn't even look at
Academy Award
Ever?
in the history of the world. Lowest.
Brad Pitt's calling you right now. He's pissed. Tell Brad what you feel. Answer it and tell Brad.
Wait, hang on a second.
Or is that Sean Pitt? Is that Sean Pitt?
Hey, this is Darren Laporte on the phone, and we're recording the show right now.
Come on,
Hey,
Darren. We need you on.
How are you?
Hey, dude.
I'll be calling bitch about United Airlines for canceling our flight to Quebec and ruining our 4-day weekend.
Are you kidding me, man?
Oh my God, I am furious.
So where are you, in Dallas?
Yeah, we came back early this morning.
Ladies,
I'm so pissed right now.
I bet you are. Ladies, hey, you're on Stud and Dud right now. We're recording. Darren Laporte.
Oh, okay.
Darren Laporte's on.
I just morphed into a hyena.
Well,
and I'll tell you, I was frothing at the mouth with the gate agents, and they pulled that garbage. We're all in line waiting to get on our flight to Quebec.
Oh my!
I said,
oh my gosh!
Shift change. You have time to get a Starbucks, then we get a Starbucks, and we see the gate agent darting by, and we get a text that the flight was canceled.
Right.
So
Man, that's awful. That's awful, dude. This is our for all the folks listening to Stud and Dud. This is Darren Laporte. Our ticket. He manages all the American Airlines ticket sales for us, for events, for the Stars, for the Mavs.
that's why I'd be calling Cuban right now.
Yeah, that's right. So.
Oh, absolutely. Call me. I'm a very nice guy, very calm, except when it comes to United Airlines. Don't fly that airline.
There you go. A little little public service announcement from Darren Laporte.
Absolutely. And I didn't use any 4-letter words, so you don't have to bleep me out.
Man, I am really proud of you, brother. That's really good.
Yeah. So, anywho.
All right, man.
Back and have a great show. Your show last week with Nick Leckie was phenomenal.
Oh, thank you.
Kent Raffin was phenomenal.
Yes, thank you.
So
Need to get you on.
Yeah, you're coming on. You're coming on soon, man. When you get back from Quebec. Oh, wait a minute. You're not
yeah,
at.
yeah, right.
Oh, sorry, man.
Exactly. but if I come on your show, I have one request.
What's that?
No talking about Arkansas.
Well, I'll be sure to make sure we have a full segment full of Arkansas.
Or Denver Broncos.
We'll have definitely that as well.
Yeah, no. He hasn't brought it up yet today, which is a miracle. But I'm sure. It's,
No Broncos today.
We're only halfway through the show, so
Definitely
we'll see.
Razorbacks today, though.
So
Now, Pittsburgh Steelers I can handle.
there you go. Well, that's your team, man. That's your town.
It is. Well, you guys have a good show, and Bob, I'll see you next week, and I have plenty of time to work on those damn chords.
All right, man. You work on that guitar. We're gonna have some fun next week, brother.
All right. See you guys.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Such a great guy, man.
There you go.
Darren Laporte, ladies and gentlemen. So anyway, my What's Up Doc is just basically this, man. I wish Holly Weird would stay out of politics. Just leave it alone.
That's gonna. I don't know if it's gonna happen because of the spotlight they kind of, and even like they wanted. That's why I didn't watch.
Well,
ESPN.
they only hurt themselves. Quite honestly, that's why the ratings are way down.
No, they don't care about that. The person themselves doesn't. They're not going to hurt themselves. Just like they went, and I saw this. And anyway, in the last few years, they went LeBron James and so on. They went other people like that. Like when Kaepernick was doing that. That's why you didn't see a lot of sports stars. Thank gosh. A few of them did, but not the super studs. They're like, why aren't they? Because they don't want to put their foot in their mouth, essentially. And a lot of them did when they do, but that's the point. It's like they want to, and I'm tired of that. And like, no, I don't care what their view is on that. And if you're going to do something, go out and prove it. As in with Kaepernick and the wrongs and the injustices. Well, okay, why don't you go out and do something about it?
Put your money where your mouth is.
Anyway,
right?
regardless,
Exactly right.
it just sports star, any of that kind of stuff, anyone really. Unless it's like the forum for it, and then it needs to be somehow a nice, relaxed, adult conversation about it.
Correct.
Yes, and you can talk politics and religion. Like obviously, we're in that year for politics. Fine, go to those days or those.
What it comes down to, what is perceived as, whether they know it or not, is a lecture.
Yeah.
To American people.
Right.
And just stop.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
Well, if anything, like I said, I wish they would. It's like, why aren't you thinking? Like Brett, that was your very first ever Academy Award. You immediately should have just been thinking people, and he finally got to it, but thinking people from the start, from the finish, why you got. That's all. That's
right?
what this is for.
That's what it's for.
You didn't win the Academy Award for talking about politics. That's not what the Academy Awards are for. They're for acting.
Can you imagine Jimmy Stewart getting up and talking about politics? No, John Wayne. Those
you know who I would? Richard Pryor. I'd love to hear him talk about politics.
Richard Pryor was funny.
That's what I'm saying. I'd love to hear Tim.
So anyway, that's my What's Up,
Gotcha.
Doc. Everybody's got a lot of different, beliefs and a lot of different convictions and passions about a lot of different things.
Yeah.
And when we go to get entertained, whether it's by an athlete, by a movie star, a musician, the people are there to listen to what you do or watch what you do.
Yeah, exactly.
Just leave it at that.
Yep. Let's get to a little higher note. Tweet of the week. It comes to us by a video I found on Max Preps. It luckily scrolling across, was trying to find something good the other day, and they had retweeted it because I think it came out of Tampa Bay. But regardless, it was James Logan High School. Here ended up being the story. Here's the video. So you see the video. Guy, you can tell probably one team's trying to dribble out. He's on one sideline. It's a video. You can tell it's from back behind this goal. So if this goal facing that way, the guy just had passed half court, probably like 5-10 feet behind the 3-point line, just sitting there dribbling, kind of makes his face or whatever, but then just tosses the ball over, and he just was kind of standing there, and you had no idea why, because it was all out of whack. You could tell the clock was about to run out, obviously, because everyone's just kind of standing around. Throws the ball over to this kind of not bigger, but you can just tell he's probably not the most athletic guy. You get my point. You can just tell from the way of the video he's big. I mean, hey, maybe because Shaq, you never know. Maybe he is athletic, but you get my point. You're like, that guy, because the way he dribbles down the court. But point being, you knew something was up. He wanted the guy to score. So then let's look at what was going on. The guy dribbling the ball, hands it off, just kind of throws it over to this one guy that's standing at midcourt, like, hey, go at it. Then the guy takes off dribbling down court and makes his layup, which a lot of those times, sometimes they don't make it, but luckily makes his layup, kind of bounces around and goes in, and they all celebrate together, and you hear the, and I'm like, that's so cool. So here's the story. James Logan High School, that was the team that was in black. I think they were wearing black jerseys. They were up 30 points with 10 seconds remaining. American High School, I think they were like reddish, orangish jerseys, whatever. They were down, obviously, 30 points with 10 seconds to go. His name is Uriel Rodriguez, number 14. from American high school who does not get much playing time, and somehow I guess they didn't know. I guess they knew somehow of sorts. Obviously, if you play those teams quite often, you maybe see him on the bench all the time. Regardless, I guess this is what, because you can tell there was some kind of interaction that may have happened, because the guy kind of looks over the guy dribbling the ball, and the guy that's just kind of standing there kind of like, and I guess that's what he does. I guess he asked if he could shoot the basket. He's like, hey, man, can I have the ball? And literally, Brahan Thompson, number 0 from James Logan High School, literally, you can just see him. He just tosses in the ball like, hey, go ahead and we're up 30. I don't care. Sure, see if you can go make you a layup. Sure enough, dribbles right down the court, and that's who, because you see some guy like in the other jersey, in the black jersey, celebrate with him, and ends up being number 0. Luckily, goes down, because you hear as soon as he makes it, he wouldn't have had another chance, makes the layup, and the clock expires. And I mean, even though they lost, everyone, both teams celebrating together.
That's great.
It was the coolest thing.
That's
like, almost getting goosebumps watching it again, or thinking about it again, but literally got goosebumps watching it. But yeah, the guy was like, yeah, the guy that literally just tossed him the ball was like hugging him. I'm like,
that's awesome.
Like, why can't that's how it always should be? Like,
exactly.
It's so crazy, but I'd love to see that when you do see it. So
it's fantastic.
Beautiful little story. Like, hey, there's a good tweet of the week right there.
There
good
it is,
story,
man. That's
uplifting
fantastic.
story.
Fantastic.
Recap and preview NBA. Let's get to it. Luka. The Mavs are having some trouble. Injuries lately. Finally back from injury. Goes for 33 points in the last game before the All-Star break. Standing's pretty much about the same, but yeah, they had a good night. I didn't know if you watched. I think it was like Wednesday night.
And they win.
Beautiful win. Won by like 20 or so. Standing's pretty much about where they were when we talked about them last week. Almost everyone's in the same spot. But literally last night, a great last game before All-Star Weekend. Did you catch it?
The Lakers and
the Clippers, yes. The Clippers and the Celtics, 2 of our finals teams going at it. 37-7, almost have the same record.
I watched the Lakers and the Nuggets.
Nuggets, yeah.
That was a good game.
That was a good game. But the last night,
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, last night, double overtime. It went to double overtime. 37-7. It was crazy. They almost had the same record. The Clippers are 37-17. The Celtics are 37-16. First overtime. Boston's up 3. Clippers have the ball. Forgot who it was. Shoots a 3, gets fouled, makes a 3, going to the free throw line. They go back and look at it. Ends up being a foul on the court. Take away the basket and the foul. So it ended up being almost maybe a 4-point play, taking the tie. No, they end up still somehow tying it and going into a second overtime where they lost by like 4 or 5. Of course, that was a big controversy. But yeah, Celtics pull it out 141 to 130. Oh, 133. So they kind of pulled away there in the second overtime. Great. That was the very last game heading into All-Star Weekend, which is this weekend.
Yeah.
Not tonight.
Tonight?
It's All-Star Weekend. It's always usually on Valentine's Day, or they always try to put it on around Valentine's Day or the weekend after. Real quick, though, the game before.
I wonder if Tam wants to watch that game with me. Yeah.
That's Sunday, though.
Oh, Sunday.
Sunday's the All-Star game.
Okay.
Remember, come on, I'll show you how it works. You're like, oh, yeah, that's how it works. Zion, though, his last game before the break, they did lose, put up 32 last night. So he's I mean, I saw that coming. He's a lot like LeBron. He's a bigger guy. He's going to be able to dominate people that are smaller than him.
He's a beast, man.
Hard to put a bigger guy on him. There's hardly people like what I was just talking about. There's not many people that are that big. Remember the guys I was talking about in the video that are big, that are athletic. When you see a big guy, you're like, he's probably not. But when you see like LeBron, you see Zion, you see Shaq back in the day dribble down the court, you're going,
I'm getting out of the way.
Yeah. Not messing with that. Not messing with that freight train. But yeah, All-Star Weekend. Remember, tonight's like the challenges. Tonight's like the world. It used to be like I think they still have the Celebrity Challenge. Let's go through it real quick. So tonight's gonna be like the Celebrity Challenge, where it's like, when they do have this like the world versus. It used to be, I forgot how they used to do it, but now it's called the world versus. Also, first All-Star Celebrity Game. Team your boy Stephen A. versus Team Wilbon. So then they got like new.
Wait a minute, Stephen A. is gonna play.
I don't know. I think he's just a team captain. I think he's just a captain and coach.
Yeah, I'd like for it.
Yeah, right.
What about put your money where your mouth is?
Yeah, right.
Let's see what he really can. What he really knows.
But another reason, kind of to watch tonight, if you want to, this is what they do have, and I kind of like this lately. It's the Rising Stars Challenge, and it used to always be that, but it'd be here's what it used to be for the longest time: rookies versus sophomores. They'd always have the best rookies versus the last year's rookies that were real good. Well, now it's the United States versus the world. So who's on the world? I just talked about him. Our boy. Luka. He leads.
What about Porzingis?
He's not actually on the team. Wow. Actually, yeah. RJ Barrett, for whatever reason, I guess he's from Canada. You figured Porzingis would be on here. But they got a few studs on there, but it's led by Luka. United States can be led by probably, who we just talked about him, Zion. So Zion's on the team. And they usually try to keep it younger players too still. They don't ever do it's not like Kobe, or you know what I mean? They're going to put LeBron, and you know what I'm saying.
Right.
So Zion, Trae Young, Jay Morant. I mean, the U.S. team's pretty stacked. They should probably handily take this one. But we'll see. I mean, Luka could put up a triple-double. World team usually plays good together because they just somehow know how to mesh as a team. That's tonight. Tomorrow, remember, always a skills challenge. Hello, Doc. You don't remember the obviously skills challenge, but then you got slam dunk contest, 3-point shootout. That's always on Saturday. Yeah. You remember that? It's not like it is anymore. I mean, back, and that's the thing, too. That's what I was saying. They're not like it used to be. Remember Jordan versus Dominique Wilkins? Pretty much two of the top studs, in the league, first off. Probably at their time, probably both were in the top 10, 15-ish, easily. You know, it was like, I know Jordan hadn't become Jordan quite yet.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tell you, man. You know why all of this is it's interesting? Because, I don't know, man. The game itself is such a fake game.
Yeah.
That the whole NBA All-Star weekend kind of gets kind of lumped underneath that umbrella because it's kind of like a fake game. It's a horrible game.
It is a horrible game.
It's it's not even.
I never forget the games in the 90s where they play. It was like 166 to 156 or 160. It would be like every game was really good. It was, yes, they'd score a lot of points, but they wanted to win. Like when it was Jordan versus, like, they wanted to win. They didn't want the other team to anyway.
It's not
now
that,
in
right?
the 2000s. It's literally they walk down the court and they let them throw it off the backboard and do alley oops to one another.
Yeah, so I guess unlike.
And people now, a lot of the kids love it. Like, they're so cool. No, it's not cool. That's not basketball. That's like almost like watching a regular game now. Where I was watching something the other day, and I can't watch The Jump. It's on ESPN, and this guy's older, and the guy's like, that's why like the winning score is. We'll never forget this game. Lakers, Derek Fisher, UALR. We just talked about him when Nick was on the show. Anyway, D Fish, when they played with Kobe Bryant, and they ended up winning, I think, the championship that year. I think it was in 2004. They're playing the San Antonio Spurs, and I was like, "There's no." I love D Fish and all, but there was like 4/10 of a whatever second left. Somehow he caught the ball and shot it, and he made it. One of the greatest, because they're doing last second shots or whatever. The winning score, regardless, the winning score was 7. They had 76 points. 7, and they were laughing about like, oh my god, look at the winning score set back when you could have them. I'm like, yeah, back when then I think it was Paul Pierce, whoever. I think it's Paul Pierce that's on the show. Anyway, not Paul Pierce. I think it is. Anyway, like, yeah, back when they played D, and the other guys like, anyway, no, better point being the other guy said no, the better game now. I'm like, there's point. The point he was making was, yes, they did used to play defense. Yes, you used to could score 80, 90 points a game and win. You shouldn't have to put 120 on the board and win. Like, that's not better basketball at all.
Correct.
If you think that's better basketball,
yeah,
that's terrible. And that's why the guy was saying, and Paul Pierce was like, no, it's because there's no defense now. And the guy was like, yeah, there's better defense. Or I think he said that. I'm like, there is not better defense now. Go watch the Jordan rules. And I'm sorry, I'll bring up for sure Jordan. We can bring that up. Hello, the Jordan rules. You have to, back with the Pistons when they would clobber knock him, when Bill Laimbeer would literally say, oh, hey, I could play for the Chicago Bears, essentially, or the Detroit Lions. I'm clotheslining Michael Jordan, and they would just call fouls. That's it, fouls. Not flagrants, just a foul, by the way.
It's just a foul, yeah. Well, that's
better defense.
That's why I don't get too fired up about the NBA thing. It's a fake basketball.
It is
game.
Anymore.
It is. It's a fake game, man. Unlike the baseball All-Star game, they actually play a baseball game.
They still want to win.
They still play a baseball game.
That's why I love the ones, and when they have them, I don't show them. I don't watch it this wise much. Anyway, the NBA when they show the old NBA All-Star games, and yeah, they wanted, like, especially in the 70s and 80s, they wanted to win. It was close games. It wasn't 170 to 130 or whatever. Who knows what? I mean, I'm sure they're still somewhat close, but it's just all it is about who can do the coolest dunks and shoot it up, and there's hardly any D at all. And
well, it'd be the equivalent would be in the baseball All-Star game. There's a ball hitting the gap, and the outfielders walk to the ball.
Yeah, exactly right.
I'll get there.
Yeah.
It's like,
or they just threw fastballs not fastballs. They just threw pitches down the middle.
Yeah.
It was just like a warm up, like when they did home run derby. They were just like
exactly.
Not trying to throw sliders or curveball and try to determine what pitch. Hey, 80 down the middle, 85.
And let's see how.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see how many runs. Let's see if we make it 27 to 27.
You're right.
Let's see if we can go in extra innings or something.
That's what the NBA All-Star game is.
Exactly. And when it's gotten a little bit better, a little bit more quality wise, but it's the Pro Bowl for the NFL.
Yeah.
Same type thing.
Same type deal.
Real quick, all the NBA, because they're now here how to switch it up. They're doing All-Star draft. So they're doing Team LeBron versus Team Giannis. So LeBron, of course, first pick. Who's he go? His teammate, Anthony Davis. What's funny, Kawhi, and then he goes Kawhi Leonard, Luka at 3. So I kind of like that pick. So Luka's in 2 games this weekend. That's kind of cool. James Harden, Devin Booker, and then finally his first Eastern Conference pick, which is, I was wondering, that's what I was wanting to see. And both of them, I think, come at number 6 when they finally go to the other conference. He goes with Ben Simmons for the 76ers. And, of course, he's got a couple other – he's got a Celtics. He's got Jason Tatum.
James Harden. He picked James Harden.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, it's LeBron.
Is anybody going to have the ball other than James Harden?
Yeah, well, when he's on the court. Giannis went with
right.
Yep.
Instead, James Harden instead of Westbrook.
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
He went with a bunch of team players too. Well, I should say not two, but he went with a bunch of team players. Kemba Walker, Trae Young, those are his top picks. His first Western Conference pick. It's number 7 actually. Number 7 with Rudy Gobert from the Jazz. But yeah, his biggest highlight, Joel Embiid, the guy from the Raptors, the Pascal Siakam or however you say it, and then Kemba Walker, Trae Young. So Giannis went more team based, which is kind of crazy to think. What's his face? LeBron got all the stars. So we'll see how this plays out. I mean, what's crazy? Look how far Russell Westbrook fallen. Mr. Triple Double to now he was a 10th pick for LeBron James.
Well, the worst thing for what Russell Westbrook is playing with Harden. He's got to get out.
Oh, and I didn't even think about it. Guess who's not? What happened? And I'm like, he's so overrated to me. And that's why I'm like, how can he be in the top players of all time? Who's the dude for? I can't even remember his name now. Curry. Where's Steph Curry at? I don't see Steph Curry on the board.
No.
See what happened? He's product of the system somewhat. He jacks up a lot of threes, which I guess he got good at that. But all those times
is he hurt?
He may be hurt, maybe.
I
don't know. I just think he's a little overrated. Dude can shoot the ball, but where's he at playing defense? What else is he doing?
He doesn't do. Yeah, exactly.
He can shoot the ball, but what else is he doing? All right, let's move on from the NBA to, since it is All-Star Weekend, I had to give them a little love. NCAA real quick. Surefire number 1 seed, maybe number 1 seed that I had, maybe taking it all in the Final Four. I didn't have them in the Final Four. Preseason, and their preseason, which is crazy. That's why I made news. They were preseason number 1 across the board. Michigan State drops out of the top 25. First time a team that was number 1 preseason to drop out of the top 25 since the 2013-14. Kentucky team did it twice, which is crazy that year. I guess it made it again and fell back out.
Wow.
Seton Hall, first time in the top 10 for the first time since 2001 season. So that's crazy. Seton Hall's in the top 10. Kind of shows you the parity. That's what I'm leading to. This year's tourney, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be, you're going to have to definitely get some upsets because there's going to be some teams.
There's going to be some big upsets round 1.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Spring training starts for MLB. First game's next weekend, Doc. How excited are you about that?
Finally.
Right?
Finally. Yes, it's going to be great. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to a good year.
Well, I thought
when are we doing our picks, man?
What picks?
World Series.
Well, we can do that next month. You already got your pick in or something?
Yeah, I do.
Who you got?
Houston Astros.
Houston Astros, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to have to give it a little more thought, but I think that Houston Astros will win the World Series.
You're going to come back, get a little vengeance. Oh, you think we can't win without cheating?
Yeah, I do.
I could see that happening.
Yeah.
I could see that happening.
I'll give it some more thought, but my pre-spring training
Are we still doing the show? I forgot we're supposed to be doing the show this year on the road. Come on.
Yeah, pre-spring season.
We gonna go? You still inviting me? Come on, Doc. Let's go.
I'm going. Anyway, the preseason, the pre-spring training pick for me right now is Houston Astros. But we got all spring training before we make our pick before the season
I'll go
starts.
Yankees right now.
Yankees are going to be good.
College baseball season starts today. Like I said, in a little preview that we do on Instagram Live. Watched me some women's college softball yesterday, which was phenomenal. Number 1, Washington got shut out and beat up by number 8, 9, whatever they are, Alabama. It was nice. It was just crazy to see. I mean, they were beating them down.
Yeah, right.
But today, number 7 Hogs faced Eastern Illinois. Number 6 Texas Tech.
Did you just say Illinois?
Illinois, yeah. Did I say Illinois? Did I really give that?
Should I get out of my chair and slap you?
It's Illinois. I know it's Illinois, but I do that. I hear that every once in a while. I'm just going to run through stuff. I may have said that. Illinois.
All right.
Anyway, Texas Tech, I didn't realize Texas Tech's number 6, so I had to give some Texas some love here, people that are listening. There's not many Texas schools that are playing today. They play Houston Baptist. The one top 25 matchup this weekend, number 1 Louisville versus number 25 Ole Miss. So a little something different. Notre Dame, had to throw them in there for you. They play at this weekend. They have their series starts. It's crazy. They start on the road at UAB.
Wow.
Alabama, Birmingham. So they'll be down south getting a little late. At least be nice and warm for them.
That's they have to play down south the whole spring, man, because
right? Yeah.
You can't play.
I know. They probably start on the road like the first 20 games.
Or like road games.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But yes, I got to watch that today. I got to watch it, see if I can find that on the SEC Network. That's what I love about. That's the one thing I love about SEC Network. You
it's nice.
You get to watch your Hogs on there. Pull that up on the TV, which that's literally smart TVs now. You get the app.
That's awesome.
Really sweet. NCAA National Signing Day. I have to bring that up for football. National Signing Day was Tuesday or Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday. Whatever day it was. Lots of on the phone. I guess I dropped it off. I thought I had it on here. Oh no, that's not that either. Anyway, I had it on here. The usual suspects were really pretty much all up top. Nothing really to talk about. Alabama, your Clemson's. I mean, it was pretty much your same as usual. Top of the line. Notre Dame was in the top, I think 25 or 30 as usual. The story, which I have to bring up. I don't know if you watched the video I sent. Arkansas, I had no idea, which was cool. I was watching my workout, always right there, 3:30, flipping between channels, and I luckily was watching, put it on SEC Network for whatever reason, and saw that Sam Pittman, new head football coach, Arkansas Razorbacks, going to be on at 3 or 2:30. Like, oh, watch that while I'm working out. So didn't realize that when he took over, they were 100th in the recruiting. Jumped in from on ESPN and jumped all the way to, I should say, 29th.
Wow.
Ridiculous. Wow. And the story you're going to love, which you brought up that you and Gardner did up at Old Notre Dame, handwritten notes. He said that's one of his key secrets. 37 coaches that they have 30 people on staff every morning. That's how they start. After their meeting, they all write 5 handwritten letters.
Wow.
5 every day.
Old school, man.
And send them out. He's like, I'll send you the video. Anyone will read a handwritten letter before they'll read a typed one.
Absolutely.
Blah, 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 blah,
There's
blah,
no
blah.
question about
I sent you that. I immediately get in chills like, man, Doc's going to love this. When I had to like pause it and eventually rewind it and then record it. I'm like, man, that was the coolest thing. I'm like, that's
awesome.
So I was like, there you go. Like, a little bit to like Arkansas now.
I'm going to show Gardner that.
Yeah, a little bit. That's why I definitely, so that you can see from a head coach.
Yeah.
And a lot of buzz there. I mean, because he was over with, I guess he's been under, who was under Kirby Smart. He's been under him.
Yeah, right.
He's been under a smart coach. So over at Georgia. So we'll see exactly how he can transfer that over
let's hope so, right?
Yeah, over at Arkansas. And I love that. I'm like, hey, I like this guy already now. I didn't know much about him. I wanted to see that interview. So it was cool to see. He bought, which is crazy, Mike Anderson's old house. So he took over an old house of a Razor. I'm like, hey, man, we'll see how this works out. I thought that was kind of they threw that tidbit in there. Man, Sam Pittman was like, man, what is that? What are you doing? He called me out here, and he's like, oh, I thought that was kind of interesting. I had to talk about it, and he's like, man, everyone keeps asking me about that. I was like, yeah, I didn't realize it at first, but yeah, I guess it's Mike Anderson's old crib, blah 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 blah. And then they did this. I guess he's kind of fun to hang out with. Then they did this like Vegas rating, coaches you'd want to go to Vegas with. And he, this guy was rating them all, and he had Sam Pittman number 5, and he was like, "Oh, you need to." I guess his nickname's the Pit Boss or Boss or something like. I'm like, you taking that out to Vegas? Put him in a suit. Ain't no one messing with him because he's like he was a former lineman, so he's like 6'4",
right.
2. He's big. But I had to bring that up. I was like, man, Doc's gonna love that. Big, great American race though this weekend. The Daytona 500, first big one of the year. Our big one comes up. We have 2, which is awesome at Texas Motor Speedway. Our first one is on March 29th, so maybe we may have to try to get out there for that one, Doc.
That would be fun.
You didn't go the last time, so maybe on that one we can.
March 29th.
March 29th. It's Sunday, March 29th.
All right.
Trump's gonna come this weekend, I guess.
I have no idea.
I know. I'm watching sports, obviously, like I said, for the show. He's showing up for it doesn't surprise me. But I'm like, presidents these days. You know what I mean? I'm like,
what's he showing up for the race?
I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
I don't know. We'll see. Usual suspects to win it: Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, all at 10-1 odds, and Chase Elliott, Martin Truex Jr. at 12-1. So kind of like the normal guys you always see. Now on to the winners at the Oscars. Like you said, kind of names that both of them. Love the guy's acting ability, but I hate when they get onto their Brad Pitt, Joaquin Phoenix, both winning their first Grammy, or I should say first Oscar Academy Award. What's crazy, Best Picture, Parasite. First Best Picture to win, first film to win Best Picture that didn't have it had subtitles. It didn't have an American, it wasn't, English was its native, whatever, however they worded that. But I'm like, that was kind of cool. Then he also won Best Director. So, so I thought that was pretty good for them. So it was definitely Renee Zellweger, one for portraying Judy Garland, which I really like. I really like Renee Zellweger. She didn't hear her going to. She's a Texas girl, UT too. She went to UT, so I love Renee Zellweger. Laura Dern, been acting for forever. I think won her very first as well. So a lot of people you see win, for the first time ever, and then Parasite kind of getting that love, trying to say, hey, we have diversity too, because that's kind of been the odd thing lately is especially even with the Grammys where always picking the same white person or whatever, the same people over and over again or whatever, the same you know what I mean, sticking with what. You know what I'm trying to say. The end, you know what I'm saying? Instead of picking like Joker or 1917, they went with, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know what I mean? What should have maybe traditionally won. They kind of said, hey, this film's amazing. Let's give something else.
That would be another one of my What's Up docs, right?
What?
Give it to who wins.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what their skin color is.
I know.
Give it to who
And I hate how they bring them like, it's all about how good they are. It doesn't matter about.
Right. Stop with the, just stop.
Yeah. Some names I did forget to bring up last week, though. Jack, I sent you pictures because movies are on. What's crazy, we brought this last up. What was on literally the day after? Friday, we did the show. Brought up Shawshank Redemption. Saturday, what was on? Shawshank Redemption. So I had to put it on. I could not believe it. So I put that on. Awesome. Sent you the picture, the video of him through the tunnel and out. Could not be kidding me. So I sent you that.
Salvation, baby.
But definitely ones I forgot to bring up. Guys I really like a lot. Jack Nicklaus.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Is that the right?
You kidding me?
Yeah, that's a classic.
The Shining, all those movies he did there in the 70s.
Yeah, but
he owned
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's
Nest
was
Because a little
That's
story, because I was
awesome.
watching something. He lost the year before for best, for best actor. I forgot what it was the year before he lost.
Chinatown.
I think it made it Chinatown, and he was like, someone said, "Man, I'm so sorry, Jack." When he lost that, literally lost, and why he was losing Chinatown. Oh man, Jack. Somebody was like, "Man, I'm a shoe in for Flew Over the Cuckoo's next year." Literally, already called it, and sure enough, I'm getting goosebumps. I'm like, sure enough, because it was some show I was watching. CNN did this thing called Movies or The Movies or something like that because of that being on, and I watched the '70s specifically, and that they did up his little run that he had, and that run specifically, and I was like, that's funny. He knew he was a shoe, and sure enough, and then won it, and then of course won it. But love that and him. Russell Crowe he had his run of movies in the 2000s. I mean, Had a Beautiful Mind. What was the other one? Gladiator. He could from a lot of acting ability.
Right.
Leonardo DiCaprio. That dude's been acting from the 90s up until now. All the different movies that he's been nominated for Best Picture. Even a lot of them ridiculous.
Right.
Forrest Gump. Ridiculously good movie. How I overlooked that one last week. I love Forrest Gump.
Yeah, I love Forrest Gump too.
The Departed, that's one with Leo DiCaprio. I forgot Al Pacino. That one's done by Scorsese. Love that movie. The Green Mile. That is another.
Oh, that's a great movie too.
Oh, Saving Private Ryan. Jaws.
Another great movie. Those are all great shows.
And here, what's crazy when I was going through all those, because I was like, man, I know there's some ones I was forgetting. It was Best Picture. They rated them. People were rated them. The two highest rated ones. Both were like 9.2 or 9.3. All the rest were like high 8s, if anything. The only ones I saw in the 9s. Shawshank, First Godfather. There you go. Ridiculous company right there. Got to get to it now. Our Mount Rushmore of sports movies. Tons. I mean, many of your twos might be in here, 1 or 2 years. So many. And point me in any of these right here, you can make an argument for, and I'd be like, you know what? I'm down with that. The Longest Yard. White Man Can't Jump. I love that movie. Major League. I put Happy Gilmore in there just because I like it a lot because it's funny with Bad News Bears, Field of Dreams, League of Their Own, Hoosiers, Miracle, Bull Durham, Any Given Sunday. Who you got up there, Doc? What's your top 4?
Top 4, number 4, just because the kids, the boys, and I like to watch it. It's funny. We watched it several times. Rookie of the Year.
Rookie of the Year.
Right. It's just
that's the one from the 90s, right?
Yeah.
Kid breaks his arm.
Yeah. It's a silly
Throws
movie.
that massive fastball. I watched that in theaters like 100 times when I was in the Learning
the
Center.
dude from Home Alone. Yeah. Right.
Classic.
We watch it. We just laugh. It's a great movie.
A lot of good ones. Field of or whatever. What's the Angels movie? The Field of.
Oh yeah.
That one, and there's a lot of them in the 90s that were good.
So that was
number
number 4. Number 3, Rocky.
Got to. Yep. Classic.
Rocky 1.
That won Best Picture. I mean.
Yeah, not Rocky 420, but Rocky 1.
Yes, the first.
The first one. Number 2 would be Gene Hackman and Hoosiers.
Ooh, it's like I said, that's what.
There's just something special about that
classic.
movie, man. Just everything from the cinematography,
It's up there for most people's list. You got to be in your top 5 or 10.
It's just. Yeah, it's classic, man.
Yep.
Gene Hackman's awesome in that.
Yep.
Talk
about another good actor, Gene Hackman.
The alcoholic father. That's
good. A lot of good stories. That's the thing too. You don't want a good storyline. You want all those little small stories in between that you take out of it.
When he walks into the gym and he takes that tape measuring, he says, "Measure that hoop."
Right.
Good
stuff.
It gives you chills, right?
Yeah.
The teaching lessons, in that show.
Yeah.
Love it. But my number 1 all-time sports movie, for a lot of the same reasons as Hoosiers, so it's kind of running neck to neck. The best sports movie of all time, Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams, yeah, it's a classic. I had it up there. That's one of my. It's in my top 10.
Man, how can you not? At the end, when Kevin Costner says, "Dad, I'd like to play some catch."
Yeah.
And for me as a dad, playing catch with the boys all the time.
Yeah.
Man, we watched that, and you talk about crying.
Yeah,
I tear up.
That one will get you, huh?
Right. And
all these will probably get me.
And my boys get teared up because they know, because they're always asking me,
right.
Dad, you want to play some catch?
Yeah.
Want to play some catch, Dad?
Yeah.
So yeah, Field of Dreams, number 1, baby.
Right. I wanted almost like I didn't. It's so hard for me to not. I guess I could if I wanted to and do a double-headed monster. It's so hard for me not to want to throw 5 up there. But Rocky is right there on the cusp. It's so hard for me to not want to put. So it's right there. But then for sure, my top 4, if it's not 4, so we could do a double-headed football one at 3. Maybe Rocky at 4.
Okay.
So my double-headed at 3. I can't believe this one is not in at yours, especially what team it has to deal with. But Rudy, how you don't have Rudy in yours? It kind of blows my mind.
I should have put Rudy in there, but I went with the sentimental pick of Rookie of the Year.
I know. I'm like,
because of my boys.
Rookie of the Year over Rudy is wow.
And it's baseball.
I got baseball in here too, but come on.
But
Rudy, Notre Dame.
Yeah,
It doesn't get more
okay,
classic
all right.
than
I'm kicking Rudy. I'm kicking out.
Get out of
Rookie of the Year's 5. I'm putting Rudy in at 4.
It's kind of like me. You got to have that 5th one.
No, I'm gonna put Rudy in at 3. Rocky goes to 4.
All right.
Rocky goes to 4, then Rudy,
I'm telling
then
you.
Hoosiers, then Field of
All
Dreams.
right. I'm like, come on, Rudy. Are you kidding me?
But Rookie of the Year's
it's
like 5.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, I changed my mind.
All right. Right there with it though, classic, super classic, especially for my generation. Remember the Titans.
That's a great.
Love that one. So that's my 2 football ones.
See, that's a good one too, man.
Because I love Denzel. Like that's my man. So I was like, oh, it's hard. You're like, oh,
Yeah, that's a good one. It's hard.
So we'll do that one. And we'll do that as my 3-ish. We'll go the Rudy, Remember the Titans. Well, yeah, that's what we can do for yours. You can do a little tie. Throw in Rookie of the Year. So you had Rocky at 4. You had at number 3. You had Rudy. Number 2. You have Field of Dreams.
No. Number 2, Hoosiers.
Hoosiers, and then 1 Field of Dreams. Look at that. Then you got all 4 different sports in there. Look at you. That's pretty classic. So I think that's
better. Yeah, I gotta drop.
That's
Rookie
good.
Of the Year.
All right, so we'll go Rocky at 4 for me. Rudy, Remember the Titans at 3. They'll share that one together, and then we'll go. I got to, because as much as I love golf too, and it's just a classic. Caddyshack at number 2. I love Caddyshack. Bill Murray, Chevy Chase. Oh my God, Rodney Dangerfield. The other old guy in that movie, the guy that owns the course.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah.
Like super. I love that movie. All the how funny it is. Yeah. I needed something funny in there because there's a lot. Sports movies usually they're serious. They're usually, like you said, the storylines or they get you their teaching moments.
Yeah.
That one, you're especially the first time you see it. You 9 times out of 10 or 9 out of 10 people they're laughing their ass off.
Right.
A lot throughout it. Then number 1. Can't believe it's not up there for yours as well, especially with the kids. At least your kids. I guess they like Rookie of the Year more. But for me as a kid, it's Sandlot.
Sandlot's up there too, man.
They
watch it all the time.
The Sandlot.
They watch Sandlot all the time.
Classic.
Yeah, Sandlot.
Small as you kill. I mean, God, I love that movie. So many one-line. That's when you have so many one-liners that out of when like all the movies.
You're killing me,
Smalls. Yeah, God, I love that movie. So Rocky, Rudy, Remember the Titans, Caddyshack, and Sandlot.
Yeah, this was the hardest Mount Rushmore of all time.
I'm telling you, man. I told you it was going to be
harder than any of them.
You can argue a lot of movies up there. A lot of movies. I mean, a good solid.
There's another one you probably don't even have in your list. I don't even know if you've seen it. It's called Chasing the Giants or Fighting the Giants.
Oh no! The Giant. No, the Little Giants. Little Giants.
No, not that one.
Okay, but Little Giants was the other one. I remember that was a good one with Al Bundy and a little dorky guy facing off all year. That was a classic as a kid for me. There's a lot of good sports movies. There really are
phenomenal sports movies.
So many. I mean. That's why I'd love to have 2 more heads and see what you know what I mean, because that's what I'm saying. You sometimes forget them, because I'm sure you kind of forgot maybe Rudy there for a second, or Remember the Titans.
Yeah, there's another one. I can't remember the name. It's a boxer. It's
Oh yeah, well even like we said in the last show, Brian's song could be there for a lot of people.
Brian's song's another great one, man.
Yeah, see, I'm torching you over there. All right, we're stop the torturing. Great Mount Rushmore of sports movies though. Fantastic. That was classic. Stud or dud moment, gotta go to, and we could have brought it up last week. Kansas City Chiefs defensive tackle Derek Nandi partnered with Missouri Animal Rescue earlier in the season. Something I would have loved to have done. He said, hey, for every Chiefs win we get this year, I'm going to pay for a dog adoption fee, which in the end runs at about $150. At this one runs, $150 for the shots it's at, and the other, and get them out the door, it's about $150. So they won, 15 games, including the postseason. So I was like, hey, I figure he's going to do 15, right? Well, after one of the Super Bowl, he said, not so fast, my friend. He went ahead and done the whole shelter. It was 109 dogs of an average adoption fee of $150. So
good for him.
Exactly what I would have done. Exactly. Oh my gosh. So, and then to top it off, I guess she's around that area, or maybe just saw that he was doing that and added on top of it. Celebrity chef Rachel Ray chipped in too. She offered a free supply of pet food for a whole year for every dog that was adopted, paying through her food line.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Is that not so? Every dog, I would have been like, hey, free. You know what I mean? But yeah, especially people like us that love it, or even thinking about it. Yeah. You have essentially a free dog. It needs a home. Give it a free home. Now you've got food for a year.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money you're saving.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Had to bring that up. Great story. Until next week, what to watch for? Of course, if you're not going to have, little making love sessions tonight, that's what you can be watching as your significant other or a love movie. But you could be watching the NBA All-Star Fun all weekend long, Daytona 500 on Sunday. And, of course, all these movies that are out, like Birds of Prey. Went and saw that earlier this week. Sonic the Hedgehog is coming out. I used to love playing that game. Sonic the Hedgehog, old school game with Sega. Do you even remember? There's like a little blue guy running around. Award-winning shows that you could go see, or actually, still see in theaters. 1917, one we've talked about.
I'd like to see that.
That storyline that's a great movie. Or one that you can watch at home, The Irishman. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. The Joker's out too. I want to maybe see The Irishman. I will see. I don't know. It's kind of maybe a little too old-timey for me, but I like Scorsese. He does a lot of good movies. Being Black History Month next week. Got to. Let's go over the most influential black icons of all time. We could do a Mount Rushmore if we wanted to, but let's just kind of talk about some that inspired us, ones we have to bring up. Sports, obviously outside of sports, you can go all kinds of different routes with this, but we have to do a little Black History Month. The main reason to bring this up, one icon that just passed, Kobe Bryant. 2, my dad found a list that they just did, and I couldn't believe it because we were talking about it. They left one Tiger Woods off. It was a sports one that was done. So, got Michael up top probably, and Ali. I forgot he sent me the list. Ali's up top. The names, there's other ones, but the classic names are in the top 5. It was like a top 30 or 25, or I think it was 25. Hey, whatever it was, Tiger not on the list.
His lesson, maximizing profit. Keys to holding longer. Nice little graphic here to kind of show you plays like OCG and BTX, MVIS, plays that ran for multiple hours today. Good examples of that. Let's get into some examples again. CAPR. And what I'm doing and how to help, for you, maybe if you're having trouble with that. And again, this kind of comes back to that scaling in and out, finding support. This is like multiple lessons in one here, which I love. So if you're having trouble holding for long, chunks of those moves, this is what's going to help you out. So again, this is not the full move the stock even made for the day, but just kind of a quick little zoomed in graphic so you can see we have a range. We have news out at, in the morning to pre-market, which is awesome. And we love these 15 minutes for the bell rings when you go from $2.50 up to $7 in 3 minutes, right? Love life. So, and just kind of looking back and where we're going to get in here, just kind of look at this right now, where we could have got in at, where we want to look to get out at, hold on for long pieces of moves, and what we're doing, team. The first thing we're doing that morning when I come into chat is, and boom, this goes back to that using past chart history, right? Reading past chart history lesson. We're going to go back to CAPR and go, wow, okay, we're gapping up. We know we're at 5.7, in pre-market. So if we cut, like me and Deck did that morning, we spotted out this area beautifully. Like, wow, if we could just come back down to 375, somehow give back. If not, cool. We're then working with this, though, when we kind of move back up, which we'll get back into. But you're just using past chart history, right? This is the overall move this made. This was April 29th of last year. We go from $2.50 up to $11. Pretty good move, right? This is lunch hours too. Look at this, middle of the day. Yes, we slowly start fading, but still see good bounces on the way down. But again, where do we want to get on these plays? Now we have to go back to what? We have to go back even further when these plays go further, or spike to $11. So we can see. Go back up here. So we have, let's just get through this. So we have about a 750. Oh, wow. 875 makes sense, right? 875 area. 950-ish and around $11 resistance areas. So when we go back through this, we can see here, oh my, did that look, did we say 750? Okay. 750? 750? Oh, woo, woo. Look how this ran straight to 750. Again, areas 875, 950, 875. Look at that with an upper shadow just over it, but 875 failed. 950 didn't quite see the resistance area we wanted, right? But look how $11 did. Now I know it is another just quick upper shadow to it, but we know those areas are coming. So what to do in the trade? Let's go back to it. Say you got in at the 375 bounce. We all alerted in Deck. All of us got in. Now, like Deck, I mostly was out at the VWAP here. I was done for the trade. I'm moving back close up to the 450 plus range, 475 now. I'm in over up $1. I'm scaling on, out on the way up. In areas you're looking at, which we'll get into, and I'll post that afterward. This is going to help out scaling in and out, where to find support and resistance. So if you get in here, where's your first area you're going to move up to? Probably this little bulk of lower shadows where you move straight up into. You got to get out some here. Now we have VWAP next with this huge upper shadow that we tried to spike up over. We couldn't when we literally crashed our way at the opening. Scale out there. Now where are areas to, again, you're scaling out, right? So we need to, I got to hold for some of this move. If we get this move that I saw earlier, we have potential up to 7, don't we?
And that's what you have to see. Know you have at least potential to 7. So what's your goal? Okay, one of my last scale out zones will be 5. So I'll have some in still from 375, but at 5, I'm going to add. I'm going to add at the 5 break. Now, if you're still iffy about adding at 5, breaking of resistance areas like whole round numbers, understand it. Be a patient trader like I am and just wait for your ad. Beautiful. I love it. Just wait. Be patient. Sometimes you may not get it, but wait for the next one. Upper shadow, upper shadow, upper shadow. Oh, look how we bounce off of this perfectly. 2 upper shadow or lower shadows right on it. Maybe a third and a fourth one close to the area. Be patient and wait for your trade to come in you. But Sky, anyone that wants to know how to maximize your profits, your gains. If you're not first, you're last. Or if you're not first, you're last, right? So you want to get in at your lowest bounce possible, which is usually the ones we're trying to find. Kind of like earlier with the OCG or whatever it was. I forgot what bounce play it was. Maybe it was MVIS. I think it was MVIS. Remember, I alerted that bounce play and it didn't see that area for the longest time afterward. Should have taken my own alert. Again, stick to your trade, find your area, and then scale out on the way up. Also find areas to add. That's your best thing to do. Also, on top of the fact, while you're adding on your way up, know your resistance areas. If you want to add at 5 in the VWAP, essentially, so if you didn't add at the 5 break or the 5 touch, now finally the 5 in the VWAP, you're going to have some resistance at 5.5. So start scaling out there. We break clear over these upper shadows. Like me, wait for the bounce off of them, and that's where you can add. Now, if you want to add on the way up, and that's just what you feel more comfortable with, you see it breaking resistance, and you want to add here, fine. So be it. But that's what you're doing. You're buying, scaling out, adding. Buying, scaling out, adding. You scale out, you buy. You're scaling out into these areas, but you're saving some for the move on up. Along the way, you're not getting full out positions while adding on the way up. Do I do that often? No, because I don't have, up until recently, I haven't been over the PDT. I haven't been able to do that. But I have done that in trades where I'm like, well, I'm at that. I wasted all my trades on this, and it's fine because it's a trade like this. But this is how you maximize your gains. Let's just go through, and it's the same thing over and over. That's CAP-R. So let's look at SNDX. And I put the lines in kind of going forward as if like it is on DEX, where if it's on the daily, it's on the intraday. So these are already kind of here. So let's look at where are these at on the intraday. We got one around the 1640-ish mark, 1650. It's around the same area, 1740-ish area, and then right over 810. Now all we're doing, once we see these moves that are being made, right, we're going to go back to the daily. We're going to go over here and see, okay, we had 15. We had one here at 16 right here. We had one at 18 right here. Or 1750, one at 18. Essentially in the same areas. If I scroll up right here, I didn't put one at 15 because really, we didn't see much resistance at 15. It just blew right past it. So then you're coming in here and not only using intraday, but then if anything's happened before for later on, but then the main thing you're doing for, say if you got in on this play. Now, of course, it's really hard unless you essentially bought on the break of 15 or, the quick little pullback that it usually does have. So that's your entry. Where to start scaling out? Well, again, you already should immediately have gone over here to your daily and going, okay, your first area that I really liked that I probably would have taken some off the plate is right there, that 15.5 to 15.70 right here in this area, these 2 upper shadows. But I know if I break through that, I'm good to 16, whatever these upper shadows are, that 1630-ish area, right? So that's where you're at. That's where you're scaling out on the way. Again, in at 15, you didn't even worry about anything really in the $15 range. That little area I told you about, a little hesitation there you can see, but it pretty much blew straight to 16. Break a 16, look how that went. Bananas. Straight through that one resistance area, which is fine. Hey, you'll love when it breaks through resistance like a hot knife through butter. But look how then it became beautiful support. And you're like, well, why there? Well, why there? Again, let's go back to the daily. Let's go back to what's happening right there is why. That's why it's holding up right there. Upper shadow, upper shadow, upper shadow. So use these areas of not only to scale out in, but once you've scaled out, look to add back into. So you are still getting parts of this run, but still also maximizing your profit by holding part of your gain. You're looking back, looking where these things can move to. Now it takes every trader a little bit of difference to hold, that's old, the big cojones type thing. To hold those trades, you gotta, you got brave, bold, or you gotta be again, it just comes back to being patient, being like it takes a while to be a robot. It's not about I'm just a no, not about all it being Mr. Macho or Bravo or Mrs. Macho or Bravo. It's about being disciplined, looking at past chart history, where these things can run to, and just sticking to your plan. That's the main thing. Trying to be a robot as best as you possibly can be. Very hard. It takes years. You think Tom Brady was Tom Brady Stone Cold the first year. I mean, it was pretty close to it, but you know what I mean? Like a lot of these people, most people, it takes a while to kind of get that. Well, and of course, you go back to college, hey, by the way, I saw Tom Brady play, actually, by the way. 1999 Citrus Bowl, Arkansas playing Michigan. And again, back to that is my point. Tom Brady wasn't a starter. Or it may have been the starter, but it was him and the guy who ended up playing for the Cowboys for him. Anyway, point being, it was him. It was back when they still did that. Well, they still do here and there. That 2-quarterback system. That's my point. He didn't play the whole game. But yet, look what happened to Tom Brady. Wasn't the main dude at Michigan, but look where Tom Brady's at now. So again, it sometimes just takes a minute to click. It takes years, even for the GOATs like Tom Brady. CREX. Let's look at this trade. I mean, we go from literally $1 up to $5.15 in after hours. You're talking about one like, wow, we're up 500% on the day. I wish I would have known this back here on the deal. Wow, I wish I would have held for that. How to hold for that? Again, go back to past chart hit. Now, again, you're out most of this. Let me tell you, most good traders are going to be out. They're not holding. When this starts cracking through the VWAP, well, I'm going to add here and I'm adding there. Most traders aren't. You know, again, those are the traders that have more like $500,000 to $1 million in their back pocket. They can easily do this, no problem. Add. You know, it's just keep adding, keep lowering their entry, right? That's the only way to really hold for chunks of this change. There's no way you're in here at like, you know, say $1.40 early on and you're still in at $5.15. They're just not happening most days. Just not happening. When you see this chart like that, you're getting out when you need to, adding back when you can. And you're just going back to past chart history. Making it easy on yourself. You know, go back and see the 175-ish area. A little over $2, $2.50. Let's just work with that to begin with. 175-ish area. Where is he? Right here. 175-ish area. Just over $2. You know, we literally had a little bit at $2.50, but you can just see those areas going back. 175. A hair over 210, and this is where I finally get on the play. Old resistance equals new support, plus going back to past chart history. I saw this old upper shadow, all these right here couldn't get above. Bounces, a ton of bounces off of that area, like, oh, money, and I got in on here. Again, was out at most of my trade into this. I didn't hold for thinking this was going to go up through 3, you know. Didn't think it was going to get to 4 or 5. I'll admit that, say that myself. But where you do and what you do is you get back in on the break of those areas or on bounce plays. That's all you're doing when you're trying to maximize your gains. You know, you see plays like this that nothing in pre-market, but then go from the 180 mark up to 785. Like, how do I know? I mean, I wish I would have, you know, stayed in this. You know, I got in and out of these halt ups. I was out before 5. You know, again, past chart history. Let's go to it. We know 5. You know, boom. On these areas up where you're going to scale that out, but you have to see. Wow, look what BRQS has done in the past. 11.15 up to a little past 8. You know, this run ended up getting up close to 8. So you've got to realize, A, the potential, and then look at the resistance areas going up. And you just have to, and of course, like I said, you've got the big account like Deck, you can get in bigger shares and you can hold a little bit longer. You know, say if you can only get in 1,000 shares, it's truly hard to hold from say, oh, I'm getting in at the break. You know, okay, let's see how this halts up. If it gaps up, get a huge gap up, and if it was straight momentum up, I'm going to get in for the next, you know, boom. So essentially you want to get in before this halts up, right? So just because it's hard to get, none of us would have really been noticing it. This would have been the first real candle for anyone to get in, like at least us for the most part, unless you're already looking at it. So you're in here, just say even right, you know, get a decent fill, say 350. So that's 4. So say 350, because this probably holds up about 360. So you get in at 350, 340-ish. Even if you're in there, most traders, as soon as this unhalts and they see all this wacky movement, they're going to take profit close to 5. You know, the best traders, yes, are going to maybe then add back close to where it halted up VWAP after selling some, but still in here, yes, not fully though. There's no way a trader bought here in this candle and then did not sell any in there. There's hardly it's less than 1%. I'd guarantee you if it is 1 to 2% or less that someone bought in this candle and did not sell in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, say any of these. I guarantee you 90+% of traders are locking up profit because they think they're going to dump right back on off, right? But then again, when you see it holding, now we have green candles. This is your inkling to add. Add over what? Big time. Add over 5. You finally get that huge surge. And, you know, well, I say huge surge, but it comes within a couple of candles. But the big green candle is the main thing. Over 5. You're golden. You know, this goes straight up to 550. Halts up. Now we're holding the halt up area. You can add if you want to, if you didn't scale out already more so. That's all you're doing, though. And then, of course, and you already know these areas. It helps to have them out side by side. But again, you're looking at these, and if you did, this is where you need to do it. This is halted up. You have 5 minutes minimum to go back to past chart history and go, okay, I'm going to put lines in now. I know like I did. Okay, $4. There was a little bit at $4.50, definitely $5. If I get above $5, what else did I have here? The $6 area was pretty crucial. A tad above $6. Look where this hit, right at $6. I mean, so you're just going back to past chart history going, where are my areas to scale out? I'm going to take my, say I was in 1,000 shares here. I'm going to get 250 out at $4.50, 250 out at $5. Okay, I'm going to add in 250 more. Okay, I'm going to add in 250 more. Okay, now you're back in 1,000 shares, scaling back. So that's however you want to do it. It's different for every trader, but that is going to be how you maximize profits. It's not like you're in. Deck makes that analogy. Oh, imagine being in 1,000 shares here at $1.80, and then there's not a trader out there doing that. There is not a trader in the world in at 180, 70, whatever, even at 2, and holding up to, you say, even 7. Not one. There's not one. So don't worry about that. Don't think there's someone out there that's just killing it and you're not. And like, how are they? They're not. They're getting in, if anything, first. If they're not first, they're last, right? So they're getting in somewhat early, but then they're scaling out. They're adding in. They're scaling out. They're adding in, as this moves up over high-day areas. That's how you maximize profit. Get through a ton of these. And again, look at all these. This is from April 13th. This is from April 20th. Okay, that was from, but I just took these screenshots. Forgot about that. So some of these, though, are going to be videos, but now let's get to WRX. This is from last April 13th. Beautiful trend line here. But look, we go from 264, kind of like that first play I showed you, all the way up, close to the $2 to $7, and just actually goes up to like almost 10. Finds its way back down a lot of the way. It's going to happen a lot of the time in pre-market. This is your area. Find a low bounce area to get in. And what are we doing here? We're just going back to past chart history. And where did this bounce at? By the way, I forgot to put that in. Let's see here. We'll call that about let's see if that's 5. We'll call it about the 550 area. So 550. Nothing too 5 would have been great. If you go back to $5, there is a little bit of nice little support bounce all the way back to this at 550. But again, you're looking for maximizing profit. So when you do get in, where you're looking to get out, we know 6, or we should say we know 7, and 8 are going to be super tough. Now, if we scroll past that, because look where the high is, then we have what? Then we have one here at 950. We have 2 at 950, 75 area, 1 at 11 plus. We really don't have much to work with. So again, on these plays, you're using intraday. Once we move past areas, you're using as much as the daily as you can. Again, adding in areas, buying in areas. I should say selling in areas. You're going back and forth. There's no way you're buying down low and you're in anywhere down here. Say $5 or close to 6, anywhere up to 8, and holding it to 1480. Not many have that longevity, being able to hold all day and just saying, hey, this is going to hit 15. Not many traders do that. Let me tell you, they're adding a lot along the way. Also, last April the 14th. We're going to have so many to go through here. This goes up from, from 6 to 16. Nice move, right? All right. So again, look at this resistance right here at $6, literally. Then we have the 875 area, upper shadow, kind of the close of the candle right here. All these lower shadows at 875. That's around the 875 area. Then we know we move up past kind of that. Really, the next real true resistance area, if we want to push, is kind of closer to 14. Then this kind of $16 area. So again, when we go back to it, and look what we run up to, 1620. Look where this upper shadow hits. Upper shadow. The upper shadow of that candle. Go back here. Look at all this kind of 1, 2, 3. All those that kind of touch. We're kind of bouncing off that area. We know that 1630-ish area is super tough, and that literally hits, 1620. Boom. Whammy. And again, these trades, this is a pre-market where you're looking at, so traders maybe get in after hours, and what they're holding for, they're literally just going back to past chart history. Say this is at, once this breaks over 5, you're looking at where you're moving to. So 6, a little bit here at the, maybe a little bit, what's this? Probably close to 750. We know 875 because look at this upper shadow meets this lower shadow and lower shadow. So that's going to be some scale out area, Then we have 875 above it, definitely $10. That's all you're looking at as these continue to move up and grind. These are where these areas are going to move to, like the ones I was just showing you, 750. Let's see where 875, what happens there. 870, literally right around here, because we know 9 is in between, right in the middle of 8 and 10. 8 and 10. So 875-ish area, 875 resistance, and we get some good support off of it. So just use those areas. Use your past yard history. Use what it's done intraday. Use your support and resistance lines. And all these are from last April. Last April was just bananas. Again, you're just going to past yard history, looking over to the left-hand side here, kind of trying to establish where your resistance is going to be at as these move up. If, like, again, this opens the day at, say, to $2 area. You want to get in. What would be a good area to maybe get in? It breaks above, say, the resistance here at the 240 area, as you can see. Let's pull it up. Good little resistance right here, because this is 2 to 3. So this area, but I guess it's really 220. Then you're good to the next little 260ish, 250ish area. Then you're good to the 270ish. You can go all the way across 275ish, 280 area. Then you see upper shadow. A lot of these were up just above 3. So 3 or so somewhere in that area. Start taking some in. Then of course when you dip back on those areas, literally look at this right over the 3. Like I said, it was right over 3, was it not? There's where you saw your resistance. Then we find a dip right back off of that area. So you're buying, you're selling, you're buying, you're selling on the way up. These aren't, and again, I'm going to show you where I have a ton of slides where you scale in, scale out, having arrows on the way up, have the arrows, essentially it's kind of that same type of lesson, really. How to maximize your gains is how to scale in and out. Now, a lot of traders, it takes, again, a long time to be able to get in low on, say you want this 240-ish area bounce and you're still holding at 380. You're going to have to, again, a lot of the time those traders have bigger share sizes is one of the reasons why. Secondly, they've been doing it for a while. And thirdly, a lot of them are selling and of course then buying, selling, buying, selling, buying. They're not just going, here's 1,000 shares at 260. Oh yeah, here we go. We're up to 380. I'm selling it all. That's not how it happens majority of the time. Mr. N. Haven't seen this kind of well. He was a runner there for a while. Going from, again, look at these. A lot of these just doing nothing. And then $1.40. Next thing you know, it's up to $3.35. So what are you looking at? You're going back to past chart history. Let's see if it really runs into resistance right here. What is this? 275, 280 area? 80. Boom. 280. Look at this. This first move up right in the 280 area. And then all I'm doing is going back here. I was like, let me see the first area that kind of looking at this chart. Right. Oh, my bad. Because we're over $2. But this area, this is that line I saw. This little ridge right through there. I'm like, let me see if this saw some resistance. And it did see a little bit of resistance. So that's all you're doing, and you're going to find those areas on the way up when you want to get into these plays, when you're going to sell, when you're going to buy, when you're going to, like I said, add on these plays, and then you're going to sell on the way up. Okay, it's dipping back. I want to add. Okay, it's going to bring your cost and your average up, but that's fine. You're adding and selling again on the way up and paying yourself as these move up. And hopefully this makes sense to you guys. Hopefully you kind of understand and see what I'm saying. And the plays that you see me, and probably a quarter of the plays where you see me get in for a good portion of the move, is just doing that. I'm not buying and selling most of the time. I'm in, 2,000 shares or 1,000 shares and just doing 250, 250, 250. Sometimes, you've seen me, I've done it very rarely on those plays, but then yes, I will definitely add on the way up. CHCI, this is actually one of the lessons I did last year, and then did this in the lesson and just kind of broke down the chart itself, and you just go back and go, okay, CHCI, wow, if we break over, we'll have some resistance here at like this 275 area, see some at 250 for sure, upper shadow right here and a little touch. We break above that, we're golden. We're going to really start pushing, and look what we did that day. So again, let's just go back to it. What was it? 250 and 275. Oh, I broke it off. Oh, that's a killer. That is a killer right there. But there's a 250 mark. Then there's some upper shadows. This is 275, and then this is 3. And then, of course, then it just shot its way up because we knew over this $3 area, look what it did. It went whammy and just kind of shot up some more. But, yeah, that was the 250 mark. And then the 275 area into 3, it was having some trouble right there. And then when it shot through 3, look at that. Boom. Into a beautiful pennant flag / ascending triangle type right there. And I always tell you, they're kind of a little bunchy and quick. And then whammy, we get another huge, burst from that. And then to read that, which I love, because this is, that's what I did. That's what I did. I love it. I love it. So when you can't go back a year, team, and you can't see it all. So, so we know over, what do we have to do? We have to go back even further. And so this is what I'm always doing. So this is where I'll go back 3 years, I'll go back 10 years, I'll go back 12 years, 15 years, whatever it has to do. You can see I have this is a 3-year one day now. So we know if we move over 3, we have 350, we have the 325 area, 325. Over 325, we're at 350, a bit of a resistance, but then we know we're good to about the 375 mark, 375 to 380. Then we're good to 4. Then we're good to about 425.
then we're good to about probably 475. Yeah, and that's all I'm doing. I'm going back, pulling this up even further and going, okay, over 3. Okay, where am I good over these areas, and what do I need to be looking for further on? And you can see then that's when those areas are areas you need to scale out in and take some profit. If they burst above them, that's a good, add in area over resistance. Over these upper shadows, we burst up into new highs for the day. Or if it pulls back to those set areas for a bounce off of them, and that's where you can add. And then, of course, scaling out then into the next, then just repeat, it's a little repeat, rinse and repeat, same thing over and over and over again. And then last good prime example, which could have been mine today. And it all comes back to, on top of the fact team, what are stocks doing recently? OCGN this morning could have been a great play for me to hold in. I was in a great bounce play. Talk about that in a lot of these plays. We see that dip back to a good area. 875, I was in. I thought this was done. This run up to 10 plus, I thought it was done. But again, if we just go back to past chart history, if I just would have looked a little bit more, I was good till if I just would have held for this pop over 1020, I was good for a pop till about 11. I should say 1060 to 1080, then 11, but it went right through that. Oh, beautiful, because it created a flag, and these flags sometimes you don't know when they're coming in. They'll burst right through resistance, like I said, hot knife through butter, and that's what you want to see. Create another flag, then another weird little bull flag, and you kind of just popping up. But all you're doing then is you're just coming over here. If you want to add in these areas, you can. That could be old resistance equals new support, or just breaking over high of day. This was more of a slow and steady mover. It's like 100, 200 mil float, whatever this is. It's a bigger float play, OCGN is, so you don't see those crazy moves. It's more of a slower play. But that's what you're looking for. You want the bounce here. You're scaling out most into this area. Maybe a big enough account you can trade that much, adding in at these dips. Add at this dip. Oh, it's surging through this flag. Oh, you're loving life because you've not only scaled out some, but then added here. So you have your base entry still, maybe 250 to 500 shares, but now you've added another 500 shares in here. Whoop, up to now scaling out some in here, and then you just kind of keep doing that over and over and over. So hopefully that helps with how to maximize your gains.
On this episode of What the Ship, we're going to look at not the top 5, but the top 10 stories as of February 20th, 2025. Hi, I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So normally we do a What the Ship 5 stories, but there is too much ship happening around the world. I was going to try to do some episodes here, but I am going to be up to my neck in doing episodes if I do one at a time here. So we're going to jam everything together in one massively supersized What the Ship, 10 stories. Going to try to keep it manageable, but there is just so much going on, we need to go ahead and tackle it. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Story number 1 deals with a series of potential attacks against ships involved in the trade of Russian cargo. Did a video the other day here on the motor vessel Sea Jewel being attacked in Savona, but we went back through a series of attacks against ships. So this story takes us over to G Captain. Italian prosecutors open terrorism probe into the oil tanker explosion. So Italian authorities, because of the attack on the Sea Jewel, they believe it to be an attack, they are going to investigate. Remember, this ship was discovered to have some holes punctured in the side of the vessel, but did not penetrate the double hull. This goes back with a series of issues that have been happening with the Russians we talked about in that video. This is the Ursa Major. This was the cargo ship that was carrying equipment to Vladivostok that suffered a series of explosions, we believe, down in the engine room that eventually led to the loss of the ship and 2 of the crew members. Sam Chambers over at Splash 24/7 has this story. Series of tanker explosions around the Med add to European shipping security concerns. Obviously, if somebody is attacking ships, this is going to heighten security issues in and around ports, especially because such attacks could lead to massive environmental damage to coastal areas. Over at Lloyd's List, Sea Jewel incident, quote, looks like pattern of deliberate action, unquote, says the underwriters. Institute clauses cover loss of damage to vessels from terrorism or black ops, but onus of proof is on owners. So the real big question here is, how are these ships being damaged? And if they are subject to terrorism attacks, there has to be an onus of proof. We've been seeing issues with this going back. You go back to Nord Stream and the attack on Nord Stream. We still have not had definitive evidence that points one way or the other who does it. A lot of finger pointing, but not any evidence. And then we have, obviously, these attacks, including the attack on the koala up in Oostlunga that we talked about the other day. At the same time, you're seeing the 16th round of sanctions being passed by the EU against Russian shadow vessels. These are the vessels that are carrying Russian oil and diesel. They are hauling cargo above the price cap. Remember, the G7 and the EU had instituted price caps on the carriage of such cargo, but the Russians have been able to get around it by flagging the ships in other states, by finding other insurance and setting up companies, insurance companies, to provide insurance if they are providing insurance at all. Let's not forget there's an issue here too in the
All right, cool. So the crypto and coin investments lesson, team. Something I've been wanting to get into for a while. I know, Deck doing last week with his investment lessons, always going over different ways to make money. This is something I wanted to get into. I've dabbled into crypto here and there. My friends more so than me, and I've asked them questions over the years, and they really say to Josh, I've learned a lot from what you've taught me, and put that right into the crypto world. And so I'll teach you what I've not only done, and like I said, what I'm teaching here in chat every day, you're going to really pretty much implement that over in the crypto world. And secondly, the coin, and like I love doing for searching for coins. That's something, back in the day, coins or cards I looked at all the time. And there's things that you can do your own and in your own time. Now, of course, I doubt a lot of people are going to be looking for coins, but if you ever get that time too, or maybe you get older, you just use these, and it's very simple stuff. But maybe you do want to look for coins every once in a while, and their coins are very valuable. Maybe you stumble across, maybe your family has some, but maybe you stumble across some. Maybe your family has some, your friends have some. They don't realize how valuable they are. Just say, hey man, let me take a look at those. Oh dude, those are just some pennies. Let me have them. Maybe talk your way into just getting them just because they are pennies, but they cost thousands, maybe hundreds of dollars. But I just want to get into both sides of where I've made money besides just in the stock market. And so this is one of the couple of the other areas, and they both are coins, right? Coins you can really hold, the old school kind of coin and the new kind of coin that everyone wants, Bitcoin, so on and so forth. So let's get into these. So first things first, I want to go over a few of these that you can see kind of the range where you watch, say, Avalanche, or you watch Solana, you watch Terra. Just go on a Terra, right? You go from 64 cents to $92, 77 cents to 100. You go to 460 to 90. We know what Bitcoin and Ethereum have done. They have gone crazy. So those are big time, tickers that I've been a part of over the years. Of course, last year in Dogecoin, everyone was in the Doge. So that's way part of the past, and that's probably not going to spike again. That was kind of more like a fad and a trend that we're going to see, kind of like GameStop, AMC. That lasted a lot longer, as you can tell. But those little trends and fads that last a little longer, that maybe, like I said, you go into Saturday Night Live and Elon Musk is kind of, and then that was the top of, and it dumped from there. But if that's what you're buying into, it's more of a pump and dump type play, not something that's going to last forever, something to look into. And so you're going to want to look into trades or to tickers, or I should say I'm always thinking of stocks, but you're wanting to look into coins essentially, and crypto that has moved. You always are looking for that next mover, 100%. And I'll kind of get into my last one at the very end that I think is going to maybe make the next big move. But you're always looking when they first come out, and you're just watching them. You're not
trading them day in, day out. These are more for investments, type of a mentality. You want to get in, find a good area, and you're going to hold that area, hold that play for weeks, months on end, most likely, at least weeks for sure, till you see a nice, good return. And because that's usually what happens, it is not day trading. You're not going to get those returns typically within days. It's going to take a week or two or longer. And so those are just some of the ones that I've been into. And let's go ahead and just really what I want to do next is that very same thing. If I can minimize this quickly, go over here to the next page, and you can see I'm going to go through some of these real quickly. So here we go. Let's pull this over here real quick. So we'll pull this up and kind of go through these. And I don't want to tease it. That was maybe my XRP, but I like XRP maybe for a move up. But I want to get into just a lot of these. I'm not going to go over to Bitcoin. I think we've all looked at Bitcoin. We've all seen Bitcoin and how it's moved. To me, there's really no reason to go over it. Now, if you want to look for investing on Bitcoin, I'll kind of dive into it. So I want Bitcoin. So if you want Bitcoin, even though I doubt there's many people out there that have $38,000 and some change to just get one Bitcoin. But it's the same type of mentality when you kind of go back through Bitcoin or what you're looking for in the rest of these plays. Or any of these coins. You're looking over key areas like stocks. And so right here is just a beautiful example of what I'm talking about. So you see this top here right around 12K. And so when you see a top that's being built over time, you know what's going to happen when you get over that next leg usually. You get a breakout, right? And so that's what we're looking for. And no, not typically maybe the third touch breakout type, which did happen here. So, third touch breakout. I mean, kind of in a way. I mean, if you want, that's kind of 1, 2, and 3-ish already. I mean, if you just want to consider the top area, it is maybe just 1 and 2, and this is the third one that comes through it. The main thing is you're just looking for a breakout over a resistance area that you can see being built up around that 12, 20, that area, right? And then you get the next leg up. And that's what I'm going to do with each and every one of these, and where I actually got in on these trades and what you're going to be looking for. And then for same thing. Not only when they first come out and say, okay, I've missed my big run, where's a pullback area? Then secondly, what do I need to look for the next time a big run is made? What am I looking for? And the main thing you're looking for in each and every one of these, and you can just go back and look at, I love diving into these really at the beginning. And when I started getting involved in these more so, which was last year, which you can tell, like say right here with AVAX. I loved AVAX last year. This movement, and I know I don't like this charting as much over here on TradingView, but it's just a simple one so I can go through each and every one of them. But this is one of the one I use most because I don't really care about day in, day out charting. I'm not worried about, here's what's happening today. I'm just taking a glance at it, finding an area I like and getting in. So breakout areas, right? So early on with AVAX was this first top right here. As you can see that I kept going back to this, and I just called it $14. Man, if this ever gets over 14, I'm taking this in for a ride on the next level up. And I just took it to 20. I took it literally from 14 to 20 team last year. This is when I first started getting into these, and everyone told me, Josh, you need to hold for longer, and I didn't. And I was a little scaredy cat, and I got out, and then it went to ripping, right? Just goes to ripping. If I can zoom out a little further here, but you can see here, just goes to ripping fully up to 50 something right after I got out. I mean, I get out here at 20. I mean, I held this thing for maybe how long did I hold this for? Like probably 3 days, maybe. I was like, yeah, I'm already getting my return. I'm out. I got it like 3 days, right? I was thinking I'm going to have to hold it for weeks. And that's what I'm saying. You're going to maybe every once in a while run into one of these, like in the stock market, where you get a bananas mover and you're like, oh my God, hey, I should have held longer. Or B, wow, here it goes. Here comes my big runner. I was a part of the first part of the move, right? Over this 13, and it was really like 13.5. You could tell where the resistance area was. I just want to be clean cut and get in at 14 plus. And I got in right as it started breaking 14 one day. I had an alert set on my phone, and then I just got in very small, just $1,000 worth essentially, and had that ride up. And that's how I did it first. And that's what I tell a lot of traders to do, like even when they invest in real stock market. Go small at first. Don't go big. Don't go throwing your whole account at it too, because then you may not have any money to trade it elsewhere. So have a separate account set up, whether it's Coinbase. I like Coinbase. I'm not going to tell you where you need to go where you need to invest your money at. There are many places. It's very easy to tell you, go to Coinbase. We can have many lessons on where to go put your money at. Robinhood's a simple one. Robinhood's very sketchy though too. So Coinbase is a simple one, very easy to use, but there's many out there that you can use to get in and out of your trades, and a lot of them have apps that you can use as well on your phone. And so I'm not going to tell you I don't care who you use. That's here nor there. I'm telling you areas what to look for. And first and foremost, it's breakouts. When these things break out over certain key resistance areas, they go on a tear on the next leg up. And so I was a part of this small little run of $6, and it went on a freaking tear of 25 plus more, right around 20. I should say right at 25 more, 35 more, I should say, from 20 to 55. And of course, literally, if I just would have held it for another, 4 or 5 more days, I would have been super banking with just $1,000 $1,000 worth. That would have turned in from, say, a $5,000 investment, return. It would have been a massive return, like 40,000, 30, whatever it would have been. At least 30, 40,000 if I would have held it just a tad longer, and that's fine. But I just, again, early on wanted to get little small chunks of runs. And so now let's go back through this, and I'll zoom in. I hate that it does this, and so let's catch back up to now and go, okay, well, cool, AK, what about areas to look for dip buys? Where do we want to get in so this comes pulling back? Well, you can see a nice good area always built, and it's not these are never as clean cut as stocks for the most part when these pull back. But you can see in anywhere from, say, the 22, in my opinion, and I'm thinking the same thing, and I want it. This ever somehow gets back to 22, 20, we'll call it 22, 25, to 25, and 25 is when I'm going to start getting in again. That's what I want for a pullback, where for a move to back up to the top part of this channel at 37. That's what, just like stocks team, you're looking for the same thing, but you're thinking for more area. The area is not as it's not like, like when I say the 225 area or 220, it's more like a two, like as in you can see, it's more of a 25, it's more of a $2 to $3 range. It's going to be a bigger range area, but you're in it for a longer period of time. So it's okay. You're good with getting in anywhere. If it settles in here for a minute or two, we know the return area back up. We can see anywhere from, say, 33-ish up to 37, 38. You need to start locking some in. Now, maybe I never get that. It just goes on the next tear up. Well, look at this shelf that's being built right now. So cool. Go on a tear up to 52 to 55 again. Then I'm going to look for the dip buyback of where? Back off this little area at 35, 36, 37. Using it just like stocks team. We're not going to change the game here and make things any more difficult than they need to be. We're going to keep things real simple here and trade things like we see in the stock market, because that's what we are doing and what a lot of these guys are doing. They're just it's just investments, right? These are just long-term investments really in the end, more so than day trades. And so we can go back to, let's go to the next one. Let's go to Sol. Another one early on, same type of situation, team. Now this one is pulling back a little bit further, and just real quickly, you can see this one's on a tear back. And I've been loving this area, and I did not think it was going to get back here, but I'm going to keep an eye on this, and I'll start alerting this soon. If this gets back to $71, team, right where this dip was, right around 70, 71, I'm going to be getting in this for sure for a move back up, easily to 85, if not close to the $100 range. You can see these dip buys are, nice, good, areas on the way down here from this. Almost looks like a scary creature, or maybe it's a fire that's going on. Almost looks like a fire. But you're looking for dip buys, right? And if that area fails, that's fine. I'll get out of it. Once it relatively maybe cracks the 67 area, I can tell it's not going to bounce. I doubt it ever gets there. But 50, you kidding me? If it gets back to 50, I'm getting off this shelf. But let's go back early on. So that's the bounce areas moving down. Let's see how this moves up. And you're going to go back to XRP and kind of see the same movement I saw with it. Now, XRP's taking a little bit more of its sweet time. But as we know, last year was one of the main reasons why a lot of these went bananas here. Was because 2021 was like the year for crypto. A lot of it started, and you can see where I'm about to start, where I got in, which all of my investments were in February. So I'll see this early movement. I'm like, man, this is nice. I like how it's already got a shelf being built right here. If I can get a dip buy off this 385-ish, $4 area, I'm going to go in. Go in long. It never does. And so now by the time, when I'm when I'm looking at it right here going, it's just not going to happen now. And this is when I'm really now, and again, set an account aside for cryptocurrency. Don't have two different accounts. I'm going back to that again. Have your own crypto account set to the side. So I set aside $5,000 to play with crypto last year. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to set $5K over to the side. Not a lot, but just enough to kind of get in and out of these plays, within 4 or 5 days. Maybe hold them for a week, maybe hold them for 2 weeks. That was really my goal at first. A lot of them, I wasn't holding them nearly as long as I wanted to, because the movement last year was very volatile compared to what we're seeing so far this year, right? Last year was a year for crypto. So let's get back here. If I can zoom in. Come on, we're trying here. There we go. Let's make this a little better. And so we can see where I'm starting to get in here. Went a little too far right there. That was my bad. So right here, now we're back. All right, mid-February, right? So this is when I started trading. As you can tell a second ago, I was in AVAX first, and at the same time, I want to try to do both, but I didn't want to be two at the same time, so I waited for the AVAX move. Wasn't in it very long, right? So it was right around right here that I got into over this shelf. Same thing, same breakout mentality, and I wanted to move over 10. I was like, okay, should I wait for, the 925 break? I want to break over 10. If this breaks over this area to U-shaping real well, I like this little, this movement up that it's had. So like a break over 10, definitely getting in. Well, I got in over 10. Then I got kind of scared here for a minute. 100% on the 20th. I almost got out of my position. It came down, as you can tell, it pretty much 10 on the dot. And then exactly like I wanted and thought I was going to get initially, it just took literally one extra day of scaring AK in the butt, out the butt, whatever you want to call it. I was scared though, definitely, but I was scared for sure. And then boom, the next 2 days you can see boom, 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 and then actually held it. I think I held it for a week or so. I didn't get this tip top part. I sold somewhere here in the 14s. It was one of these days. I can't remember in the 14s, but held it for like I wanted. I ended up holding it for about 2 weeks, and actually was like, wow, I was proud of myself. I held that for a few weeks, or a couple weeks, I should say, and got about $5 movement, or $4 or $5 movement, almost $5. And so, but then again, what happened right afterward? And then I'm like, oh, I just want to have a little longer. It goes. That's when that's when we saw the real tear starting to come, and that's when, of course, I got out of. This was already out of this play and was started looking at lower price stocks that I could get a lot of share size in, like Doge and a lot of the other tickers that moved. But you can just see over key areas. I mean, here's just another example. Look at this prime area that was built, and when we push over it, I'm not saying it was prime, but that high of day area, that I keep looking at this intraday, but that high that was built, look what happens when we go over it. Every time a high is built on a lot of these, when they start tearing, that's why I want you to find these early on, team, because the sooner you can find these early on, the better you're going to be you will be as a trader and be able to get these moves in and actually be a part of them. And now it's hard to catch them. Now last year that's why last year was a lot. We saw a lot of big moves because we saw a lot of these that were just released in, say, the previous 7 months of the previous year or two, so they're relatively new and had a lot of movement to be had last year, right? And so same right here is another one that I love, Luna, in same type areas, right? So you can see, here's when I was in my first two, I was in, AVAX, and then was sold, and then right around right here, now I'm freed up with some of my, my movement, my equity that I had for more crypto movement, because I'm out of my SOL play, SOL. And so I'm looking. This is when I started finding and liking, because it hasn't gone up a lot yet. And so around the same time as Doge and the same time as everything that was kind of ripping last year, this goes on a rip. But I was already in I was already in the plays, and this already kind of made the runs. Like, I want a pullback area. Well, what happened last year? We saw a lot of stuff dip back hard. And so what I did when this came back, and I had to ride it for a while. Look what happened. This came back last year, team. Look at the beautiful support. This is one of my favorite trades I was in right here. Was right here with Luna. So Luna comes down, again, never went in big with a lot of these, just about $1,000 investment most times. Of course, Doge was a lot more. Of course, I had $5,000 account. That was about 6 cents when I got into that, rode that up to, was scaling out along the way. 20 cent area, I remember selling some, 50 cents, 70 cents. I don't think I got any of the 70 cent areas, my point, when it kind of topped out when Elon was on Saturday Night Live. I did see it dumping off at that time frame, and that's when I got, I was like, oh my God, this is dumping. It was in like the 60s, and that's when I dumped. I literally sold the rest of my Doge, whatever you want to call it, coin last year, dog coin, whatever you want to call it. Sold that last year when Elon, that's when I sold the rest of it. I didn't have much left. I was like, you know what, this is tanking hard. I really don't have a good feeling about this continuing up as much as this is dumped already. This is not a good sign. I wanted this to spike when Elon went live. He went live, and it took a while. It took about 30 minutes. But it started right when he went live. Right when he started going live, it was already going down pretty good. And then about 30 minutes in, it really started hitting off hard. It's like, I'm out. I'm not holding. This is not good. But that was around the same time. Okay, let's go back to this though. That was when I was in that one in April through May, right? April through May. He went live. I think it was like, I forgot. Well, I know it was May. I forgot when in May last year. But remember, he went live on Saturday Night Live. Elon Musk did, and that's when Doge took the skyrocket down. So then, boom, I'm out of it. And so the next one I'm in. Now let's fast forward to Luna. So we went from AVAX to Sol to Doge to now over to Luna here. So Luna's going to be my next one that I'm in, and I see this high area right here. I can't want to say high of day. I'm always thinking of intraday charts, but I see 22 as a high, and I'm going, oh. If we can get over 22, going to be on our next leg up. And I already saw this kind of moving, right? And so that was the first area I'm looking at. But then this starts skyrocketing down. I'm at everything, like I was saying, with Doge to Bitcoin, everything is just kind of moving back at this time. Some of them harder than others. And I was like, okay, hey, if we get a dip, if I can get this back to $5, $6, and I got in at 6. I thought 6 was a good low price, and it went a little lower. And so I kept averaging these 2 days, knowing there's no way this doesn't come back up from falling down from, say, 16 back up. And I thought my 10 was my main first goal when I was averaging in. If I can just get back to 10, I've averaged in my full account almost now, this crypto. I don't want this to be the end of my crypto journey that just started off so well, and it's kind of, here we go, I'm doing the scaling in thing to my full account size, with the admiration. There's no way this is dumping back anymore. This is going to see a bounce at least back up to this 10-ish area, this little shelf that was built somewhere in here, and same right here, same kind of thought process, 875 rule to 10. So those two little shelves had 3 on the way up, 1, 2, and 3 that I wanted to get back to. Well, I held and held and held. Nothing was going on here. I'm like, well, I guess I'm just going to hold this through the summer. This is going to be my crypto play essentially through the summer. And it surely was, because I had to hold, and it did not. I didn't hold. No, AK didn't hold through the end of August like you wish AK, your boy, would have done. But once it started getting back to, and I wanted it back to this 10 area at most. It did it in like this 2-day span. I was like, yes, because I saw this first little crux, and it got back to it a couple different times, you can tell. See, look at this team. Just like stock market. Look how this hit right here is resistance. When we came back up, resistance fell down. Came back up, resistance, and tried to fell again, but we pushed through. And that's when I started selling, was this day when we were pushing through to 10. I was like, okay, half my share size, I am out of this now. I cannot believe I've been in this long. Very first day, where is it? Yep, very first day of August 1st, I'll never forget, sold this at the $12 mark area because it was right after that, the rest of August, it seems like this just ripped, because where's the last day of August? August 31st. It just ripped the rest of August, like every one of them. So if you want to take AK's lesson here too, on top of the fact, because I got some good areas of where to get in, just hold longer than AK holds. That's the key for also on this lesson team. But you can just tell the areas to get in. It's not, honestly, it's not hard, team. Wait for pullbacks to nice, good support areas. Wait for breakouts of over clear resistance areas, as you can tell. And when we get over those, look, we failed at this area twice, actually. Didn't quite fail at this area. We kind of failed more so at this area, at the bottom part. As you can tell, see where it came down the support? That was the failing point. So it's kind of in between the two, in between the high and the high here. Then we ran for more, and then we kind of ran into this congestion, but for not for long, and look what happened. And that's why I was really looking at, and I want to get back in. I was like, don't do it, Josh, just don't do it. But over this high that I kept looking back, and now back to that 22 area. Look how when we skyrocketed to that, we went $8 in a day or two. I think it was 2 days we went $8, and I was like, I knew I should have done it. I knew I should have. God, I knew I should have. That was the first area I looked at, originally when I found the play. Right after I got out of Deutsch, and then so it is what it is. But you find the areas, and I just want you guys to see it's not hard. It's really simple. It's find bounce plays back down at support, or rips past the highs. Whatever the highs are, especially the high that it's created, it will rip past those areas. I mean, right here's a high that's created. Look how it rips right past it, $6. When you create a high, you rip past it ultimately most times with these tickers. And you can see over time, a lot of them, if you just hold and hold and hold, you really end up doing well. Now, of course, you can see recently, and I'll kind of fast forward here, we have another crazy February most recently, and that's why I wanted to bring this up, because I saw a few of these going nuts again recently. As you can see, this went from 50 to 100 in, a matter of, 2 or 3 weeks here. So a nice good rip. Another one from Luna. And where to look for a bounce play, team? Oh, I'd be going back down, and same with AK. I'm looking at $55 down to about $50 for Luna for a dip buy. So if this ever gets back down to 55, that's where I want for a pure nice dip. I want to be safe with my dips. I'm not going to go up here and go, well, and I do. I like 70, 75, 70. But that would be more of a day, you're in and out within 2 or 3 days. And it's going to come down, it's going to give you a rip and bounce back up, and then it may fall down even more and harder, so you have to keep your eye on it. Where I'd rather get in lower, hold it for 2, hold it for 3 weeks, hold it for... If I can hold it for, like last year, where I held Luna for a matter of months till it did rip, in, and like I said, I'm like, heck. And then I look back, I'm like, like I said, days after August 1st, going, I held to August 1st. How did you not hold any longer? You held this thing for about 3 months, 2.5 months. How did you not hold any longer? It is what it is, though. But I want you guys to look at the same thing. Find your good areas of support and bounce play opportunities, whether you see this, whether it's coming down to 50. Maybe you want to come down. I even like this shelf right here at 45, right? So 50 to 45 is where I'd be getting in on this big time. You ripping past 100, you can tell, since that's the high and we've double topped there. Team, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to go bananas over 100. It's going to fly up to 110, 120, 130, 140 maybe even. So just keep those on mind. Same thing with, and I won't go, get back into, much more ether, I know, or urethrium, however you want to say it, but it has been rolling big time. Same thing with last year. This is one I barely got in and out of. It was early. This was actually my first one. Never got into Bitcoin. It was already up too high for me. But same thing back. This was my first when I started dabbling in it. When I first opened my account, was just right here over the 480 mark. And you can see back in November of 2020 when these were ripping. This was my area, and this is when I started realizing, and traders that were coming to me were literally saying, AK, Josh, just use what you've implemented to me. I've went over to crypto. I'm making tons of money now, and it's a little more simple because you're doing long-term holding, but it's the same thought process. So find your areas, and when you break out over them, that's the kind of the two that were taught to me from my 3 friends that do this more often, way more than I do. They said, dude, stick to the tops and find your areas and watch for breakouts over them, then watch for pullbacks to those tops, especially if they were heavily created. A lot like you do in the stock market, man. I'm like, really? And they're like, really? I was like, okay. And then they just show me this. Like, look at this top. Look at the breakout above it. Look at this top. Ran into resistance. Look at the breakout when we got above, and I'm like, I'm like, whoa, that is. And they were saying, especially when you see a high, then a pullback. Not like high, that it's harder to break. We see a high, then a pullback. When we break it, then you see a high, then a pullback. When you break it, you see what I'm saying? And so that's what I always look for. So I look for a high to be set, get a nice good pullback and a dip if I can, which in this, like say this one I wanted for 285 last year. It was my first dip I wanted. It never came down, kept trending up. I'm like, well, 285 is not happening now. I'm watching for this to break out over 475 and I'm getting in, or 480, I should say, 480, and I'm getting in. And I always go with higher areas. And so when it went over, I think the high there was what? I think it was around the I don't think it got all the way up to 470 or 480, I should say. It was like at 476 or 477. So I just always go a couple of dollars over it just to be safe. And of course, this is the one time where it actually bit me in the butt, where it wasn't this day, but it was this day. I'm like, okay, we're clearly over 480. Opening, closing candles, we're good to go. And it came down. This one kind of started scaring me. Started coming down. Like, okay, we cannot, get back under, say about. And I was thinking in my mind, say 460, because I went super small in on this. I only went in with a $500 investment, very small, just to test the waters. And then ended up being right. Got to be patient, because my patience game had already been manipulated and worked into the stock market game, so I already knew to hold and be careful and to wait. In this game, just go, hey, just like stocks, you got to give it some time, give it some breathing room. Give it, you're only in a $500 investment. That's not a lot. Give it to about this 460-ish shelf, 457 shelf. It cracks back below that, like it did below. Maybe it does it again. It's done, right? If we keep doing this, it may crack real hard, and so it can go all the way back down to 435, which you don't want to be a part of. You're in at 480. And so I was good, only came down about 470, and then whammy. I was like, oh, wow, they were right. Because I was messing with them. Of course, I was probably annoying to them. Like, dude, you go live for stock trading. And I know, but I'm a newbie at this. I'm like those guys that hit me up, and hey, there's always a newbie, and I want, just like I would treat them with the utmost respect. Treat me with respect. Just let me know I'm right. But they were, of course, I'm sure I was annoying, but they were like, dude, you're good. Of course, I sell somewhere in the 500s, probably was only at maybe $30, $40 at most, sold somewhere in the low 500s. Of course, look where it does rip to, and then look where it ultimately rips to, and I was laughing because this is when I really opened up my account. It was right after January of 2021 last year, and I'm like, God, that was one of, and it just kept doing it. As in stocks I kept getting into, which is fine with me. Every one of them, team. Look at the run. Here's the break area I wanted to get into, and you can tell it's all the way back to it. The 480 break. You can see the resistance right there, the 480 break. And you can come back to past chart history and see what I was looking at even right here, right? And going, okay, well, we've had this top. Maybe if we get over 500, I'll be golden. And that's what I want to get to, with some in the low 500s. And then this ends up happening, but even more so. I'm like, no! And then it happened however many more times. So just find the areas, team. Hopefully that kind of helps you out. If there's any questions, ask me real quick on the crypto side, team. Do you have any questions about where to invest, what to be looking for? And XRP is kind of my next one, team. So XRP, I have been in this for quite a while now. XRP has been in one since, wow, what the heck? Computer real quickly there. I don't care about it. 30-day free trial. I'll just use this whenever I want it. Anyway, team, but this is one I've been in since early. Again, this was probably the most recent ones I got into, which was last year after I got out of, which you can see in August here. This was down at a nice good dip area, and so I missed this dip, and I was kind of annoyed. So August 1st was when I got out of my Luna trade. And after I got out of my Luna trade, this was the next one I've been in since, and I've gotten out multiple times, and I've been in right over this area. Now we're back to it. And so you can just see, and I like this area. If it gets back a little bit lower, which it did at 60 cents, this is where I did actually kind of load up a little bit more on my share size. But again, when this ripped up to say $1, $20, $30, because this was my goal, somewhere in this area, I was taking some off the plate in here, in the September range. And then when it started dipping back down last month, I was kind of adding back up here at the 60-cent range. And so now we're moving back up again in this downtrend, waiting for the downtrend to break. We get back to $1, and this thing spikes over $1. I'm easily going to see $1.20, most likely $1.30. We get back over this $1, and this is why I want to show you guys as in the ultimate next ripper. Watch for this over the $1.90 mark. This could be the one that moves to 5 and 10 next. And we've seen all those other ones I just showed you. SOL, I'll bring up the slide list again. All of them started in the cent range, right around $1 or less, and they all moved up to $100, if not more. You've seen recently where they moved to. These early ones that I've been into right here, where they started off, as you can see, they started off at way down here, way down here in the cent range, and then you can see what they end up running to over time. And so that's why some of these, as you can tell, kind of remind me of XRP, where it goes up and then comes down. You're like, okay, it's probably never going to do anything, blah, 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 and then whoop, out of nowhere, just goes crazy. And so that's why XRP is one of my top ones to watch for you guys over this area of 190. We get over this $192 area, I'm telling you, team, this is going to move straight to 5 and 10, I promise you, within a month. So keep XRP on watch for sure. All right, team. I think that helps you guys out, hopefully on the crypto side. Now, let's move over into maybe a little bit more of the boring part of this lesson, which would be the, let's get into it here real quickly. The coin version. Yes, that's right, the real coin. Proof versus uncirculated coins. What's the difference? And we're going to get into what kind of coins to be looking for. The main thing, too, team, if and when you ever do want to look for coins, and I know I kind of laughed, and I'm like, what's the dork moment of the day here? Well, I like to be a dork, though. Come on here. You want to look for these things cost lots of money, especially if you have them in your family or if they've been passed down to you, or if you want to go out and try to find them or stumble across them. But the main thing, if you're ever looking at them, you want a magnifying glass that's about 6 times. 4 or 5 works pretty good, but once you get to 6+, you get to one that's at 10, especially, you won't miss any of the little small details that you need to be looking for. So, uncirculated versus proof. There you go. So those are the main things you need to be looking for. And of course, the main thing's proof. I don't know if Doc Savage is in chat today, but Doc Savage went over this recently as well, having a lot of those gold proof coins. Those are what I have. They're very beautiful. They're double struck by US Mint. They're hand polished. They're super pretty. They're a lot smaller in production size. Those are the top 3 things I would be looking for, that you're going to be looking for. But when you see one versus a normal coin, you'll see one that you're going, wow, why is that so pretty? There's a reason why. It's a proof coin versus something that you would just see on the ordinary average day. But these are the main things you're kind of looking for on either side, and you can kind of tell why proof coins are the main thing. Why? Because they're double struck and they're very limited. They're very rare. There's not many of them made. And then on top of the fact, when many of them aren't made, we see what a lot of people do with coins. They just throw them out. They may not even realize they've got a coin that is very rare in their pocket or in their hand that you've gotten from the store. You may that's the thing. People that use cash deal, team, I'm telling you, traders, I've gotten a couple where I'm like, oh my God, Avery. And she's like, what? I'm like, she has no idea. I'm like, this coin's actually worth like $5-10. And I know that's not a lot, but it's crazy to think you'll have all of a sudden a nickel or a dime or a penny in your hand, and it's worth usually a quarter, because they're bigger and people love quarters or $50 when they see them. So you're very rarely going to get a quarter or $50 that's rare. It's usually going to be a penny, a dime, or a nickel, and you'll maybe run across them when you get it from your local convenience store when you get some change back. And